Welcome to my tutorial of God of War on the hardest difficulty setting. Give me God of War mode. And I'll probably be doing a tutorial on this as I play through it. I think I may do commentary on each video to explain what I'm doing, but if if some fights tend to be similar, then I probably won't explain each one, but I'll see about that, and give me feedback and let me know. But yeah, so I'll start off. I think the first video would be important to do some commentary for, to explain some of the basic mechanics that I've learned so far. I still have a lot to learn about the combat. But yeah, so for this I like to use my axe heavily and just throw it at the enemies from a distance just to keep them at bay. And I try to inflict as much damage as possible with the axe from a distance. And when one gets close, I'll throw the axe at the one that's closer to push him back more, as you can see, and then finish them off with regular axe strikes when they get too close. For some strange reason, the game doesn't allow you to sprint at this point in the game, I don't believe, so I wasn't able to run and get a lot of distance away from these enemies. But that'll change later. So yeah, parrying is going to be important, so you want to block at just the last second before the enemy's about to hit you. And you'll get the parry animation. See, I fucked it up there and I'm almost dead. You die in 3 hits in this part of the game, so you don't have a lot of room for error. And they do throw a lot of enemies at you early on. But yeah, you just want to, you want to parry. If you block at the last moment, you'll parry it and you'll be able to get some hits in like that. See, it pushes the enemy back, you can get some shots in. And you pretty much just want to do that. And a lot more enemies will come, so you want to continue doing the same strategy that I started out with just throwing the axe to keep. I mostly try to go for headshots because I assume that does extra damage, but I'm not sure. I'm still learning about the mechanics of the game, but I'm guessing the heads are the weak points on these enemies, so I try to hit them in the head as much as possible. But the main thing is just hit them with the axe to move them back and you're going to do damage, so I don't think it makes a huge difference, but I try to do it anyway. And when they get too close, parry and keep them at bay. Try to eliminate the ones that have the least health. That way you have less enemies on your ass, because you really don't want 3 enemies on you like this. This is really dangerous, especially since you can't sprint at this point in the game. So I'm trying to get rid of that asshole, in the back, so he's gone. So now I just have to deal with 2, and even 2 at the same time is kind of dangerous. But depending on your skill level, it'll be manageable. If it is too much, then you probably want to get some distance, but you should definitely learn to deal with it, because I'm assuming the game's going to get really fucking hard later on when there's much bigger crowds of much harder enemies. So it's good to try to be able to manage them, or you'll just pay for it later. I still have a lot to learn about the combat, so I'm going to be learning as I play. But it doesn't seem like it's going to be nearly as difficult as God of War 2 was on Titan, which was fucking brutal for me. I did beat it eventually, but I remember one boss fight, Thesis, took 15 minutes straight to beat, and if you got hit once, you would die, and it was a lot more intense than the troll that I'm about to fight in this video, which takes about 8 or 9 minutes, but it's very easy. It just takes long. But you can die in 1 hit, but you just keep distance and you'll be fine, and I'll explain that. It's easy to see what I'm doing there. But this doesn't seem like it's going to be as brutal as that. But I guess we'll see. So yeah, pretty much same strategy here, except they start you out with 3 enemies at the same time. Well, actually, yeah, no, I see 4. So yeah, there's more enemies coming at you. But try to throw your axe and push them back for as long as possible so you can do as much damage as possible. Enemies will level up, it seems, and they'll get their life back, so those enemies are going to be tougher to beat. It seems if you leave an enemy alive for too long, it gets stronger, so that's bad. But, yeah, see, now I got 4 on my ass at once, which can be tough, so I try not to stay in that situation for any longer than I have to. But see, I use my axe even at close range. I try to use it as much as I can until I have to strike the guys. So that way, I try to get as much damage on them as I can. And that's pretty much the strategy I use here. parrying whenever I can, when I don't fuck it up. Like that. You know, that's definitely a fuck up. You're only allowed a few fuck ups before you're dead, so, you know. Everything shown in this video took me about an hour to get through, so I didn't die too much on this. You know, I had a few deaths on some of these encounters, but it hasn't been bad for me as of yet. But it's still, I can see that it's going to be pretty fucking hard because, you know, the enemies do get a lot harder. And I heard, you know, the idea is that the arrangements of enemies and is going to be a lot harder on this mode because there's different arrangements of enemies from what I read. And they do seem to take a lot more hits. Though not to the extreme of God of War 2 on Titan where everything took like a shitload of fucking hits. Like they really went overboard with it, with the difficulty on that. So I'll probably be mentioning that, you know, quite a few times throughout the course of this tutorial. I mean, it was definitely worth mentioning for how fucking brutal it was. I went through the first God of War on God mode, and that wasn't that hard except for like a few parts, like the fucking clones at the end was really fucking hard. But overall, steadily, you know, it wasn't that bad. But Titan on God of War 2 was fucking dense. I mean, every encounter was fucking brutal from what I remember. It was like, it was consistently fucking hard. And then it just had disgusting parts like Protect the Translator, which I didn't know about the exploits and glitches and stuff. But I mean, you know, trying to beat that shit and the endurance run at the end there, and the thesis fight that takes 15 minutes. I mean, there was a lot of fucking insane shit in that game. The third one wasn't as brutal on Titan mode, but it did have a God mode. I beat it on Titan, but then there was a God mode that was even harder than that. But it still doesn't seem like it would be anywhere on the level of the second one. But an Ascension I just played through maybe on normal or hard or something like that. I didn't, I think just normal. But yeah, now this fight takes me about 9 minutes, so feel free to skip through this video after you get the general idea, because I'm just going to be repeating the same tactic again and again for 8 or 9 minutes straight. I don't end up taking any damage, so at least from the boss. I may have ran in the fire a few times, I'm not sure, but I don't get hit by the boss. But it goes on for about 8 or 9 minutes, so yeah, it's a long fucking fight. All I really do, it's very easy tactic. All I do, I throw the axe at the boss, and that's it. I just keep throwing the axe at the boss, and I use the arrows, you know, aiming at the boss and pressing square to use some arrows for a little extra damage. But mainly, I'm just throwing the axe at him. I'm keeping as much distance as I can. I just throw the axe, and then I retreat when he gets close. You really have to watch out for this attack where he does a lot of swings. That can be very dangerous. But, you know, as long as you keep your distance, it's very easy. You know, and, you know, when he gets close, run. You know, if you sense he's about to hit you, then, you know, roll. But you should be able to run around him in a wide arc. Just plan ahead and make sure he's not closing in on you and you have enough room to run around. You don't want to be caught, you know, not planning ahead and not having enough room to run, and then you'll get killed. Because from what I noticed, I think he kills you in one hit. I think some of his hits may not one hit kill you, but when I got hit by him several times, he killed me in one hit. So it's 8 or 9 minutes, and you really can't fuck up. But it's easy because it's just repeating the same pattern again and again. It's just endurance, but it's easy endurance. You know, you just have to be patient and don't get impatient and greedy and try to throw your axe when he's like too close to you. You know, when he starts to get a little bit close to you, just start hauling ass. You know. As long as you play it safe, you know, you'll get it eventually. It's just a matter of time. It shouldn't take too long to get down. But I'm sure, you know, at some point I may have to get closer into these guys and fight them more later in the game when there's multiple of them at the same time. I think there's probably going to be multiple of these guys at the same time at some point on this difficulty. I think there was on normal, but can't remember. But, yeah, now if you want to end this fight faster and be more bold, you can get in right close to him and keep hitting him with your axe. And when he swings, just dodge. But it's still going to take a long time, and if you fuck up once, you're pretty much dead. So, you know, you might beat him in a few minutes as opposed to 9 minutes, but, you know, I would rather do it this way if I can, you know what I mean? I try not to make things more insane than they have to be, so... You know, if I can find an efficient way to exploit the enemy, I will. And I'll definitely be covering those kind of tactics, because I usually find a lot of exploits in games like this and easier methods for difficult parts in games or extreme parts, so I'll be sharing anything I find. And ideally, I would like to put voiceover on all the parts of this video and do a full tutorial. I just haven't decided if there's going to be like a demand for it. It doesn't really matter, though. I'll probably just do it anyway because I like putting it together. I just haven't decided yet. Maybe some videos I won't do commentary, but I'm thinking I'll probably just do them all. You know, just complete the whole thing. I'm kind of obsessive like that. But yeah, this fight gives me some time to talk a little bit about extra shit because, like I said, there's not much going on here. You watch this video for about a minute and you'll get the general idea of what I'm doing. Nothing changes. It's possible that maybe he gets a little bit more faster and aggressive, but I couldn't really notice it. And you're still going to be repeating the same pattern again and again. You know, just don't get close to him. That's about it. The axe is great for pulling bullshit in these early areas. You know, you can get away with a lot of shit. But, you know, I think later these tactics are not going to be as useful. And I'm going to have to grind it out and find other, you know, get in close and just not fuck up, basically. There's still a lot I don't understand about the game in combat, so I'm going to be learning as I play. Because, you know, on normal, I only used what I needed to win. I haven't gone deep into the mechanics or anything like that. But I may have to. I'm not really big into collecting shit and doing side missions and shit like that, so I'm kind of fucking stubborn. I may just grind it out and try to beat encounters with, you know, armor that's not that good or, you know, not having all the upgrades. Because I'd rather put myself through that a lot of times than explore shit. I'm just not really into exploring. I like to just get to the point. Even though this game is fucking awesome and it's a lot of fun to explore, so I'm not saying anything bad about that. I actually had fun exploring a little bit on normal. But I didn't get heavy into it. I always found myself wanting to go back to the main, you know, game, you know, gameplay. But we'll see. I'm probably going to take my time with this, and maybe I'll go explore some shit and try to get some extra stuff. But I don't really want to show much of that in this series because I want to focus on the combat, which is going to be what most people are going to be stuck on, and it's the most exciting part. However, I will show combat that involves getting extra items, you know what I mean? I probably won't show so much as where I found the areas at, you know, but I'll show the actual combat. If there's optional combat that I did, I'll try to show that. Maybe there is some way I can show the areas that I got to, but it's kind of hard to do unless I pull up the map. I could pull up the map before an area, and then you can see on the map. So maybe there's some things I can experiment with that. But my main focus is really going to be trying to explain the mechanics and the combat and how to execute each area and how to beat each area efficiently. And of course, what I mean by efficiently is going to be whatever I did to win on my first time through, because I haven't gone through this mode even once yet, and this is going to be my first time through it. And I'm not going to be replaying parts to do them better. So, you know, whatever worked is what's going to be shown. But I think it'll be good enough. Like I said, I'm most likely not going to be doing extremely deep things with the combat unless the game requires me to do it. I mean, I am always capable of, you know, digging deeper into a game and doing what needs to be done. But if I don't have to, you know, go fucking crazy with it, I won't, because I like to move on to the next game. I'll do the hardest difficulty and then I like to move on. I wasn't sure if I would like this game enough to do the hardest difficulty, but I ended up loving the game overall. I mean, it has a few slow parts towards the end, a few areas that I didn't like the art style or whatever, but the gameplay was pretty fucking good throughout. And the combat is great. It made me want to dig into it deeper and try to get better at it. So I think I'll enjoy going through this mode overall. And now for this part, these first few enemies here, I found it better because in the tutorial it's trying to show you about stunning enemies. So for these guys stun super easily. So Basically, unequip your axe by pressing one of the buttons on the directional pad, or just throwing it away, or throwing it into the guy and then punching the shit out of him. So get rid of your axe, beat the guy with your fist, use your parries as you have been, and use Atreus' arrows by pressing square while you're doing all that, and you'll get the stun bar up. And you can stun these guys very fast. When you see the red halo around their head, that means they're stunned. So hit R3 immediately and tear them apart. And by doing that, you'll kill all these guys really quickly. Otherwise, you'll have to fight them in a similar way to how you fought the other guys with throwing the axe and parrying, and it takes a lot longer. So I would recommend doing it that way. Now, for these guys, I went back to the normal fighting because these guys are not easy to stun, I don't think, like the other guys. The other guys were just part of a tutorial, so they made it easy to stun. At this point, you do have sprinting available, which is kind of fucking ridiculous that you can't sprint early in the game. But it doesn't really matter because you only have to beat a few encounters before you get the ability to run. So now that I can sprint, I can get the fuck out of an area, get my distance, and assess the guys from far away and try to, throw the axe at them when possible. I do like throwing the axe at close range, but depending on how comfortable you are with that, you might have to be careful because it can be dangerous. But I like throwing the axe a lot. It pushes the guys back and it does nice damage overall. So, see, now I'm almost dead. So now things get intense. This fight does end up becoming pretty intense, and I have to not fuck up for the rest of the fight. But so far nothing too difficult for me as of yet. Intense, but not anything that took me too long to beat. I saved that green gem, so I recommend, not using any of the green gems on this mode unless you actually need them. Which is an obvious tip, but it may be something somebody doesn't think about, is saving them on the field. If you have multiple green gems on the field before you enter a battlefield, don't just pick them up without thinking about it. Leave them there, and you'll probably end up using them in the fight. Because that can give you, that can give you the difference between, surviving and dying. I mean, because you can only take, like, the third hit kills you usually, at this point anyway. So, if you can add a few more hits to that, you can end up living. It might make the difference. And when there's one of them, it's very easy. Just keep pushing them back with the axe. Use some arrows. You really never need to even fight them up close at that point when there's one. Now with this guy, you want to get rid of your axe because it doesn't hurt him. So you're basically just going to be punching this guy to death and parrying him when he's about to hit you as usual, and using Atreus' arrows at the same time. And by doing that, eventually you'll get his... I think his stun bar does go up eventually, and I'm able to finish him off that way. Also, as the game explains, when you use your bare hands and fists, you get the stun bar up faster, so that's the benefit of using your fists. Something that I'm probably going to, be looking into, getting more stun damage and things like that later in the game. I have to look into I'm going to have to read up on the game more probably and get deeper with it. I'll be watching videos to learn things, I get any resources I can to try to learn how to play these modes. So if I need to, I will start looking things up. As of now, I mean, I'm still not, I haven't been too challenged yet by the mode, even though it's hard. I can tell it's going to be fucking hard, but this is the early game. I'm actually pretty intimidated by the first boss fight that's coming up after this, so I'm thinking that's going to be hard, but I don't know where the checkpoints are because I didn't die on it much on normal. But anyway, that concludes the first part of this, and as I play through the game, I'll definitely be uploading more. And give me any feedback. Let me know what you think if you want me to do feedback, voiceover on all the different parts of these videos or not. But for in the meantime, stay tuned for more. Thanks again. Welcome to part 2 of the Give Me God of War tutorial, the hardest mode for the new God of War game. And I'll be explaining what I do for this fight. To start off with, don't follow my steps here because for some reason I thought I had to fist fight this guy. which makes it about twice as long. So, use your axe. I would suggest not using your fist for this. Aside from that, though, you can follow the same type of attack patterns that I use here, which is basically, keep attacking him and parry his moves whenever you can. And when he does that wave move, dodge to the side. It's very easy to dodge. And I think that's the combo that would get me sometimes, is he gets these sucker punches in sometimes, which can make him kind of difficult. See, I took a hit there that almost killed me. But sometimes he gets in these sucker punches behind me, which they don't do that much damage, but after a few of them you will die. So it does add up since the fight can be long. So what I did was, instead of trying to parry every move that he does, you see, I held my shield out that time and let him do his full combo instead of trying to parry every attack. And what that did is, by having my shield facing the proper way, I think I got sucker punched there again. See, that's what I was talking about. But by having my shield facing him, you can just let him do his punches into your shield because you can block every punch. So you don't have to worry about trying to, parry one of them. You can just, when he does that series, just hold out your shield. Sometimes I will parry them, but I tried to, be more patient when he does that combo and just hold out my shield and let him punch into the shield. And then, and then hit him after he finishes that series. See, it's a 3-punch series. Now, I interrupted it that time, but I was trying to be careful with keeping my shield facing him, because if he gets behind you, he will do that sucker punch, and it will eventually wear down your health and kill you. That was the only part that I was really having trouble with initially on this fight, was he was getting those sucker punches, and I was dodging everything else, but those sucker punches ended up killing me since the fight takes a while. I left in these little cutscene transitions between phases because otherwise, if I edited it all together, I think it would be confusing to know which phase of the fight it was on, since the fight is very similar in each phase. He may add 1 or 2 new moves, but that's it. It's pretty much the same shit repeated 3 times. And this fight, I'd say it took me a little bit under an hour to beat. Maybe between 40 minutes to an hour. Somewhere around there. It wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it would be. I thought it was going to be really hard, because on normal I didn't have to worry about really, putting much effort into it. But yeah, it wasn't bad. So now for the second phase, after all this shit is done, you'll see I finally figure out that I can take out my axe and fight him. Because I checked a video on it to see if I was, if there was something I could be doing better. Because the sucker punches I didn't really know how to dodge. And the video didn't really show me that, but it did show me that, I didn't really gather that from the video how to dodge those, but I just ended up holding out my shield when he was doing a series of punches and it worked. But what I did see in the video was that the player was using the axe, and, for some reason, like I said, I thought I had to fist fight the motherfucker, and I didn't realize that, you can use your axe. I thought that was part of the cinematic, they're having a fist fight or some shit, like part of the story. But that's not the case, so, because the game unequips the axe, so that made me think that I couldn't use it for some reason. I guess I should have questioned that. But yeah, after all this shit is done, you'll see I finally do pull out the axe, and that makes this next phase go a lot faster as far as the damage. It does about twice as much damage, I think, so it makes a big difference. But now, for the first part of this, they give you enough rage mode to where you can just punch the shit out of him until about half of his health is gone. So, use that. The rage mode does home in on the boss. So, basically, just make sure you're facing him. Sometimes he gets obscured by the trees and I don't see him exactly where he's at because he moves fast. But basically, just don't worry about dodging. Just keep hitting, because it doesn't really seem like you take damage when you get hit. So, just punch the shit out of him. When his health gets down to maybe about 3 health bars remaining, it seems like then the rage meter will start to drain. But if you get in enough hits, you should have him down to about 2.5 bars of health remaining after all the rage is gone. Prior to those 3 bars being left, it doesn't seem to drain at all. So, you can just, you have as much time as you need to get his health down. The real fight begins now, now that the rage is gone. Now you have to fight him normally. What I would actually suggest doing is go straight to the 3rd phase of my video. Go to the 3rd phase of the fight. I'll include the timestamps for each phase. And skip straight to the third phase if you want to have the best strategy that you can use probably for the whole fight. It should work. Because on the third phase, I figured out yet another trick that I could... I didn't realize that the R2 move would launch the enemy in the air. You know, it's a basic fucking thing, but in normal I didn't have to think about shit like that, so I didn't. But, yeah, basically if you use your R2 swing, you can get him up in the air immediately, and you can hit him with your regular R1 shots while he's in the air and do a lot more damage. So I would say, you know, go to the third phase of the fight and just use that tactic that I used there for the whole fight. Of course, they'll be a little bit different because he has a few extra moves, but it'd pretty much be the same tactic. And I suggest, that's what I would suggest for the whole fight to make things easier. But yeah, basically this is just, you know, the same thing of just parrying and holding out your shield when he's doing that combo so that he doesn't get those sucker punches on you. Just make sure it's facing in the direction of him, because I think that's what was fucking me up. He would get those sucker punches in on my back because he can get around you kind of fast, so you got to be careful with that. But it's pretty easy once you have it down. And after all this shit, you'll be taken to the third phase. And that's where you'll see I end up using the launching move with the axe, which is a much better way to fight him. So yeah, it took me to the third phase to actually, you know, fight him more efficiently using the launcher move. And actually using the fucking axe. It was kind of stupid to just try to punch him to death. But for some reason I was fucking stubborn. I didn't think much about it. I just kept trying to do it. And I mean, it did make it so that I learned his patterns a lot better, having to fight him for like twice as long. But, you know, not recommended. Really don't need to do that. But yeah, let's see. It begins fairly soon after all this shit. Yeah, once the third phase starts, like I said, there's not going to be much change to the strategy. It's pretty much the same fight. He'll have one more move where he jumps in the air and pounds into the ground, and you know, you just want to keep your distance when you see him launch in air. Just roll out of the way, get some distance between you and him. And then when he lands, he'll get stuck in the ground, and then you can get some hits on him while he's stuck. That's mainly the only move that he really adds. Occasionally, he will get you in some kind of grappling move when you have your shield out, where he's hitting your shield, and I just hold down the block button and mash the attack button, and it usually just it throws him off of you. So there is that move that he does sometimes. That's how you avoid that. If I see it here, then I'll point it out, but you'll probably know if you've played this fight. You'll be aware. But there's not much more to it than parrying his attacks and keeping your shield out when he does that series of 3 attacks. And, of course, dodging to the right when he does his waves. But now he adds another move of going up in the air and then coming down on the ground and doing like a power wave. So, yeah, now you'll see me finally figure out that I can launch the guy with the R2 axe attack. It's just a strong axe attack. It's, you know, not hard to figure out, but I just didn't realize. So what I do is I'll hit him initially with a regular R1 strike just to stun him for a split second, and then I'll use my strong launcher attack. And the reason I do that is because if you start off with the launcher attack, it's slower, so there's a lot of times that he'll get away. So I like to at least start off with one or maybe a few regular axe swings with R1, and then add in the R2. That's the grapple I was talking about, I think. Or that's one of them. And he may have 2 different kind of grapples that he does. You know, I'm not sure, but yeah, I start with the regular attack, then I do the launcher attack, which is R2, the heavy attack. Once he's in the air, just bang on him with the R1 and get a bunch of his health gone. It works very well. So you launch him, hit him a few times with R1, and try to do that whenever you can. Also, you can sometimes start with the R2 attack. When he's stuck in the ground, you can start it off with R2 because it takes him a while to recover from that. So, you know, there are times when it is safe to start off with R2. But most of the time I start off with a regular attack. See, I started off with the launcher there because he was stuck in the ground. But most of the time I start off with just a regular hit, and then I'll follow it up with the heavy attack that launches him. You know, and of course if he does anything, you know, you have to either dodge or parry, or if it's the series of attacks, hold out your shield in the direction of the attacks and let him punch the shield 3 times instead of trying to parry it. It's safer. But, you know, of course, depending on your confidence with the fight, you can always improvise. But these are just what I felt was safer way to play it if you're having trouble. But yeah, that's it for this fight. This fight is now over officially, so it's not too bad, but hopefully that explained in detail if you're having some trouble with some of the small details. You know, I try to cover what worked. But yeah, not too bad. I thought maybe this fight would be extremely difficult, but I wasn't sure what to expect, but it wasn't too bad for me. But actually, the next fight after this against a regular group of enemies is way harder than anything else I've played in the game so far. So I may have to retract what I said about this not being as hard as God of War 2. I think I need to, on Titan, I think I need to actually play through this mode before I give a real opinion on that, because I don't know how the enemy arrangements are going to be later on, and I really don't know what to expect because the arrangements of enemies are very different in this. So I guess I won't talk shit about this difficulty yet until I've actually played it more and gotten through the whole thing. So I may have to retract that. We'll see how hard it gets. But the next encounter is very hard. And hopefully I'll have that beaten soon and I can provide some detail on that. So thank you for watching, and I'll try to have that up soon. Welcome to part 3 of my Give Me God of War mode tutorial for God of War 2018. And yeah, so these 2 scenarios were fucking hard, so I may have to take back what I said about it being a little too easy on this mode compared to Titan on God of War 2. But we have yet to see, but these 2 encounters took me around 45 minutes, so it was no fucking joke. It's definitely not fucking around at this point. So I'll try to break down my strategies for that. So yeah, you will be fighting a lot of enemies in this scenario. So definitely expect that. As usual, I try to keep my distance with axe throws and, you know, do the damage I can from far away with that, because they seem sometimes to focus on the little shit, so you can take advantage of that for a little while. And then, you know, deal with them as they get close. Mix in a little barehanded combat, whatever floats your boat, you know. Now, I took a hit there, which is not good, but there is some health that I will be getting later. I'll show where that's at. It's around the corner. And it's good to know about that because, you know, it's very easy to take a hit when you're fighting these guys for a long fucking period of time because it's a long fight. You may get some health drops from enemies, but, you know, you can't always rely on that. So yeah, pretty standard for what we've been dealing with so far at this point. But yeah, it'll definitely get fucking hard, I can promise that, in this video. And now this guy will be easy to eliminate since it's only him. You can just take your time, throw the axe at him. It's going to get hard to the point where it's going to be hard to explain any kind of exploits or anything like that. It's going to get to the point where, you know, I think you just have to be good at the game and be good at the mechanics because you get overwhelmed by enemies. So I'll explain what I can, but it's also just going to come down to playing and just improving. Which, you know, there's no rush. Just take your time. You know, if you can't beat a checkpoint in a few hours, you know, just remember that when you plug in time, you're still making progress, even if you don't make visible progress. You know, moving to another checkpoint, practice always adds up. So just try to have the mentality and get in that zone and just sit there and plug in the time. And, you know, eventually you will beat these types of modes. You just have to look at it as putting in work. Just put in the time, and don't be obsessed with trying to clear the checkpoint. You know, just keep playing it, put the time in, and it'll come together. So yeah, now for this, kill that projectile guy. He doesn't have a lot of health. You know, you want I try to eliminate projectile guys first, because then I can deal with the regular melee type of enemies much easier, because I don't have to worry about fireballs fucking hitting me while I'm trying to fight. So at that point, I can kind of, you know, try to take my time, move around, throw axes at the guys, run around the arena. It's a big area, so utilize that. And, you know, just try to take your time and play carefully. Don't get reckless. Because it's such a long fight, you know, trying to fight these guys up close and do more dangerous combat, you know, could end up being a problem, because, you know, you're going to be playing this part for a while. So, you know, any hits you take can be a big problem. Because, as I said, you can, you know, you die on the third hit at this point in the game, pretty much. So you can really only take... you know, 2 hits. The third will kill you. But like I said, there is some health that you can get. There's 1 health pickup, and sometimes the enemies do drop some health. So, you know, but it's not a lot. It gives you very little. So, but see, I'm just kind of fucking around, hanging out over here, throwing the axe at these guys. And, you know, I'd recommend trying to do that, trying to thin out their life and try to kill the ones that are low on health. You know, finish them off, because, you know, the more you have coming up close to you, it makes it much harder. When you get swarmed by, like, you know, multiple enemies, it gets tough. So one thing that fucks me up a lot of times is I press the analog sticks kind of hard. So sometimes I'll use God mode accidentally. I think that's what I just did there, because I pressed the sticks kind of hard. I also lock on all the time, which fucks me up, because I hate lock on. I would like to actually disable it. Because personally, I never use lock-on. I like to be able to move around freely and target on my own. I don't even use it in the Souls games. I never liked lock-on in these kind of games. I like to control, you know, who I'm attacking myself. I don't like to lock on to an enemy. Well, I'm sure, you know, it may be useful in some scenarios, but when I'm being swarmed by enemies, I don't really want to lock on. Now, here I use this rock as cover, because the fireballs can't hit me here. So I definitely utilize that, because if I get hit once, I'm dead. And then when I feel like I have some time to come out, I start focusing on throwing the axe at those guys. Now, you can also use the trace as arrows, too. You can probably kill that guy faster than I did here by using some of his arrows. But I was just kind of doing it quick, because I didn't feel like I had a lot of time to fuck around and throw shit at him, you know. So I got in a hit, and I just got the fuck out. I didn't want to play around in there too long. You know, it's pretty fucking dangerous to be in that area. But yeah, now staying behind a rock, do as much damage as I can with axe throws and arrows. And if a guy does come around a rock, you know, you deal with it normally, and then you just get the fuck out of the area. Maybe run over to where the fireball guy is, throw another axe at him, because I couldn't hit him from over here with the axe. I probably should have used more arrows. But and now there's another, I believe that's another projectile guy. So that may be why I'm taking him out. I'm not sure if he was one of them. But definitely, whenever the projectile guys show up, I recommend getting rid of them immediately. Because, you know, if you're focusing on another guy, you're not going to really be aware of a fireball coming at your ass. You know, you're not going to see it unless you're directly facing a guy with the projectile, and they move around a lot. So, you know, it's definitely about prioritizing. Your targets can make these modes a lot easier. So, you know, you want to have a strategy. You don't just want to fight anyone who's in your way. It's a lot harder if you don't plan a little bit. Yeah, so basically, I've been taking it easy. I mean, it's been fucking intense, but I'm staying back and trying to take these assholes out. I think this may have been beaten this sequence. This was definitely a tough part. This was the toughest part up until this point in the game for me. And the next part is a lot harder than this. So, you know, be prepared, boys and girls. It definitely gets hard. And I edited in that black screen because I wanted to show that I was, you know, at a different area, since they can look similar. So this is the next combat sequence, which consists of one fucking enemy, but it is, you know, I included it because it is combat in this mode that you have to do. You really can't. I don't think you can skip enemies in any parts in the game. They force you to fight everything. So you can't, like, run past enemies and open doors like you could in, you know, some games. You can do that. And I would definitely be doing that. But then again, it is good to get the experience points on a mode like this to get your guys stronger, I guess. Yeah, so this is a very easy fight, you know. If you can't beat this guy after overcoming all that shit, then I don't even know what to say. That would be bizarre. Okay, so here's the next sequence, which you saw transition to the box. Now this is very fucking hard, but I do have some tips. My first tip here was to insert as many of these fucking assholes into that pit as possible. See, I put 2 of them in there immediately. Use your launcher attack and get them in the air, and then use your R1 hits to knock them into those pits. And hang out near the edge so that they'll come by you. You know what I mean? So that you can... Now, he got stuck against the wall here, but I think he goes in. And you can only get the lighter guys and weaker guys into the pit, but they still take a long fucking time to kill if you don't do this. So, you know, utilize the environment and get them in that fucking pit. You also have your new L1 and R1 move when you hold both buttons, which can sometimes knock guys back into like a pit, I think, too. But most of the time, the most reliable way is, you know, parry, block, and use that heavy attack to get those guys in the air. And get them in that fucking pit as fast as possible. And do not use your rage, for my strategy anyway. Don't use your rage until this hard fireball throwing enemy comes. See, now he just came out, I believe. See, the purple guy with the purple health bar, he's a fireball throwing asshole. I saved my rage for him, and I also did it so that all the other guys were grouped closely together so I could hurt them as well. So try to do that when they come out. And the reason I say take out that fireball asshole is because, 1, he has a lot of fucking health, and 2, he'll be throwing fireballs at you the whole time, along with these 2 assholes on the top that throw fireballs down at you. So you'll have 3 guys throwing fireballs at you if you don't take care of that asshole. So I recommend saving your rage and using it on him if you have it available. And then here what I have to do, or what I did for my strategy, is I make runs in a circular motion, and I run back and I try to throw an axe at those guys. Then I get the fuck out. Now you see there's some health here. I picked those up so I can, you know, have a better chance of surviving. Now I'm on fire, which is not good. This, like I said, is very fucking frustrating and hard part. So don't get frustrated. Just, you know, try to just keep at it. You'll beat it. So I got one of those fire throwing assholes. Now I probably should have used more of the Atreus arrows. I probably could have took him out sooner. But what I was doing here was pretty much running laps and dodging the fireballs and then throwing the axe immediately. Usually I'd get in one hit of the axe, I'd get the fuck out because the other guys would be on my ass and I didn't want to take a hit while I was trying to throw the axe at the guy. So I just try to get that axe in him, you know, as fast as possible. See, I had to move fast. It can be very close when the guys are on your ass. They won't wait to hit you, you know, they'll fucking hit you, kill you. So, yeah, so that was pretty much my strategy. Very hard part, but I think that should help players who are having trouble by, you know, putting all those guys in the pit. That was what eventually came to me when I realized there was a pit. So I would say always try to use those and use the environment. And the next part is also very hard, but I haven't beaten it yet. But I will be posting it as I beat these segments. I hope you enjoy. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like to see in these tutorials. And thanks again for watching. Welcome to my continued commentary for God of War on the hardest difficulty setting. I start off here with trying to land a hard charged axe strike on the first enemy that appears. I figured I'd try to get in some heavy damage to start off the fight. So I just keep trying until I get one to land. You know, why not? Get in a little hard hit. Does some nice damage. And, yeah, after the fight that you just beat, which was quite a bit harder than this fight, you shouldn't have too much problem with this. It may take some tries, but the previous fight I thought was much harder. So you can use a lot of the same strategies of just throwing the axe from a distance to wear down the health bars. I do sometimes throw the axe at this guy whenever he's holding Atreus. You know, either just hit him or throw the axe at him so he drops the kid. I don't know what happens if you let him keep the kid. I'm assuming that you might lose the game because I saw a health bar counting down, so I didn't want to take the chance. And I use a lot of distance tactics, you know, with the axe on this fight. Yesterday, I just didn't have the energy to finish this after playing for about 2 hours. I was starting to play kind of slow, so I just wasn't I wasn't as amped up yesterday by the time I got to this, so I played today and I beat it maybe on my second try, so yeah, it was much easier for me with a little bit of energy. And not nearly as hard as yesterday on the encounter before this yesterday, which was quite hard. So now, yeah, you have a lot of enemies to deal with here. Now you have 4 enemies, and 2 of them are hard enemies that take a lot of hits. So yeah, I used an R2 launcher to get the guys in the air, and then I used the regular hits to get some extra damage on that big guy. And I just used it. Previously, I used that charged axe swing to take off a lot of the health of that smaller, weaker enemy, so that was useful. I'd say when you can get that in, try to get it in. Also, by this point, you should have enough XP to upgrade and get all the available moves. So make sure you do that and get that charge. That charge shot is great. So I definitely recommend getting that. It is dangerous to try to use it frequently, but I try to get it in occasionally now that I have it. It's a very useful move. So yeah, it does get intense though. This was a hard fight though. Definitely not easy. But things are about to get a lot worse. Well, at least after this video, I still have to beat the next segment after the. There's a few more segments I beat here in this video, but there's a really hard segment that I haven't beat yet. So that'll probably be the next video. Yeah, so you should also have your rage at some point. I'd suggest using that to beat the shit out of one of the bigger enemies, because those are the ones that are going to be the most problematic. And the benefit, of course, to using your rage mode is that it regenerates your health. So use it when your health is getting low. And also, of course, you're invincible, or nearly invincible for a while, and you can do a lot of damage to a stronger enemy. So focus on one of the larger, stronger enemies, I would say, with it, and get some of your health back. And then I just continue the tactic of just keeping my distance and playing it safe. And I'll hit these guys occasionally so they drop the kid. And yeah, so this definitely wasn't a flashy fight, but it didn't need to be. You don't have to do anything fancy here. It still does take, it'll still take a lot of, skill overall. You still have to maneuver well and keep your distance because there's still a lot of guys to manage. So either way, this mode is going to challenge. It's going to challenge you either way. But this is not one of the harder fights. Things are going to get pretty bad in the probably by the next video. There's going to be some hard shit. But after this, there will be a fight against an enemy that can be very hard. But luckily, the enemy is alone, and I just exploit it with axe throws, and it only took me a few tries. It wasn't bad. So you'll see that. It may not be the most exciting thing, but it will work. But it's not going to work for the next encounter, which is going to be one of those floating enemies. And on top of that, there's going to be a bunch of other enemies to deal with. So that's going to be very fucking hard. That may take me a while to beat. I don't know how much trouble it's going to give me yet, because I've only tried it maybe like once. But I figured I would, I can only record for an hour at a time on the PS4 console, so that's why some of these clips are only 7 or 10 minutes, because it's just whatever I was able to beat in that time. This was about 35 minutes of playing, 35 minutes it took me to get as far as you see in the video. So I didn't record for the full hour, but I guess I felt like taking a little food break. I want to play some more today after this, try to get a little farther. I'll see if I can even beat the next checkpoint today. And then I'll get on to some more fucking relaxing and easier going games. After a few hours of this, it definitely takes a toll. But I'm enjoying it overall. Now with this enemy, this is a hard enemy, but all you have to do, in this case, it's not a hard fight, because all you got to do is keep your distance. There's only one of them, so let Atreus distract them. Use your arrows a lot from Atreus to stun him, because it's very hard to hit him with the axe unless he's stunned. The axe throws don't seem to land otherwise, or they land very rarely. So use the stuns and just keep throwing the axe at him. Dodge to the side when he throws out one of his waves. I think you can block them as well, but I usually try. I'll block and roll. I'll mix it up just to try to, depending on if I have enough time to dodge. Sometimes I'll block it, sometimes I'll roll. But yeah, there's not much to it. It shouldn't take you too long to kill this enemy. But coming up next, or very soon, is going to be this enemy plus a bunch of other enemies. So that's going to be, that's going to be a hard fucking fight. And I haven't gotten a strategy or figured that out yet. I only tried it like once, but I could tell it's going to be fucking hard. And I watched videos, so I saw a video on the amount of enemies to expect, and there's a lot. So here I decided, actually there's going to be a surprise enemy. It's very easy. It's one enemy. It's one very easy enemy. So, there's not going to be anything to explain with this because you've fought a lot of these guys by this point. But yeah, that charge attack is great. You see it took a huge chunk of the enemy's health. It's great when you have a chance to use it. And when enemies are approaching you, you can charge it up if you're not surrounded and hope that it'll land on a guy too, And that's what I did with that in the beginning of this video. Yeah, so I decided, I think I'm gonna show when I find these apples. I'll probably, if it doesn't take me too long, I'll probably show where I got them at. This is a very easy one of these puzzles, so it didn't take long to get. I didn't show the first apple item that I got that extends your health bar when you collect 3 because it's right in the beginning of the game. You can't really miss it. But I think I will show these in the future video when I find them. Because, it is important to know where these are for this mode. Even though this series is mainly going to be focused on combat, I guess there'll be certain other things that I'll show that are useful. And yeah, that's pretty much, after I get this item, that's pretty much all this video is going to be showing. Because like I said, that was 35 minutes of recording. And that's all the progress I made in that time. So that's why some of these videos are going to be short. I don't know how to combine videos yet. It's something I'm going to have to learn how to do eventually. Because it's kind of ridiculous making these little short videos. But bear with me for now, and I hope that you enjoy these videos. And I'm going to work on trying to beat the next few segments soon. So stay tuned. Welcome back to the tutorial for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. And there's 2 very hard encounters coming up next, especially the encounter after this is very difficult, but I have some very good methods. So to start with, this purple enemy here with the purple life bar, use 3 charge attacks on him immediately, and he won't have a chance to recover, and you'll eliminate him immediately. And it's a repeatable tactic, so you should be able to get it in each time. I know because I died a few times on this encounter, so it's a great way to start off. And now I use the charge attacks heavily in this encounter for crowd control, and you'll see what I mean in a moment. See, I'm using them here, and after you land one of them, you can aim the camera, and that'll affect the direction you kick it, so you can knock the enemies back. So I knocked them back into this alcove here where they're all crammed together, right? So I'm able to get in a lot of hits this way, so I purposely did that. And I try to continue that for as long as possible to do, maximum damage before I have to deal with them out in the open. And there are some other cheap tactics you can do, which there's a wall you can hide behind and pull some bullshit, but it takes long if you just want to throw the axe at them. But I prefer this method. Just be ready to block at any time during you can interrupt your charge at any time and block. That's what's good about this game, is that you can interrupt pretty much any animation, so be ready to do that. Don't get greedy and try to go through with the charge if you're about to get hit. Just be ready to react. And then you should be okay. But yeah, it still gets close, but I use this move heavily here, and it's very effective. And I was finally able to turn off the fucking auto-targeting bullshit that I hate. I accidentally press it all the time. And if you don't like it, I would say go into the menu, the settings. You press start to pause the game, then press triangle for options. Go into settings. And turn off that auto-aim shit if you don't like it. I hate it, so I never use it anyway. That auto-targeting lock-on type of shit. So I turned it off, and now I don't have to worry about accidentally locking on the guys. So yeah, this is the alcove. Well, not the alcove. This is the corner I was talking about that's safer. The guys will eventually come through here, I think, but you can throw axes from that little corner, and the fireballs will hit into the edge of that wall. Though I don't end up using that tactic, but it is a safe way to pull some bullshit from a distance. I was initially playing it like that until I decided to get more aggressive. And the next segment after this is going to involve perfect positioning, but you can pull major bullshit at the start of the fight, and you can make it much easier by eliminating 3 enemies immediately, 2 very strong enemies. And I'll show you how to do that. It's a repeatable strategy as well, as I've done it many times, as I died a number of times. This took me like 51 minutes to beat these 2 parts, so it was hard. So yeah, for this very easy enemy, just punch him to death as usual. Use some arrows. He's pretty much, you know, you can stun him and then just take him out with the R3. Once that halo's around his head. Now this next part's going to be based on perfect positioning, so just watch how I do this. I move over here. As soon as he spawns, I shoot 3 arrows at him to stun him. Then I use the rage move immediately, and then I use the stomp, the air stomp with the rage move. I think it's R2, to knock the floating enemy to death immediately. Then I move to the right, and I knock that other heavy enemy into the pit immediately with that stomp attack. You have to do it just like that to get it to work. Now over here I use I get him in the air with the, with the launcher attack, R2, and then R1 to finish him while he's in air, knock him into the pit. And by doing that, I only have these 2 enemies left instead of fighting like 5 enemies. And 2 of them being very hard fucking enemies. So you can immediately eliminate those 3 enemies, and you can do that each time. Now occasionally the floating enemy you may hit the floating enemy, the remnant, into a wall or something, or into those gears, and it won't go in the pit. In that case, you may want to reload the checkpoint. But aside from that, I found that positioning to work pretty much every time. So it's a really fast way to eliminate those 3 enemies, make this encounter much more manageable. So I would recommend trying to start it off like that. And if you don't start it off like that, just reset it, because you'll make things much easier if you can get that to go down like that. And of course, it's still going to be challenging because it's not easy fighting these 2 enemies, because one has the projectiles. And of course, the ones with the purple life bars, they take a lot of hits, and as well as these heavy guys do. So it does take some time. So even when I go in to finish off the enemy, because it has a tiny amount of health, it still takes a lot of hits because the enemies have so much health on this mode that it's deceiving. But yeah, now at this point, it's just dealing with one of them by itself, and it's easy. So you can get your health, whatever you need, and just deal with it. But yeah, this encounter can be very difficult, so, I'd recommend starting it off like that and getting rid of those enemies immediately. I always like to use pits to my advantage and exploit whatever I can. It's a good example of the kind of shit that I try to do in these kind of modes and games. So I was happy with the way that it was executed. I thought these 2 parts came out well. But yeah, it did take me, I think it took me about 51 minutes to do these 2 parts. So it wasn't something I did quickly. But it could have took me a lot longer on this second fight with the remnant, because the remnant by itself was easy, but fighting it with all the enemies is not easy. So I think it's probably one of the harder parts so far, if not the hardest part so far. It's definitely up there for what we've encountered so far. But with my strategy, it's not that bad. You just use that strategy and it'll be much easier. And that's it. Thanks for watching, and I'll try to get some more strategies up soon. I have another video with a few more segments, and I'm going to try to work on the game some more today as well. Thanks for watching. Welcome to commentary for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. And yeah, these upcoming encounters are some of the easier ones, so there won't really be much need for explanation, but I figured I'd continue the commentary throughout all the encounters, just to keep it consistent. But yeah, if you completed the previous encounters, you shouldn't have any issues here. The humans go down in a few hits, and then, a few axe throws will take care of these guys. And then next comes this encounter right after. And initially I thought I had to punch all these guys to death like I did with the first boss, which was kind of ridiculous. But the only one that you have to worry about using your fist only on is the one with the helmet. So the other guys you can hit with your axe. And then, so I would just take care of them first. Just kill them first and use your axe. Throw your axe at them, chop them up, and just ignore the other asshole with the helmet. And then once they're dead, you can easily take care of the remaining one, as you've dealt with a number of these assholes before already. So there's not much strategy there. You know, they can be a little sneaky, as with all enemies on this mode, but yeah, I tried my charged shot and it didn't work on him because he's resistant to axe attacks, so I thought maybe since it was a powerful shot it would penetrate through, but it does not. So yeah, now just punch this asshole to death, you know. And then this is after you meet the blacksmith for the first time, I believe. And this is an easy fight as well. I mean, not super easy, but easy enough. I think I beat it on my first or second try. It wasn't hard. By this point, you're really used to this combination of enemies. And you have a lot of room here to fuck around, so you can pull a lot of bullshit. I probably should have dealt with the projectile enemies first, but I said fuck it. I think I accidentally used my rage here because I have a tendency to press the analog sticks really hard and they click sometimes. So at least I'm not auto-targeting enemies every few seconds and getting stuck on the enemy. So I disabled that in the menus. So be sure to disable that if you don't like that feature. I explained in the previous video how to do it. You just pause the game, hit triangle, and then go into settings. And you can change that. You can also make some other changes in the menu that are pretty useful. I tried putting the run command on X instead of having to press the L3 down. And I liked it until I realized I couldn't turn with the right analog stick because my thumb was on X. So I decided not to do that. Otherwise it would have been good. But there are some other interesting changes. I think I made some other tweaks in the menu as well. I suggest checking it out and see if you can make some changes that make gameplay better. You can also disable the mashing bullshit where you got to mash circle and, you know, shit like that. You can just put it so that you just hold the button down instead of having to mash it, which will be convenient when you play this mode because if you're dying a lot on a part, you're going to wear out your fingers having to keep repeating the mashing sequences, I'm assuming. I know in God of War 2 that was a huge problem for me to the point where I used a rapid fire controller because I died so much in that game, and having to pry open the Minotaur's mouth every time I died was getting to be hand-numbing. Yeah, so you saw I used that tree for cover, and you can pull a lot of bullshit behind that tree. And then when there was one guy left, I came in for the kill. But yeah, you can dodge all the fireballs when those guys are over there and you're behind the tree. You can definitely use walls a lot in this game to your advantage. Use those corners. But yeah, not anything I had to explain to anybody watching this at this point, because if you got this far, you've already used a lot of these tactics or seen the previous videos where I used them. Now for this, you really don't have to fight. It's more of an illusion. All you really have to do is, you know, get that thing stuck with the axe and then aim. Just aim for that door. Ignore the enemies and just hit that door 3 times in that exposed area, and then just haul ass and leave. And that's it. So yeah, I was fighting them for a while and that fucked me up, but you don't have to do that. So all in all, these segments took me about 31 minutes to complete, so it wasn't too bad. So now I show another minute and a half of footage because I show how to get the next main chest. It'll give you a rage horn, which, you know, if you get, I don't know how many of them you have to get, but if you get a certain amount of them, you know, you'll upgrade your rage bar. I know for the apples it's 3. For the rage horns, I'm not sure if it's 3, but this will show how to get it. It's very easy to get. But you don't want to skip it on this mode. You don't really want to skip it on any mode, but on this mode you want everything you can get. So, and then after that, I may try to get another video. I got 2 videos up today. You know, with this mode I do have to inch my way through a little bit because it can be pretty fucking hard. But it hasn't been as bad as I was anticipating yet. But I'm sure it will. So later encounters will probably be very difficult. In the last video, I pulled a lot of bullshit, and I made, I made some of those encounters a lot easier than they would normally be. So I recommend checking that if you haven't already. That was my best video so far that I put out of the game. I think it was the best executed anyway of what I've put out. But yeah, I'll try to maybe get some more footage today before I switch up to another game. Take a little break. But I've been playing daily, so I'm going to try to put out more progress daily. Thanks for watching. Let me know if there's anything you want me to add. I hope you enjoyed the video. Thanks a lot. Welcome to part 7 of the Give Me God of War tutorial for the hardest mode. And this fight took me a little bit over 9 minutes. On my successful attempt. I did die once, but it's an easy fight. It's similar to what you dealt with the single giant earlier. Except the only difference is you have, some enemies that will spawn and try to fuck with you during the fight. So, occasionally you will have to deal with them. I'd recommend getting rid of them when they're around. See, things get a little close here. But that's because I wasn't playing it safe. I was going up to the giant and fighting it with the axe. I did use the rage mode, which is safe, but, then I continued to strike him with the axe. It's a lot easier if you just keep your distance and use axe throws like I showed with the first appearance of this giant. And also just dealing with these enemies as they appear. I think sometimes they drop health as well, so it's good to kill them. Plus, they can cause a lot of problems when you're trying to deal with the giant. So it's always better to get these guys out. Since they have projectiles, they'll just keep throwing fireballs at you the whole time. And they're easy to kill, so that's really the only main difference with this fight. But you have a huge area to run around with. So, in some ways, it may even be easier. I can use this landmass here. You see, I use it to keep it between me and the giant, and eventually I'll be running back and forth behind that landmass, and the giant will stay on the other side of the landmass. As long as you keep changing directions, it'll confuse him, and he'll just keep going back and forth. And while he's doing that, you can throw axes at him and use your rage mode. Rage mode as it builds up. Plus it gives you some health back when you use it. So do that and pick up the health pickups around the area if you need them. But I mean, it's an easy fight. It just takes long. It's another easy endurance match. So there's not really much to say about the fight, but, I figured I would make a commentary version of each encounter, so I'll continue to do that for now. But yeah, you can of course speed up the fight if you go right up to him and fight him directly with the axe, but you can die really easily. You end up spending more time on this fight if you die a few times. If you're getting his life bar down like halfway or 3/4 down and then you die by fighting him with the axe, then, you repeat that a few times and it ends up taking you longer. So this is definitely, I would say this is more efficient. Unless you're, really confident with being up close to him. But yeah, like usual, you can use these rocks to get behind and give yourself some shelter. This giant does have an attack where he can make fire come up out of the ground from a distance, so you're never really safe just standing still, because it can go through various obstacles. It'll come up from under the ground, so you got to be careful about that. So mainly just keep moving, but if you keep this landmass between you and the giant and just keep moving back and forth, he'll get confused and he won't come around the landmass if you keep doing that. And then when the rage builds up, just focus it all on the giant, since the other guys are really easy to kill, so they're not really going to be that much of a problem. Kill them when you get a chance, but I try to usually take them out whenever I see them, just to get rid of them because they can always cause problems. So yeah, I guess I spent a total of maybe 12 minutes on this fight because I died once when I had some of his health down. So I got it on my second try. And then after that, there really wasn't much combat in the rest of this video, but I do show where there's another apple for your health upgrade. So if you don't know about that, it's right in this area. But if you don't know how to get it, I show how to do that because it's important to get those in this mode. So, but yeah, most likely you will already be familiar with it, but I'll try to show them. So yeah, there's maybe one other encounter in this video, and it's just a single enemy, so it's almost not even worth showing. But I just try to show all the encounters that I come across. The recording maybe took me around an hour or something like that, but that was because of all the cutscenes and exploration. I've been trying to explore the areas thoroughly, and there wasn't any combat in a while. So this was all that got recorded in maybe an hour, or maybe it was 40 minutes. I'm not sure, but I'm limited to like what I can record on the console, an hour at a time. So it's usually whatever I can get in an hour that shows up in the video. But once I learn how to combine videos, then I can make the videos longer. I think that'll be better. But for now, I just edit down the hour of footage 1 hour at a time, and whatever's left over. Since it's combat focused, there's not a lot of footage in some of these videos. I think if you go through that area, you may actually be able to skip this part and jump down there. It seemed like you could because I saw some XP appear or something. You might be able to leave this area. But I'd recommend killing the giant and getting the experience points. And you probably want to get rid of him anyway to get the chest for the apple. I'm not sure if you can get the apple while he's still alive. I don't know if the game will let you do that. I didn't try it. But I wanted to get the XP for killing the giant. Plus, if I remember right, I think you get a really good attack or something for killing the giant. I think it might be a runic or something. So it's actually worth killing him for that alone, not even considering the experience points. So I definitely recommend. I don't know if you can skip them. It doesn't seem like you can really skip enemies in this game, so maybe you can't. But I'd still recommend doing it. There are some optional fights that you don't have to do, but I try to do them anyway when they're in the main story, just to get the experience. But yeah, by now you pretty much will have the idea of this fight going back and forth in this landmass, throwing the axe, using the arrows, and you can skip to maybe about 9 minutes and 30 seconds into the video, and that'll show you where the next where the apple is. It's right in that chest, but it'll show you how to get it. It's very easy to get. But if for whatever reason you don't know where it is, that's where it is. After some of the encounters in the previous videos, the next few encounters have been a lot easier. So the game, it's possible that, it'll have periods where it gets easier as I get more powerful and more familiar with the combat. But then it may spike up again towards the end with the harder enemies. I'm not sure yet what the arrangements are going to be and what the fights are going to be like later. Depending on my armor and things like that. Depending how many side missions I do to power up. As I've mentioned, I'm not really big on exploring and shit like that. I like to just go straight through games. So, it is possible at some point I will dedicate a few hours just to doing, you know, side activities, exploring and picking shit up, you know, just to get more powerful. But it'll probably depend on how much trouble the game's given me. But I may just do it anyway, just for insurance. But yeah, that's it. You know, it's an easy fight. It's just kind of long and tedious. But it's similar to the strategy I showed on the first giant. It's only slightly harder. So yeah, I didn't show what I picked up there, but I think you get a runic attack or something like that. So definitely pick up all that shit after you kill the giant. Which, you know, I'm sure most people would do that anyway. It's just, you know, kind of a natural instinct in these games to pick everything up. So yeah, you just throw the axe at these three things really quickly, and that's it. Then you get that. And that's, yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I have another video that I'm waiting for to upload. Then once it uploads to YouTube, I have to download it, edit it, add the commentary, sync the commentary with the video. Then I got to re-upload it back to YouTube. So that's why it takes a little while sometimes, because I got to wait a long-ass time for the PlayStation to send over the file to YouTube. It takes a while. That's the longest part. Then I have to wait for it to be in HD quality, you know, and then I can upload it, because otherwise it's really low quality. But yeah, this was just one enemy encounter. I just showed it because it was just part of the game. So stay tuned, and thanks again. Welcome to part 8 of the Give Me God of War tutorial for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. And this is basically just some cleanup fights. I mean, nothing hard is shown here, so feel free to skip this video if you don't want to waste your time. There is one chest that has an apple in it to upgrade your health that I show. It's right after you meet the World Serpent, so it's kind of hard to miss, but you can miss it. And that's about all that's about the only interesting thing I show in this video. Everything else is really basic combat. Some of it's optional, and a few of the encounters are required, but very easy. So yeah, there's not really... This is right after the World Serpent. Immediately you're going to see this area after the World Serpent cutscene. You're going to see this area around where that cutscene ends, I believe. It's very easy to find. And I was fucking around for a while trying to hit this bird, which I ended up doing later. But I wasn't able to get a clean hit on it. But yeah, eventually you'll be able to hit that bird and get 100 XP. I don't know what the other purpose of getting them is, but 100 XP is useful in this mode, so I would suggest trying to hit it and fucking around until you get it. And then once you do go onto the beach, there's some very easy combat. See, I nicked the bird, but it's not enough to kill it. You got to get like a direct hit. So I end up going back to that later. I tried using the arrows to hit the bird, but those are too slow, so I wasn't able to do that. So yeah, you'll be fighting some very easy floating enemies here. It's a very easy section. I think I died once for whatever reason. I think I was just being lazy, playing sloppily. But this is... All these scenes are about as far as I got in about an hour of playing, but I was fucking around in the menus a lot. Slowly exploring and things like that, so I was wasting time. Plus there was a lot of cutscenes in this part of the game, so not a lot is shown in this video. But yeah, after you kill all those enemies, then you just do this little puzzle here where you get like 2 full rotations with the axe on this spinning device. And, you know, once it stops moving, just throw the axe at these 3 targets quickly. And then you'll get that chest. I think I fucked it up several times. I didn't edit it too cleanly, but you get the idea. You'll see what I'm talking about. So, like I said, there really wasn't much to display in this video. I didn't make that much progress in that hour. But yeah, you'll get the apple, and eventually when you get 3 of them, again, you'll get the next health upgrade. It'll probably be a while. Though maybe I will do some exploring and look up where to find the other apples and the rage meter increase horns, because that could be really useful. I mean, if you can take an extra hit in combat, that would be huge on this mode. And then I think I fuck around once again and I try to hit that bird. Here I'm just looking around, making sure I'm not missing anything. I'm kind of obsessive on the hardest mode with trying to look around the environment. Because I'm thinking, like, shit, what if I miss something? So I'm a little bit more cautious now. On normal, I didn't really give a fuck. I kind of just ran past a lot of shit on normal because I didn't care. I knew I didn't need to be upgraded to be fucking normal. I wasn't worried about it. I just wanted to have fun. I don't like to explore that much. So for me, it was more fun to just go through the main story. I'm actually enjoying the game a lot more now, though. Because I'm getting deeper into the mechanics. I'm more encouraged now to explore because I can actually... I can actually use the power-ups now. They're actually going to be meaningful to me on the hardest mode. That's really why I love playing the hardest modes of games. It makes me really appreciate the mechanics of the game, whereas if I'm not challenged, I can't really appreciate all the mechanics. And I won't take the time to delve deep into the combat if I don't need to use it. It's just like, that's just the way I am when it comes to that kind of shit. I'm just so used to just mowing through a lot of games that if a game doesn't force me to put in the extra work, I won't. But, when I have to grind it out, I'm capable. But a lot of times I won't do it unless I have to. So, yeah, there was no point in showing myself taking the elevator up to do nothing. I think, I killed a seagull, though. That was good. Why the fuck not, man? Eating all the fucking fish and shit. I wanted all those rotten fish. They're stealing all my fucking food. But yeah, so and here's going to be a very easy encounter. Extremely easy. Compared to what we've been dealing with so far. It's just a few simple enemies. And they give you a little bullshit explanation that I guess now Atreus is going to decide to participate more for some reason. I've also been editing out like the upgrade menus and shit like that. I mean, I just don't think it's that important. I really want to focus on the combat mechanics and show people how to beat the combat scenarios. I don't want to have a video where you're watching a lot of shit just to get to the parts that you're stuck on. I want this video to be straight to the point. I don't want you to have to watch me wandering around aimlessly or walking through and watching cutscenes and all that bullshit. I just want to get to the fucking point. Because when I look for these kind of videos, I just want to see the combat scenarios most of the time. So that's what my series is going to focus on for this game. But I will show some areas. I should have showed that last area with the apple on the map, but since it's right by the world serpent, you can't really miss it. So you shouldn't have a problem finding that. But I'll try to remember to pull up the map just so it shows where I'm at. Because otherwise it's going to be very confusing to know where the fuck I am. Because I'm not going to show all the traversal and all that, because I think it's a waste of time. A waste of the viewer's time. When you're watching on the hardest setting, you already know you already beat the game on normal most likely, and the part that you're struggling on is probably not the navigation, it's probably the actual combat. So I just want to get to the point, save everybody some time. Save me some time, too, because I enjoy watching the videos. I like watching the good shit. It's satisfying to me when I beat a hard part, so I like to actually see how I executed the parts. I enjoy that. That's why I love recording it. And you'll see the previous enemy, I was able to impale him into the wall. I think I launched him in the air and then threw the axe while he was airborne, and he impaled right into the wall and instantly died. It seems a very useful tactic. I don't think I actually did that intentionally. Sometimes I hit the triggers accidentally, like I think I'm blocking or something, or I want to swing, but I press something else, and then I aim and throw, so, sometimes weird shit happens. But, yeah, a very easy asshole enemy. The reason I say these are asshole enemies, though, is because in the next encounter, they're very annoying, but I haven't beaten that yet. Because after 2 hours of playing, I was a little burned out, so I figured I would probably stop playing the game for today, but I'll get these 2 videos out today and probably switch up to some other games, maybe play a little of the Division and some other games that I'll post up. So stay tuned, and thanks for watching. Welcome to part 8 of my God of War 2018 Give Me God of War Hardest Mode tutorial. This is a hard encounter. This took me around 27 minutes. You'll see I took out the first guy immediately up on the cliff with a few axe throws and some arrows. Then I went and took out a second guy up on the top of the cliff. So I'd recommend taking out those two guys first. Then I go in this little small area over here so that I can try to isolate these ground worms, because these ground worms are a huge pain in the ass. So my strategy was to take care of them first before focusing on the other guys directly. And yeah, so when I'm able to, I'll use a R2 strike on them to get them in the air. Usually after they come out of the ground, I'll dodge their first attack immediately, then hit R2. And while they're in the air, I'll hit them a few times at R1, and I'll just repeat that. Because if you keep them in the air and hit them, you can get in a lot of hits. But here I just used my rage mode because I wanted to try to take out that guy as fast as possible. So while I'm in this little alcove over here, I do throw my axes at the other guys in the distance to try to thin them out. Because, you know, the less of them you have shooting you while you're in here, the better. You do get some cover from that tree and the rocks, but, you know, you still have guys that come out around the edge and throw shit at you. And it almost gets me killed in a moment, so you'll see it's still dangerous. But now, while I have some time before the second serpent appears, there's only 2 serpents, so before the second one appears, I use that time to take out some of these assholes behind the tree, and I use that edge for cover. But then once the serpent does appear, it's going to get a little fucking crazy in here, and I'm going to end up getting the fuck out and going back to a more open area to deal with the rest of the enemies. But, you know, initially I found it works well to go in here to deal with the serpents. It'll give you some breathing room to deal with them, because they're the main threat in this fight. Once you get rid of them, the regular enemies are not hard. You know, it's nothing abnormal from what you've been dealing with, but the serpents are a new enemy, and they're a pain in the ass. So see, I get him airborne with the R2 heavy attack, and then I use R1. See, but now one fireball took me out completely, so it's very dangerous. So I use my resurrection stone here. And you can use your resurrection stone here. Don't worry about that, because you can just buy another one from the blacksmith that's in this area. So don't worry about saving it up for the next encounters. It's, you know, completely safe to use it here. So now I said, fuck that. It got a little crowded in there. So, you know, I said, well, I'll just go back to the open area and deal with them out here. So again, I still keep my focus on dealing with this guy first. I want to make sure I kill these guys as fast as possible. So now that they're dead, now all you got to do is take out a few of these stragglers, and it's, you know, these ones have more health than the regular ones, but yeah, it's not hard. You'll have no problem with this throwing your axe, and you know, you've dealt with plenty of these kinds of guys before. But yeah, with that strategy, you can make things a lot more manageable. Instead of trying to fight everything in the open at the same time and having guys throwing fireballs down at you, plus throwing fireballs at you. And, you know, 2 serpents sometimes at once will come out. It can get crazy if you try to fight everything in the open. I've had 2 serpents and all the enemies on me at once. So it gets really fucking dangerous. So, you know, I'd recommend doing things in that order. And, you know, improvise as needed, but I think that'll give you a good general way to deal with this area. It was tough. It took me around 27 minutes, so I got a little creative with more of a plan, you know, to break it down. And now I'll show how to get another one of these special items. And I'm also just going to show, I figured for the fuck of it, there's a lot of items to get in this general area, so I figured I'd just show, I'd show several of the items. I'd pretty much show, I think, all the items that I picked up in this area. Normally I would only show like the apple or the horn items that extend your rage and health bars, but I figured I'd show a little bit more here, since it's all together pretty much. So, you know, it made sense just to leave it in, because some of them are a little tricky to get. You may not know how to get them, but it's just a matter of matching the symbols on the chest. You have to get the same symbols on the rotating spinning thing, so just match up those symbols. You know, just get the same symbols to appear on those rotating things that you throw your axe at as the ones that are on the chest, and then you can go back and open it, and you'll see where they're at. You'll see where I go to find them all. There's one in with all this toxic gas, and you just have to, you know, you have to disable that if you want to see what the symbol is. So So you can just hit it and then, you know, take your axe back, throw it again, and just keep checking to see what symbol it's on. And just, you know, match it with the one that you don't have yet. For this one, there's one of those things around the corner that you can disable that gas and get the chest. I didn't know that, so I was still just kind of fucking around trying to figure out what I had to do to get it. I tried to run in and see if I could just grab it real fast, but you can't do that. I don't think so. Just deactivate it right there. And yeah, the only other combat in this video is going to be against a single remnant enemy, or revenant, I think they're called. I'm not sure, but it's a floating enemy that you've dealt with before. So, I didn't find any of these armors that I got in this area to be useful at all, but they're still good to get because you can sell them, you know, and you can always use more money, so it doesn't hurt. But I wasn't going to equip any of them. I didn't find them to be too good. I like the Boar's gear that I have now because I was going for offense over defense. And you get another one of the horns for your rage meter. But yeah, so far I've been going for offense, higher strength and attack over my defense, which maybe I'll end up regretting that later. But for now, you know, that's the way I've been going. I'm usually more offensive. I don't hang back a lot in these games. Though I have been with the axe throws, but you don't really get hit when you do that anyway against the easier enemies that you can throw the axe on. So you might as well have more strength and take them out faster. But I may keep several sets of gear so I can switch them out for different encounters. You know, I may try doing stuff like that later. But for now, I've been managing. And now to get rid of this gas, you go around the corner and there's a thing that you'll see around the corner. You can disable it. But yeah, there's only going to be one of those floating enemies. And all I'm going to be doing is throwing the axe at it pretty much. So, and using the arrows to stun it. The same thing I did with the first one that appeared. So you can safely skip the rest of the video if you don't want to waste your time watching that. It's a few minutes of just tedious, you know, axe throwing. Nothing exciting, worth watching. But I'll keep the commentary going for the full videos. I haven't really been doing any side shit yet or exploring. I've just been going through to the main content. But, you know, I'm going to consider it as things get harder. For the next encounter, I recommend, after this guy, for the next main encounter, it's going to be against a giant. Well, a smaller giant, but he's fast, and he has a bunch of helpers. It's in a snow area. And I'd suggest not destroying those explosive barrels when you get there, because you could actually use them for the fight. So just leave them alone until after you kill the giant. If you did accidentally destroy all the explosive barrels, like I did, because I didn't know there was going to be a fight in that area, you can reload your save, either your most recent save or the one before that, and you should have it. The game should auto save to when you're in the area with the barrels, you know, and there won't be any enemies. It'll be after you destroy those wolves and the small enemies, and you'll get your checkpoint back with all the explosive barrels intact, and you can use them all against the ogre and the enemies. I'll probably explain that again in the next video, because that's the video that's going to show that fight. But just as a precaution, if you go ahead of this video, just remember to use those barrels and load your save. If you did destroy them for some reason, reload the save, and you'll have an auto save, so it's safe to do it. Because it'll make things a lot fucking easier if you have those barrels intact. They do a lot of damage to the smaller enemies and to the ogre itself. But I'll go more into that. You know, there's no sense in me explaining the strategy for that fight, you know, while this video is still going, so I'll save that for the next. Otherwise, I don't really have anything to talk about for the next video. The next video pretty much only shows that encounter. I don't think there's any other fights that I have in the next video, so, you know. I should have it up soon. I'm waiting for it to upload to YouTube, and then I got to add the commentary. But yeah, very simple fight here. I mean, you've already done this. If you use my strategy for the first one, then you've already fought them like this before. It's the easiest way to deal with them from a distance. Arrows and axe. And thanks a lot for watching, and I hope you enjoy the videos, and I'm going to try to get the next one out within the next hour or so. Hopefully it'll be uploaded by then and I can add the commentary. Thanks again. Welcome to the tutorial. And for this fight, start out with a heavy charged axe swing and then follow up with 2 runic attacks for 3 fast hits without taking any damage. And you can only do that if you died at least once on this fight. Otherwise the charged attack won't go through. The first one anyway. So basically, yeah, you want to have all these barrels available, so if you destroyed them before this checkpoint began, reload the last save, because the game does autosave, and it'll save right after where you killed the wolves and the smaller enemies before these enemies appeared. So you can have this fight start with all the barrels by reloading that save. And you want to either get him to charge into them, or when he gets close, throw the axe into him and detonate him. And you'll end up doing a lot of damage to him that way and shorten this fight by a lot. So it's worth reloading. And mainly just avoid these enemies and focus on the troll. And once he's damaged enough, then you can ride on his back and use him to kill all the other enemies. I knock an enemy in the pit here, but you know, you don't really need to deal with them until you get on his back and use that to kill them all. I accidentally lost the recording of the previous fight where you're fighting a wolf and a few easy enemies, but it was nothing special. It's a very easy little fight. And if you get the rage mode, definitely use that. I shouldn't have used my resurrection stone, but I believe I did end up using it on this fight. I should have actually saved it, because after this you're not going to get to a blacksmith in a while. You're going to have to fight some enemies, some hard enemies, so you won't get a chance to get another resurrection stone. So I would suggest not using it for this fight and just use the environment and your rage meter. And you may have a few enemies left, but maybe one, and you know, it'd be easy to deal with. But the next fight will be hard. It's against some new flying enemies that are difficult, so I'll have to try that soon. And I knock him in the pit here, and that pretty much ends this video. So stay tuned for the rest, and I should have more up soon. Thanks again. Welcome to my tutorial on the hardest mode for the new God of War 2018. And yeah, here you're going to be dealing with some dark elves. I believe this is the first encounter with them, if I remember right. And they're not, they're definitely a lot harder than the enemies we faced before. They're very evasive and quick. So they can pull a lot of bullshit. They can even blind you with darkness temporarily. So they have a lot of tricks. And they come in swarms. But I found out, as usual, you know, you can stay back a lot of times and thin them out with axe throws. And when they get close, you know, get some distance again and just repeat that tactic. And just deal with them up close, you know, only when you need to. At least for some of these segments, you know. There's going to be times when you may have to fight them up close a little bit more. But if you don't have to do it, you might as well not do it. Try to make things easier, and I try to find effective methods just for my own playing through, you know, because when I play these games, this is just what I do when I'm trying to beat a game. I just try to find what's most effective. And so I guess it's worth documenting because other people may find it useful. But yeah, these next few videos aren't going to be anything too flashy. Some of the other parts, you know, were required a lot better and precise playing because I didn't have, really any good exploits. But for this encounter, yeah, this is a simple encounter. So it can be tough though if you try to get in with all those enemies and fight them up close. While they're all on you, they can kill you very quickly. So it can be difficult. But you really don't have to do that unless you want to make things harder on yourself. There's really no need. There's also a great, I believe it was a talisman that I got a little bit later. I'd say keep an eye out for it. I think I got it at the shop. I bought it from one of the blacksmiths. I think they all sell the same shit, but it's really good. Instead of, there's one that gives health back. It gives you a burst of health back. Well, I've been using that for a while, and that's pretty good. But there's one that gives you a burst of rage, and it actually also increases your overall strength and attack power. But what's great about that is that if you get your rage up all the way, you can get some health back anyway. You'll end up getting more health back than you would from the health burst. So I'd rather invest in the rage. So it gives you a burst of rage back, a small amount, but it's enough to get you to full rage when you're almost there. So it can help. And you can also do something really, really good with it where you can... because you don't need to worry about getting all your life back, because if you commit suicide at any checkpoint, you'll respawn with full life, so that's not a problem. But as far as having a full rage bar, you don't get that at checkpoints. So what you can do with it is just use it to get a burst of rage, and then just wait for it to fill up again before the next encounter. Just, you could wait around if you wanted to and get a full rage bar for the next checkpoint. Start off the fight with a full rage bar, and that's pretty fucking useful. So that's one way you can exploit it. I haven't done that yet because, I didn't really feel that I needed to do that. But while you're exploring, just use it periodically to get your rage bar up, and eventually you'll fill it up. So that's one great use of it. And as I said, it's also just great in combat because once you get that rage activated anyway, you're going to get health back by that point. So I'd rather wait a little bit longer to get health back. But you can switch them out based on the encounters, if you're not feeling that it's useful. But I mean, I'm liking it a lot so far. I definitely like it better than the health one overall. So I recommend that. Yeah, and I haven't said much about this encounter because this is the same tactic that I used in the previous. Just keep your distance and throw your axe. You have a huge area here to keep your distance, so you don't need to get close to these enemies. I think there's quite a bit of them here, but it's still the same strategy. I did end up wasting a resurrection stone, but it wasn't a big deal because... if you want to, you can just go back on the boat and go back to that shop that you just came from. So that's what I ended up doing. It's a little bit of a waste of time, but you really don't want to fuck around on this difficulty. So you should always try to have at least one resurrection stone. That's all you can carry, but you should at least try to have it on you when you go into the next encounters if you can. Because there's times when you can't go back to the blacksmith. So, sometimes you're forced to do them without those stones. But if you can have a resurrection stone, it's worth it. Because it can save your ass in a hard encounter. But yeah, I think more enemies come out after you turn the wheel again. I think that's why I'm showing this this segment. Yeah, so you get another wave of enemies. I don't think there's a checkpoint between those. But, it's easy enough if you're patient and just keep your distance. You can also play more aggressively, of course, and try to fight them all at once, but it's going to be a lot harder. That's why I ended up having to use my resurrection stone, because I got aggressive. But yeah, and you can also knock them into the pits. So, if you're able if you're effective with that, you can get rid of them fast. But they're a lot harder to knock into the pits than the enemies we faced before, because they fly around and they escape easily, so... And some of them don't seem to get knocked back when you use your R2 strike, so it can be difficult to do. But if you throw an axe in their head, it freezes them, usually, I think. I think it has to be in the head. I'm not sure. But then you can kick them back into the pit once they're frozen. So, you know, you can do that trick. So, yeah, I use a resurrection stone here. But like I said, I just go back and get another one. So that's not really a problem. I just wasted, you know, a minute or two of my time. That's all. The next video is going to show some exploring and picking up another apple to extend my health bar. So you may want to see where those are at. It's just around the shore. If you explore around this shoreline before going to the main objective, you'll see the areas. But I'll show it all in the next video, so you don't miss any items with that, because it's, you know, it is useful to get all that shit. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the tutorial for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. Yeah, here I'm going to be mainly showing two hidden areas. You know, one to get the apple to increase the health bar. And I don't remember exactly what was in the other location, but both of these areas are along the shoreline. If you just go around the perimeter of where the main area is located, you'll find both areas. So it's easy to find, but I thought it was worth showing because the health upgrade is pretty essential on this mode. I mean, you know, any extra hits you can take will save your ass, so. I don't usually show a lot of this in the videos. I've mostly been showing combat, but I figured I would show this. Since I forgot to pull up the map, I figured I would just show the traversal itself just to show where the areas are. But it's very easy to find. All you do is go around the perimeter of this area, and you'll see both shorelines. And then after I show these two parts, these optional areas, then we'll see some main combat in the first main area for this mission, which can be tough. It can be very hard, but there's definitely some ways to exploit it and make it a lot easier. It just takes long. You know, using the axe throws and, you know, pretty simple tactic, but it works. Same thing with these smaller encounters are easy as well, so there's not much to them. You can exploit them with the axe throws. You know, once the serpents come out, I find them easier to deal with. You know, using the R2 attack to get them. You know, once they attack, I'll roll away and then use R2 to get them up in the air, and then you can hit them with R1. But for now, you just deal with these enemies. The arrows also do a lot of damage to those floating eyeballs, so, you know, you can use those to get their health down fast. I think I already had the charged throw move as well by this point in the game. I just, for some reason, forgot to use it. I haven't really been using it. But I'll probably try to remember to use it again soon. Because when you're far back throwing the axe, you know, a lot of times you will have time to charge up some of the throws. I don't know if there's anything too important in here, but I just explored this area to see if I was missing anything. I think there's just a little bit of hack silver and that's it. This area, oh yeah, I think this area does have two serpents that come out. They can be annoying when there's a lot of other enemies, but there's not much to deal with here, unless you spawn everything at the same time. But that's why I would suggest just staying around the shore and first spawning, you know, because once you go in here, you're going to spawn the serpents, so you don't want to have them, you know, moving around while you're fighting the other enemies. So it's better to activate them a little later. But yeah, usual tactic here, as I was saying, just roll away, and I'll usually use R2 to get them out of the ground, to keep them up in the air when they're, you know, because they'll try to hit you. As soon as they come up the ground, they come out with a strike, so just roll away and then hit them with R2. I use some rage here just to get them down, Because, you know, two of them can always be dangerous. You know, whenever there's two at the same time. But yeah, see, R2 to get them up in the air and then some R1 strikes. That's a good way to do a lot of damage. So if you have one alone, you can just beat the shit out of it with that and take out most of its life. But, you know, it's when other things are going on that it becomes more dangerous. But this section is easy compared to the other areas that we've been dealing with. I think I may have only had maybe one death on these two optional areas. I don't think I had much death here. But the next main part that's coming up, you know, that part I died a lot. That was tough. But I ended up just using a more cautious technique of keeping my distance and throwing the axe and going from the left chamber to the right chamber back and forth, which you'll see. You'll see it soon enough. There's one more I think there's another optional area, unless I don't even remember if I just showed the other area, but yeah, there's two optional areas that I show, and then it goes on to the main area, but you know, I figured it was worth showing. I had watched videos beforehand to see what was coming up. That's why I figured out these puzzles fairly quickly, because I already had seen what to do. So I saved myself some time. I don't want to show myself fucking around trying to figure things out or wandering around aimlessly, so I try to keep it clean. That's why I've mainly only been showing combat, but I will show some item gathering here and there. Especially with stuff that's... See, that's a really good move. The Frost Giant's Frenzy. I switched over to that. It's good. It does a lot of damage. You can really... If you use it, you can, you know, get in some strong hits on an enemy that's close in. It doesn't work great in the against the Dark Elves, though, always, because they usually get away from it. They're very fast, so... yeah, so you knock that down and you'll get some rare gold. It's a rare kind of gold that you use for upgrades, I think. And then you break that shit. That releases a chest that you'll get later. And throw the axe through there, recall it, and you'll get the third one by recalling it. But yeah, I mean, the main items that I'm probably going to show, well, you know, I'll definitely show any kind of apples or horn upgrades, since those give you permanent health and rage upgrades. And I'll probably show, like, runic, you know, like getting the runics is important, so I'll probably show that stuff. But yeah, as I mentioned in the previous video, I got this great talisman. You just buy it off of the I think you just get it from the blacksmith. And it's not that expensive, but it gives you a burst of rage. You'll see it in the description. Instead of a burst of health, you can get, you know, because the talisman I've been using gives you a burst of health. But instead of using that, you can get the one that gives you a burst of rage on your rage bar. It gives you a little boost in your rage bar. And what's great about that is that when you have full rage, you get health back anyway for using the rage mode. So, you know, it kind of evens out as far as getting health back. And not only that, but it recharges with time. So you could, if you wait around long enough, you could have a full rage bar for each encounter that gives you a break in between. Because you can just keep recharging it and using it again and again until you have a full bar. And, you know, as with health, you can always get full health at the beginning of a checkpoint by committing suicide, because the game will start you with full health. So you don't need to exploit the health talisman in that way. So I find the rage talisman a lot more useful, so I would recommend that. But yeah, so now we're going to be going to a second optional area. And I believe this is going to be the one that's going to be more useful, because I think this is the one where maybe I might get an apple here for the health bar increase. I don't think I already showed that. I should have paid more attention. But I know I get the apple, you know, in one of these optional areas, and it's all shown here, so if it's already been shown, then you've already seen it, so either way. Yeah, so here you deal with a few of these land serpents. I like dealing with them in this alcove, isolating them over here, because otherwise there's projectile guys that will shoot you the whole time. So in that alcove, you know, they can't really shoot you in there, so it's a good place to deal with these assholes. And then once you kill them, you can focus on the other enemies. And the other enemies, I think, are just, you know, enemies that you can throw the axe at and kill very easy. There's one down here, and then there's another one up on the ledge, so, you know, there's not much combat to deal with in this area. I think there may be 2 more serpents inside the upcoming room, but, you know, it's the same thing you just dealt with pretty much with the 2 serpents, except there's no other enemies. And I wasn't sure how to get that one right away. So I just gave up on that for now. There may be a way to do it, but I wasn't sure what to do with that. Yeah, this part, all you got to do is open it, jump across, and just run across, and you'll get it. I stopped to pick up some gold or something, or some item. Yeah, so now you just fight 2 of these assholes again. Yeah, easy fight. But, you know, they can be sneaky, so you gotta be careful with them. But see, that's the new Giant's Frost Frenzy, or whatever it's called. You see, it does good damage. I was able to get damage on both of them with that. It's a pretty good runic. Yeah, and then this will show how to get the, I think it's the apple. I wasn't able to do this puzzle either. I may need some other items or something. I wasn't able to get that to work. I think the apple was in here or something. Yeah, so for this you just have to, I was just looking around, make sure I didn't miss anything. But yeah, for this one, I think you don't have to hit them in a specific order, I don't think. But you just have to hit the correct ones. There's 3 of them that will activate the chest, so you got to hit the 3 correct ones. So I think those are the 3 correct ones. Yeah, and that's definitely worth getting, because you'll eventually get your health upgraded. So I'll also be showing another one in this area. This is the next area for the main story. So, yeah, so freeze that guy, kick him in the pit immediately as soon as the fight starts. It's very easy to do. You just wait until he drops on the ground and then immediately throw the axe at him and just give him a kick into the pit. And you can take him out every time, so it's a free kill. And I believe in the next video is where I'll show how to get all the items in this area. I still have to edit that video, but yeah, for here, you'll see what I end up doing. I start off aggressive. I use the rage to try to take out whoever I can. And, of course, you know, the first guy in the pit. And you can knock more guys into the pit if you do the rage well, this rage stomp near the edge. But it can be hard to do with these guys to get them all in the pit. But I wasn't able to really do it too effectively. So what I ended up doing was going back to the old tactic of throwing the axe and using the arrows from a distance. And see, when they start encroaching on my safe space, then I get the fuck out of there, and I go over to this one on the other side, this alcove over here, and then I start throwing the axe again, and you know, I just repeat it until they start to get too close, and then I just get the fuck out. Very simple strategy. It's not a hard part if you do it like this. It can be very hard if you try to fight everybody. And what you definitely don't want to do is you don't want to walk over to the next area, in front of me. Like, you don't want to go all the way across this area, because you'll spawn another wave of guys, and then you'll have to fight all the enemies at once. So, I mean, this is enough enemies to deal with at once. You don't really need to spawn more enemies. And I don't believe you get a checkpoint after killing these guys, so you're going to have to kill the next set of guys as well, and then you'll get a checkpoint. Because you have to clear out this whole area to get the checkpoint, so it's better to do it in steps. Take out the first half of guys first, and then you can go over to the other side. The second half of guys is easier to deal with, I think, than these bunch of guys. So once you deal with these, you won't have that much left to deal with. I think there's a decent amount of guys that spawn in, so it goes on for a little while. But it's really not that hard, as long as you don't try to fight them all, like, head on. And that eliminates the first series of waves. And then you have some scraggler enemy in here. And in the next video, I'll show how to get the item in there and all the items in this room. But for this video, it's just going to show the rest of the combat in this area. So yeah, you got this one easy enemy. I didn't know where the checkpoint was, so I was just playing it really safe and just sticking with throwing the axe. And if for some reason I did fuck up and die on this guy, which I don't think would have happened, but if I did, then I would have had to fight everybody again, because you have to clear out both main waves of enemies. Like, this is the second wave that you have to clear out to get the checkpoint. You don't have to kill that little scraggler enemy. I think that's an optional enemy, but yeah. So now you have your last wave of enemies in this room. And see, if you were to go here early, then you'd have to deal with those 3 guys or whoever comes out in that area, plus the guys you were fighting. So you don't really need to have like 7 guys at once. So it'd be overkill. But yeah, this is even easier than the previous wave, because there's less guys to deal with. And the one enemy is very slow, so. I think I used one of my runics at one point because it makes you do this running charge attack. I think I use it at one point to get through the enemies just so I can get around to the other side again. So it can be useful for that if you need to get the fuck out. But a lot of times when you use the runics, they don't make you invincible when you use them, I noticed. There may be some invincibility frames in some of them, but you can die while you're doing the runic attacks. So you got to be careful with that. They're not necessarily a safe thing to use. I've gotten killed a lot while using runic attacks. So yeah, I use my rage mode here and thin out the enemies. And then I think I continue to play it safe. I think I may eventually get out of this area, but I don't remember. No, maybe not. I think I already did that earlier in the fight. But yeah, that's it for now, and I'm going to put up the next video that shows a boss fight next, so stay tuned. Welcome to the tutorial for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. To start off, I'm going to show some, pretty much all the items that you can get in this area after you complete the encounters with the Dark Elves. There's a few items that are worth getting, including a apple, which I think there's an apple in here, which would, if you've been following the video so far, then this apple should give you your next health bar upgrade. And there'll be a horn after the mini boss coming up, and if you collect that, that should give you your next rage bar upgrade as well. So definitely worth getting. This is a runic attack, and I don't think I ended up using it. I tried it out for a little while, but I like the Frost Giant Frenzy better. But you may want to experiment with it. It may have some uses. Yeah, and there's an apple you can get here, and a treasure chest. That's the first seal that you have to destroy, and then there's 2 more. They're a little tricky to hit because the platform moves back up, but, you know, after enough tries you'll get them. It took me a little while to get it, but I just edited it down to save time. And then there's 1 more. Yeah, now you can get the apple, and you should get your health bar upgrade if you've been following the videos so far. Which can make a huge difference, having that extra hit on your life bar. When you come up here, you're going to be forced to use up your rage bar, so you'll waste it because the game forces it for this cutscene. But, yeah, it's very easy. You have unlimited rage, so you can just beat the shit out of these enemies. And the fastest way that I found, I just use the stomp to knock them into the pit since they're right next to the edge. But it's easy as hell either way, so, you know, there's no challenge here or anything like that. But then after you deal with these and waste your rage bar, well, the game will waste it for you. It lasts forever until you get to the next area. But once it goes away, then you have to fight a few enemies. I had a lot of deaths in the previous fight, but I don't think I had too many deaths here. I did die. I died several times on the mini-boss fight, but I didn't have like a lot of deaths on it. But I think I died a few times on it. The mini-boss can be tough because you have some enemies that appear while you're fighting the boss. And you also have to kill the enemies prior to the boss appearing, so it can be tricky. I would recommend saving your rage for when the boss comes out. When the enemies come out with the boss, actually. I would say use it for that. That's when I used it. I found that the most useful. So yeah, here you're just going to deal with a few standard enemies at this point. And you know, you can use the axe throws or you can fight them up close, either way. It's not going to be anything new at this point. Yeah, here I use the charge strats, which I forgot for a while that I even had them, so I wasn't even using them, but I guess I remembered by this point, so I use a few of them. But, you know, a lot of times they'll block the throws, so the charge throws may not even go through. They can get really aggressive, though, so they can definitely be dangerous when you're fighting them up close. But at least there's only 2 of them to deal with, so it's not going to be too bad compared to what we've been dealing with. As long as you keep your distance from them, you know, you can throw your axe at them. But they will rush you a lot. They are aggressive. But Atreus does distract them a lot, too, so that helps. Yeah, so now you'll have the boss fight coming up. And more of a mini-boss, but this can be tough because, you know, after you deal with these enemies, the boss comes out, but then you'll have another 2 enemies that come out while you're fighting the boss. I think there's only 2 enemies that come out while you're fighting the boss. I don't think there was any more, but 2 is enough while you're trying to deal with the boss, even though the boss is easy. You know, you don't really want to have them alive while you're fighting the boss. So I would suggest saving up your rage mode. Or if you have the rage talisman that I mentioned, you know, use that to get the rest of the meter that you need to fill up your rage. And then use it when those 2 guys come out, and use those stomps immediately with the rage mode to knock them into the pits. You can get rid of them immediately that way. That's what I did. I found that to be effective. And then once they're gone, you just fight the boss like normal. You know, it's just a matter of getting used to the rhythm of throwing your axe a little bit early before the boss shoots out his beam, and you'll land the axe right on his weak spot. I didn't bother picking up the fragments that he drops on the ground because they can explode and kill you. So, and they don't seem to do any more damage than the axe does, and if they do, it's minimal. So I didn't bother with them. I just throw the axe at the boss. I would recommend just doing that. Just make sure you're not close to those fragments on the ground. Just watch out where you're at because they'll kill you. Yeah, here I use a resurrection stone. I would suggest like using your resurrection stone on this fight if you need it. Because if you use it and die, you don't lose it. You know, you can still use it again if you need to retry this fight. And then after this, you're going to see a blacksmith right away. So this is the safe part to use the resurrection. I wouldn't use it on any of the fights previous to this part. But on this fight, it's safe to use it. So you just buy another one as soon as you see the blacksmith. Oh yeah, there was another one hiding behind this rock here. And we're going to be using this rock a lot on the mini-boss. Because, you know, it'll make sure you don't get shot by the beam. And then you can take your time with coming out from the rock and just landing shots with the axe when you have an opening. I like to throw the axe a little bit before he's about to open up, and you'll get a feel for that after a little while. Shouldn't take much to get the feel for that rhythm, so just throw the axe a little early and then roll out of the way. While the axe is airborne, you should already be rolling out of the way. And just keep your, you know, you may need to keep rolling to the side because he'll move the beam across, so, you know, you may have to roll several times. But the rock will make a big difference. It'll give you some cover. So you can't go through that, so. The only tricky part is that, you know, like when the 2 enemies come out, that can be tricky. That's why I say have your rage ready for when they come out. And you'll see how you can take them out really fast. And also, of course, avoid those fragments on the floor. Don't even get near them because they blow up. You can pick them up and throw them at them, but I don't see what the purpose of it is. You can just use the axe, and it seems to do the same amount of damage. Or very similar. You see, they explode in a pretty big radius, so they're dangerous. So now you have a few enemies that come out. I just use the rage mode immediately and use that rage air stomp. Knocks the guy in the pit immediately, run over to the next guy, use it again, and that's it. They're done. So that way you're not going to have any interruptions during the fight. So just be ready to do that. You don't have a lot of time to do that. As you saw, I barely got that in the amount of time I had with the rage meter. So to get them both out like that, you do have to do it really fast. That was my first time dealing with them, and I was just fortunate that I was able to pull it off that fast because I didn't know exactly what they were going to be. I just reacted. But yeah, now it's very easy. Now you just repeat the same shit, you know, for as long as it takes. I think when his bar doesn't even go all the way down, you may have a chance to... Actually, there's a way to stun him and I think do massive damage to him, you know, early on, but I didn't end up getting his stun meter up because the way I was doing it, I guess, didn't really work out that way. But anyway, he just ends up dying anyway, so it's easy. But this fight can be tough. You know, it's not really an easy fight. It didn't take me too long, but it can be difficult. So you get something that gives you a 12% reduction in damage that you take from Dark Elf attacks. So you may want to equip that. I guess that would help against the all these elves that we've been fighting. I think they're considered Dark Elves. I don't really pay attention to enemy names too much, but I'm assuming that it would help in this area. But you know, it should help with that, so it might be worth equipping one of those. And then in here you get a runic of some sort. I don't remember what it was. Let's see what it is. Okay, yeah, it's the rapidly spinning axe attack. I think that was pretty useful for crowd control, if I remember right. I mostly used it on normal. I haven't used it much yet. I haven't played too far beyond this point as of yet, so I'll probably experiment with it and see if I like it before switching it out, possibly. So yeah, so now the only part left now in this video is showing me getting a horn, and also you get the blacksmith. So I don't know if I show it here, but on the right side, you know, in this direction that I'm walking now is where the blacksmith is. So that's why I say it was safe to use a resurrection stone, because you can just buy another one here. And yeah, and then I'll show you how to get the last horn, or you know, the horn that'll give you the upgrade to your rage bar if you've been following this video. This is another, you know, puzzle where you have to throw the axe quickly at all the targets. You know, pretty standard puzzle. The first part, you just have to line this axe up in that crack of the door so that it goes through and hits both of those. And then you just have to hit the 3 targets with your axe. And, you know, after you do that, you'll get the horn. I think this took me a few tries. It's not too cleanly edited, but, you know, you get the idea. Just got to hit all 3 before your time runs out. You got a brief amount of time to hit them all. And then that's it. Yeah, so thanks for watching, and I should have some more videos up pretty soon, so thanks again. Welcome back to the tutorial. And yeah, these sequences coming up can be really, really fucking hard and intense if you try to get in the midst and fight all the enemies at once. So here I start off with the rage mode to try to thin out some of these guys' life, because this shit was giving me a lot of trouble. I spent about 50 minutes on all the scenes shown in this video, which, you know, is a decent amount of combat encounters, but this one was the hardest one. This is the hardest combat encounter out of this video for sure. Because a lot of enemies just keep coming in and they can really fuck you up. So, you know, it's good to use what you have. But mainly what I ended up doing was I went back to the distance tactics with, you know, axe throws. I do get in close initially for a little while. And I use the rage. And then I'll hang back and throw my axe for a long period of time and eventually build my rage back up again so I can use it again later. I also have a talisman equipped that I mentioned in a few videos, which it gives you a burst of rage to your rage bar. So I definitely would recommend, you know, getting that talisman from the blacksmith and using it, because you can get your rage bar up faster. And I also do a trick after the first section of the fight in this area. I wait a while and I'm able to charge up my rage so that I can go into the next portion of the battle with a full or nearly full rage bar. Not full, but I didn't wait for the whole thing to fill up. I didn't want to sit around that long, but I wait a little while to get some of it back. Though, of course, you know, if you want to, you can use both your life talisman and your rage talisman and just stay in that midpoint, get all your life and all your full rage back if that's what you want to do after you clear out these enemies. You do have the option to do that, but you'll be waiting for a while to charge up all that. Because as you know, the talisman energy fills up slowly as you wait around or fight or whatever you're doing. So, you're most likely familiar with the talismans by now at this point in the game. So yeah, basically you want to stay in this general area. You're going to see, if you go all the way to the back, there's a barrier and you can go through it. But there's a little bit of a dead end with a little gap that you can go through to get to the next area. But you don't want to go to that next area, because if you do that, you're going to have a lot of enemies coming in. You're going to be fighting many more enemies. See, this is the first section right here. Now at this point, you'll see I hang around for a while, and I fill up my rage meter a little bit more so that I can at least use the rage in the next area, because you still have to fight quite a few enemies. I mean, this part can be really difficult because you got to fight a lot of guys, and they kill you really fast. So I decided to come up with a technique to take my time, you know, to use a similar technique to what I've been doing with the axe throwing. You know, of course, when I have to fight enemies up close, I'll do it when I don't have a choice. But here you definitely have a choice, so I would recommend exploiting that. You know, unless you just want to make things harder on yourself. But if you're competent enough, then you can, I'm sure you can kill everything up close. But it's fucking hard. I'm definitely no expert at the combat in this game as of yet. So I'll only get as good as the game makes me get in the end, you know, before I move on to the next game, most likely. I have been playing other games in between, but I've been mostly focusing on this the last few days. At least, you know, 2 hours a day, sometimes 3. Not a massive amount of time, but, you know, enough to make progress. Yeah, so here I just hang behind this barrier, and I decided to take out these flying things a little bit early and just stay behind the barrier and just spam the axe throws. Now, these next enemies coming up are more aggressive, and they'll charge you and try to ram you. You see, now I use my rage talisman to get a burst of rage, and it filled up my rage bar enough to be able to use it again. So I take advantage of that, and I take out this asshole. And then, at that point, I think I pretty much get the fuck out, and you know, I work my way out through this situation and just get back again and start throwing the axe again. And it's not very exciting to watch, but, you know, it will get you through this part. So it's a very viable tactic and very, you know, much safer. And you, of course, can still die doing this. I mean, it's not, nothing's really safe in this area, but this is about as safe as you can get. So yeah, soon you'll be done with this area, and the next encounters coming up aren't as hard as this. But this game does start to throw a lot of enemies at you in some of these encounters with the Dark Elves, so you end up having to fight a lot of them. So luckily, this axe throwing tactic works throughout pretty much all these segments that I'm about to show you in this video, which will take you a good chunk. It'll pretty much take you up to the main boss of this area. You know, I don't know if you'd call it a mini boss, but it's not as dramatic as some of the larger bosses. But you know, it's a boss fight, so you'll be able to do that. Now this part is really tough. because, you know, you're in close. You don't have a lot of area to get a lot of distance. So I had to do the axe throwing up pretty close in this area. And it was definitely pretty fucking intense, you know. It didn't take me a lot of tries. I think I only died a few times, but, you know, and partly I got lucky too, you know, because things can go bad when these guys get too close. But if you're patient and you hang behind this little corner here with this tree or whatever you want to call it. See, and I use rage here to knock a bunch of them off by using that stomp, a tactic I've used in some other encounters. And see, that cleared out a lot of enemies. But there's still a lot of enemies left, you know, so you still got to be patient. You know, even if you're successful with that, you got to be patient. And I'd recommend staying behind this tree and throwing the axes, because that'll shield you from some of the projectile attacks that they have. And whenever one gets closer to you, you know, throw the axe to move that one back farther, because the axe will move them back. So just keep alternating as, you know, when one gets closer, or if you need to finish one off, try to get rid of it if you can. And, yeah, pretty much this will take you through like most of these encounters. So yeah, it's not going to be anything too difficult. It's going to be kind of tedious, and it can be intense, but it's not too hard. And, you know, use that talisman when it fills up to get that rage bar up, because, you know, if you can get another rage boost and get full, you know, or nearly full rage, enough to use it at least, then you can take out more guys with that and get some life back too if you need it. But Atreus does a pretty decent job of distracting them often. But see, a lot of guys will start popping up out of nowhere. They kind of seem to spawn out of nowhere sometimes. See, like now we have like 3 of them, I think. I don't even know where that one came from, but they just keep popping in, so you end up having to fight a lot of these assholes. So yeah, I used my rage burst to get rage, but things were getting kind of fucked up, and, you know, over there was getting dangerous, and I could have easily died in this part. So it can get intense, you know, even when things are calm for a while, shit can get wild, because these guys can kill you really, really fucking fast when it's up close and they swarm you. I mean, one of them can easily kill you up close, but when you got like 2 or 3 of them at once going after you, you could be fucked real fast. That one actually, I don't know if he fell off he fell off the ledge from me throwing the axe at him. So sometimes you can knock them back far enough that they'll fall off. But see, now another one comes in, so they just keep coming. They just keep sending, you know, a shitload of enemies at you. So it can be tough, because they take a lot of hits too. You know what I mean? It's not like they only take a few hits. And they're extremely aggressive, so they can be very, very dangerous. So I'd recommend playing it safe like this, if you just want to get through it. And now I do have rage ready if I want to use it, so I decided to use it. I try to knock some of these guys off the ledge. I got that one off the ledge, and with the other one wasn't at the proper angle. But see, I almost died here. I do have a resurrection stone, but I didn't want to use it here because I don't think there's a blacksmith in this area. No, yeah, there is no blacksmith in this area until after you beat the boss, I think. That could be... Yeah, I don't think the blacksmith shows up until after you complete the boss, so... You don't want to use a resurrection stone because you're going to want that resurrection stone for the boss fight. The boss fight, you know, it has patterns that are easy to read, but it can be difficult because it takes a while. It's a long fight. It's probably going to take me some time. I have to work on that. I haven't really played it. I've only tried it once so far. But I played for about 2 hours today, so I got up a few videos. I still have the other one uploading, which I'll post that up shortly after this one. But yeah, I think this may be... Yeah, that's the end of that. But you see, it goes on for a while. There's a lot of enemies in there. And now you get... As you're traversing through these areas on the main path, now you have more assholes showing up. And they're going to send a lot of guys at you still, so... But you have a lot of opportunity here to pull a lot of bullshit. You know, you can really keep your distance and just throw shit at the guys. So, you know, I would say continually use the distance to your advantage and just keep throwing the axe. And of course, between sequences, you can wait around and use your rage talisman or life talisman to get your life or rage filled up if you want to do that. But I didn't bother. But yeah, same tactic pretty much. These guys are going to have trouble trying to hit you with anything from all the way back there. So I would also recommend taking out the floating guys as soon as possible because they have they can move fast and they can cause a lot more problems than the other guys can at a distance. They'll catch up to you real fast and just and throw shit at you and ram into you. So things got a little close here, so I used the rage. And those stomps do a lot of damage. They do waste the rage faster, but they do a lot of damage. They're especially good when the guys are at the ledges, but you pretty much have to have the guys in front of you, and the ledge has to be to their back for them to go in. If you're at an angle, it doesn't really work too well. But yeah, now I get some more distance again. I'll just continue with this. As you see, they do throw a lot of enemies at you, so if your life gets drained early on, you're pretty much going to be fucked if you're trying to fight them all head on. They take you out really quickly. And see, the axe throws move the guys back, so if you have somebody getting close to you, just prioritize them for a little while. So you get more enemies coming in. It's just like a continuous amount of enemies with a lot of health and very aggressive and quick. But see, now I start backing up into this light bridge. You really have a lot of area to back up. I mean, it's a narrow area, but you have a lot of room to back up. You just have to make a few turns, and these enemies are going to have a hard time getting across this light bridge while I'm throwing axes at them continuously. So even if they do make it up, their life is going to be very low by that point, most likely. So as long as you relentlessly throw axes at them, you should be all right. And, the rage meter is starting to build up again, too, from throwing all the axes. So, that along with using the rage burst to fill it up as needed means, I'll probably have rage available if I need it to deal with anybody who gets too close. I also have my rune attacks charged up, so I have a few options. My rage is full now, so, I could use it now and run in and fuck them up pretty bad. If not, finish off most of them. See, I used the rage burst to get it even fuller. Now it's completely full, so, if I wanted to right now and use the rage, I could kill them all, but I try to save it for times when it's needed, because I don't know how many. I don't think I died on these checkpoints, so I don't know how many enemies they're going to keep sending out. But yeah, that's the end of that segment. And now this part, I thought this might be really hard, but it's easy. I would recommend having your rage full for this part, though, just for the fuck of it, because it helped me here. But you take way less damage in this part because there's so many enemies. It's more of a cinematic type of thing. So it's not as bad as it seems like it's going to be. You also don't have to focus on fighting the enemies. Your only focus is to run through the enemies and get to the next objective area. You want to get to those red cylinders so you can stick your axe in them or whatever the fuck he's doing. So, your objective is to get the enemies out of your way and just run through them. So I used the rage here, and I found it worked well with the stomps, But you take way less damage here, so it's not as hard as it seems. But yeah, my main goal is just to keep moving. I just hold ass through all this shit. You may not even need to use your rage here. I'm sure you don't, but I just, I figured fuck it. But yeah, after this, that's pretty much the end of this video, and then I may still have another one. I'm not sure, I think the next one I didn't really make any progress, but I'm not sure, I may have one more. Yeah, I think this was, no, actually, no, I do. I have one more video, so I'll try to get that up in a moment. I'm just waiting for it to upload, so stay tuned for that, and I hope you enjoy the videos. Welcome back to the tutorial for the hardest mode. And, yeah, it's going to be more, ranged combat, cheap shit, just throwing the axe for a while. The only really interesting fight shown in this video is going to be against the Revenant or the Remnant, I forget what they're called, but the floating enemies. That's the more aggressive, combat in this video and more close-up and personal, but, a lot of this is going to be the same tactic we've been using in the previous videos with this axe throwing, so it's not going to be too interesting to watch. Though I will be forced to fight the boss of this area aggressively. This is going to show right up to the boss, but it's not going to show the boss fight. I only tried that once today, so, by tomorrow I'll probably be working on that. Tomorrow I'll probably have that up tomorrow, most likely. I don't think it's going to give me too much trouble, but it's probably going to be a little challenging. And I think these areas maybe took me around 46 minutes or something like that. But, that includes the exploration and the cutscenes. And I think I fucked around at the blacksmith menus and with my upgrades and things like that, so it includes all that. But, yeah, nothing hard at all. I also kind of got stuck on the part where I had to get the horn. Or I didn't have to get it, but the horn for the increase the rage meter. But I edited it down, so I'll show exactly how to get that. It's easy to do once you know how to do it. So I'll show that. That's the most valuable thing in this video. The rest is pretty standard. And that'll be shown soon. But yeah, same bullshit tactic. But, my attitude is whatever fucking works. When I'm trying to beat a game, I don't really give a shit. I'll exploit anything the first time through. I think it's actually better anyway for a tutorial video to try to find the easiest methods because there's, people of all different skill levels anyway. So it'll be helpful to, to the lower skill level players as well. Though I am definitely not highly skilled at this game, but, I have a pretty decent general gaming skill. So that's mostly what I rely on. I don't really have a lot of knowledge of the depth of this game and the combat system and things like that, but, I've played enough of these types of games to be, decent enough. But again, if I'm not forced to fight these guys up close, then, why would I do it? I don't give a shit, Yeah, they put you in darkness sometimes, which can be a little annoying. But, if you throw your axe in the general direction, you'll probably hit them. There's a little bit of a homing on the axe. When it's close to the guys, it'll kind of home in. I think it has some auto-targeting when it gets up close. Or auto-aim. So, it's pretty reliable. So it kind of magnetizes onto the enemy. And when there's one of them, they're pretty easy. But when there's 2 or more, it gets tough. Yeah, so for this part, you want to throw the axe right to the side of this first runic right here, so that it's stuck behind that runic. You know, not like that, but you'll see. You'll stick it in the wall right next to it. And the purpose of that is so that when you recall the axe, it's going to get in a free hit on that thing. You know, you wait till it's charged up again, and then you recall it, you get a free hit, then you hit that, and then you hit this. And yeah, and that's all you have to do. I was trying for a while to try to hit them all by running back and forth, and yeah, I wasn't successful with that, so I wasted some time with that. Then I looked up a video to see how to do it, so I didn't figure that out. I have no problem using videos to check shit. Oh yeah, for this I get more aggressive. Until the very end, at the very end I do some axe spam again. I was trying to knock the guy off the ledge here, but was not successful with that. I think I also try to use rage to use the stomp and knock him off the ledge, like I did in the early video with this guy's. But I wasn't able to do that. But if you can do that, of course, you can end the fight really quick. Oh, actually, no, I did. I got one of them off. No. Right, no, I thought that was a ledge. That's what happened. I thought that was a ledge, but it's really not. It just takes it into a lower area. So, yeah, I did end up having to fight them all. And I fought them pretty directly. You know, I didn't use the usual cheap tactics. I was a little bit more aggressive for whatever reason. It would have been a little tricky to try to throw axes at them since there's 2 of them floating around, so I felt more comfortable, you know, just fighting them. They're a lot easier than they were because, you know, you do more damage now and you have more moves and shit like that, so it was an easy fight. I didn't die on this section, I don't think. The main thing is using a trace as arrows, like about 3 arrows to stun them, and then you can get some free hits in. And then for this one, I just kind of fuck around and throw the axe until it dies. And then you'll have another wave of enemies, but they're just going to be easy enemies, and all you have to do is keep your distance and go back to throwing the axe again. You know, very easy. The only part that was really hard in the last 2 videos was that first encounter gave me a lot of trouble. In the previous video, that was tough, but I was able to spam my way through most of it eventually. Yeah, so now you'll have some more assholes that show up, but they're like basic enemies. You know, they're slow, and they're basically just draugrs, I believe, so they're slow. I think when you knock this down, they come out. I'm not sure. Yeah. But these are, you know, we haven't fought these in a while, but they're the basic enemies. And after this, I don't think there's going to be much combat after this scene. There's very little left in this video. But yeah, tomorrow I'll work on trying to beat the boss and maybe make some more progress. Try to put a few more hours into the game and see where I get. Then I like to switch it up. I've been playing Mega Man 8 on PlayStation 1, and I beat very easy Super Smash Brothers on Wii, just an easy kill. But I like switching it up. You know, I still want to play something, but I don't always want to be that intense. So after 2 or 3 hours of this, I'll play something a little bit more relaxed. You know. Well, sometimes I may go longer. It just depends on if I see myself playing shitty, and then sometimes I won't put a lot of time, and I'll just back off for the day. I mean, you know, you can still get in practice and get better, but I find I play way better when I come back rested the next day, and I can beat parts that I was struggling on sometimes on my first or second try, just because I'm, you know, refreshed. But anyway, that ends this, and tomorrow I'll try to get up more. Thanks for watching. Welcome to the God of War tutorial for the hardest mode. There's a boss fight name I can't pronounce. I'm not even going to try. This boss, I believe, took me maybe around an hour or so. I broke it up into multiple videos, so I wasn't sure exactly how long it took me, but it seemed to be about around an hour. But yeah, basically, I have a pretty safe method for playing him, and it pretty much involves keeping distance and just using the arrows for the most part. The only time I really attack him is when he does that move, when he does the ground pound and gets stuck in the ground. See, after that, whenever he does that, I'll hit him 3 times, 2 or 3 times. But if you try to go for any more hits than that, you'll probably get hit. So, and if you miss the first swing, just hit him twice. Aside from that, it's just a matter of dodging all of his attacks. You just have to get used to dodging everything. There's probably, you can beat him faster if you counter all of his moves. You'll definitely be able to beat him faster. I'm sure there's probably a way to get in more hits, but I was just playing it safe. I found whenever I tried to hit him any other time, I would miss. So I pretty much only stuck to when he would strike into the ground and get stuck briefly. That's when whenever he does that move, that's when I would hit him. So aside from that, I just use the arrows. I save the rage meter usually for later in the fight when he starts doing harder attacks to dodge. He will change up a little bit later in the fight. He'll start doubling up on his attacks, so he'll do 2 attacks in a row in quick succession right after each other. So then toward the very end, he'll do a rush attack where he does 3 aerial rushes where he charges you, and on the third one, then you can get in some hits. So that's when I'll hit him on those as well near the end. But for the most part, once you get used to him, he's pretty easy to keep at bay. It just takes a while. It takes me about 6 minutes or so here to beat him, so it's not a short fight, but if you play it patiently, it's not that bad. Just use the arrows and just dodge everything. So yeah, it's if you try to get close and try to counter everything he does, it'll be a lot harder. So it's not too flashy, but it works. Yeah, when you see him coming in from the charge, get ready to roll. And then usually after that particular move, he'll usually do the ground jump after he does a few swings. He'll get back up in the air and then crush back down into the ground, and that's when you can hit him. He always does that whenever he's doing that combo. So after a while, you'll know when he's going to do that. So just get ready to roll out and then come back in with a few strikes. And if you want to be even more safe, you don't have to hit him at all with your axe. You can just use arrows only. It is worth upgrading Atreus arrows if you haven't already. But if not, it'll just take longer probably. But this technique definitely works. You just have to be patient. It's still not as long as the troll fight, but it's more dangerous than fighting the troll where I was just throwing the axe at the trolls. But this doesn't take as long as that, but it's it can be harder because he can still sometimes get in some hits. He can be a little tricky sometimes. Even when you keep your distance, sometimes he'll come in and cause some problems. But whenever he does that running attack, you just roll to the side. Now he's doing attacks one after another, so he just did that running attack twice, and you just dodge it the same both times. Once you're used to dodging his moves, it's just a little bit of muscle memory. You'll get used to it after a while. You'll know when to roll from his attacks. You just get used to it. You can see in the video. And now I use the rage mode because I think he starts going into his harder to dodge attacks. I decided to use it, get a little bit of life back. Get his health down a little bit. And now you'll see he's going to start doing an aerial charge. See, that's it. He does it once, then twice, and then on the third time, he'll get stuck a little bit longer, and that's when you can get in like maybe 3 strikes or so. So don't try to hit him after the first and second rushes. I would recommend only trying to hit him after he does 3 in a row. That's what I found to work. And of course, whenever he shoots those exploding things, just roll away or back, depending on where you're located. Always be aware of the environment. Try not to roll into something that's going to get you stuck, obviously. But aside from that, avoid the alcoves. Just fight him in this open area. There's no need to go in any of those little caves or anything. You'll make things a lot harder if you get stuck in there with him. And that's about it. There's really not much to the fight once you have down those basic strategies. So if you're having trouble with them, try the slower approach and see if it works for you. And I appreciate you checking out the videos. I have one more video that I'm going to post up today, but it's just going to be 2 very easy optional fights that you can just throw the axe and keep your distance. So there's not going to be much in that video. But thanks again for watching. I'll try to get out more soon. I should have some more up by tomorrow. Thanks again. Welcome to my God of War tutorial for the hardest mode. And yeah, this is just going to be some optional fights. So there's nothing too special here. You can skip this video. But there are 2 optional fights in this area before leaving. And they're both extremely easy fights if you just stay at a distance and use the axe throws. Otherwise they can be tough, but they're very easy to exploit. These are the same 2 areas on the shore that you saw earlier in the game. I did show this area on the map in the beginning of the video, so if you're not sure where it is, you can check that, but it's the same 2 areas in the shore area. It's a pretty small area that the previous Alfheim area was in, so it's hard to miss. So yeah, the first optional encounter is behind this little gate here with these 2 things you have to break. So I show how to do that here. I'm not even sure exactly how I ended up doing it. I think you have to have the bottom one broken before you can lift the gate up, and then you're able to hit the second one. But I may have retracted the axe to get a hit in on the bottom one. I'm not sure exactly what I did there. But there's this optional fight here that's, very easy if you just keep your distance. These enemies are pretty slow, so I just recommend doing it the easy way and just getting the free item. And there's one more optional encounter in this area that I know of, and the enemies there are a lot faster than these, but you have a larger area to move around in that fight, so you can still do the same kind of shit. And I'll also show how to get, there's a chest in this area that I'll show how to get as well. It gives you a rune, I think it's a runic, but it's kind of like Bayonetta, where if you dodge at the last moment, you'll get brief slow motion to hit the enemies, but it doesn't seem that good because once you do the dodge, it has to recharge again before it works again, so it doesn't seem like it would be that useful. But I got it anyway. I mean, I might be able to sell it later. But yeah, these guys can pretty much kill you in one hit, so it is still dangerous, but I mean, it's relatively easy compared to all the normal fights in this game on this mode, so you shouldn't have much trouble here if you just keep your distance and throw the axe. Or it's possible maybe they couldn't one-hit kill me because my life bar is a little bit upgraded, but so it depends if you've gotten the upgrade shown up to this point. That may help as well. But either way, I mean, I guess it depends on your defense, too. There's different stats in this game, but my character is more offensive. I haven't been focusing on armor that gives high defense. I've been just going for higher attack power. But yeah, they can potentially one-hit kill you. Or if not, they'll take you close to death. But yeah, that's all for that fight. And now there's going to be a chest down from this area, so I'll show how to get that. I spent about 56 minutes on everything shown in this video, but, you know, I spent a lot of time trying to figure out the chest puzzle, and I didn't know where the fuck I was supposed to go for the main area, so I think I spent some time wandering around trying to find where I was supposed to go next. And things like that, but I only died twice on these 2 encounters total, so I died once on each encounter, so, you know, I didn't spend a lot of time because of the combat, that's for sure, but I was wandering around a lot, pretty much not doing anything important. Yeah, and then, you know, after you break those 2, you have to, I think, break maybe 2 or 3 of them the right way, at the right angle. And then down in that area where the chest is, it took me a while to figure it out. For whatever reason. I would have watched the video on how to do it, but I didn't see it. I was checking another video as I've been playing to see what's coming up next. I try to check videos here and there just to see what's coming up next sometimes. I don't do it all the time, but I didn't. In the video that I saw, it didn't show how to do this puzzle, so instead of trying to search it out on the internet, I just fucked around with it until I got it, so I wasted a lot of time in here. But yeah, that's pretty much how you do it. You have to go in that exact position and wait till they're all lined up for that brief moment and throw the axe through all 3. And once you know how to do it, it's not hard. But it was kind of a pain in the ass to figure out. It seemed obvious enough, but for whatever reason, I wasn't getting a good angle. But yeah, so that's like a Bayonetta type of rune, like I said, where if you dodge at the last moment, you get the enemies slow down for a moment. But I tried it, I didn't even notice the effect, and then after you use it once, it wears out and has to charge back up again, so it didn't seem like it would be that useful for me. I might experiment with it again later, maybe on a boss or something, but I don't think it's going to really be that useful for me. There's one very easy enemy that comes out. Despite having a purple health bar, it dies very easily, so a few axe throws. And then there's one more optional encounter on this other part of the shore. There's really only 2 shores that you can go to in this little perimeter, so, you know, you can't really miss these areas if you just drive around the perimeter of this area. This is a very small area. You know, so there's not many places to explore in this part of the game. Yeah, so you just shoot these 3 little blue things and light them up, and now you have another fight. Don't forget, after you kill the guys in these optional encounters, you have to reach your hand back in that hole again to actually get the item. You know, it could be easy if you didn't know that to just, like, kill the guys and then leave and assume that was it, but, you know, you do have to, like, reach in that porthole again. But yeah, I pretty much just expanded my, I think I expanded my rage or some shit, or I used my runic attacks. But it's very easy, you know, just keep your distance. I mean, they are extremely fast and can kill you very fast, but you have a lot of opportunities to where you can get back really far and distract them with Atreus' arrows and just throw your axe at them a bunch of times. So, I mean, if you've gotten this far in the game, this shouldn't be challenging at all. Unless you're obsessed with trying to fight them up close and parry them or something like that, then you might make things hard on yourself. Because they'll take a lot of hits, I think, and do a lot of damage. They are very quick. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Not really much to show because that's all I really accomplished in that hour. And I film an hour at a time. Or 30 minutes to an hour at a time, usually. But thanks for watching. Welcome back to my tutorial for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. There's going to be some pretty moderate fights, nothing too extreme in this video. But some of the enemies can be tough because you end up fighting against much quicker enemies now. And they can kill you fast. So there was one part that gave me some trouble. Actually, there was a few parts that gave me a little bit of trouble, but not too much. I found in some cases that hanging back and just throwing the axe, was harder in some scenarios than actually getting aggressive and just beating the shit out of the enemies. Because now I have an ability where if I keep a combo going with regular axe strikes, I can build up more frost, and it ends up doing cumulative damage the longer the combo goes on. So I think that helps with getting in close and landing a lot of hits on the enemies and not getting hit. You can't really get hit much in this mode anyway. But I'm not sure if throwing the axe adds to your combo as well, but that's a lot slower. I mean, it might be worthwhile if you're doing regular attacks and then you throw the axe occasionally to get in some extra hits. But when you're just hanging back and throwing the axe, I don't know if you get much of a combo going. I don't think this game has a combo counter, so I think it just does it internally. But yeah, for this part, I mostly just hung back and played very defensively, throwing the axe again and, dealing with some enemies up close. But you see how fast they strip your life. A little bit later in the video, I will be getting more aggressive since I actually ended up finding it easier to get in close on some of the fights and just kill the enemies, as quickly as possible, because they can end up causing a lot of problems in certain areas. And now you see how fast these enemies can rush you and hit you. They're very quick at this point in the game, so you do end up... they look like the previous enemies we fought early in the game, but they're much faster and more aggressive now, so they're a lot harder. But there hasn't been anything too extreme in the next 2.5 hours or so. I have some footage from about the next 2.5 hours. I still have to post up the other videos. I did lose some footage of the elevator fight, which was, I had some really good footage. It was well executed, but I lost it. So, I could describe what I did, but I basically just used rage mode and tried to knock all the enemies into the pits. And did that as much as I could. And then when the large enemy came out, I focused on taking him out first, using my rage mode as well on that. And then I took control of him and knocked all the other enemies into the pit. That was my main strategy for the elevator sequence. But yeah, now we have some wolves, and they're very fast and aggressive. They almost kill me, but I didn't end up dying on this part. I think the previous part I actually died once. But yeah, and on this part, I end up barely surviving, but they do take a lot of damage from the axe. They're just very aggressive, and there's a lot of them, so... you just got to be careful with your blocks and landing your hits. But at least it's more exciting than watching me throw the axe at all the enemies, which I do that a lot when it works, If it's effective, I'll do it. This part I died a number of times on for some reason. It gave me a lot of trouble. These guys were beating the shit out of me for a while. They're very aggressive and quick, and they take a decent amount of hits, so... Initially, I was playing very defensively with the axe throws, and that was getting me killed. So I found it much easier with these enemies to just parry them and just deal with them up close for the most part. The game does force you to kind of to fight in close at times. I mean, you could, you could if you wanted to keep getting your distance and throwing the axe if that's what you wanted to do. But these guys close the distance really quickly. So you're probably going to have a harder time playing, defensively with axe throwing on these guys. I would just recommend trying to parry them and just fighting them up close. Just be wary of their attacks. They're very quick. If you turn your back to them and try to run, they a lot of times will just come up behind you and kill you. They can one-hit kill you a lot of times. So it's dangerous to run away from them or to run around a lot. They can just easily kill you while you're doing that. So it's better, I think, to keep an eye on them and just try to parry them and fight them. As long as you're only dealing with two of them. If you have a huge number of them, then, you may have to do something different. But this is also a pretty small area. There is some room to run around and throw axes. So, yeah, next is This encounter can be tough. I think I died a few times on this encounter against this Revenant or Remnant enemy because it'll keep summoning eyeballs until you kill it. I think it does this infinitely where it summons eyeballs. You know, the flying eyeballs that shoot fireballs at you. It seems to do that infinitely. And I was wasting a lot of time trying to fight it and then fight the eyeballs. So what I end up doing here is I immediately focus on the Remnant or Revenant, whatever it's called, and kill that first. And then the eyeballs, I think, just disappear. So I would recommend aggressively attacking this thing and killing it immediately. And of course, the way you do that, as I mentioned in previous videos, is you try to get 2 or 3 arrows on it to stun them, and then you can get hits in. Whether that be using your rage hits or your regular axe swings. I wouldn't really recommend using axe throws here because you want to take this thing out fast so the eyeballs don't kill you. So that's what I did. This part was actually hard. I actually died on this part, I think, a few times, but it's cleanly edited, so it looks like I just went from this scene to the next scene, but I actually did die after the Revenant. You do get a checkpoint here, you know, if you kill the Revenant guy. And these guys can be tough because they're aggressive and fast. But it's pretty much the same fight repeated, but now with a heavier enemy added in. You know, it's the same as the fight before the Revenant that we just fought. So, see, so I went super aggressive at this point, and I got all of them together, and I was able to hit them all at the same time. So that allowed me to take out the 2 weaker enemies, which are the main threat. This guy's, you know, much slower. He's not fast. You just got to keep an eye on him and dodge his attacks, and you can just throw axes at him. By this point, we've fought a shitload of these guys, and it's the same tactic I try to use on them with axe throwing. I usually don't fight these guys up close, because they can be a little dangerous, but it's not bad. I mean, you can just get in a few swings of the axe if you want to fight them up close and then roll away, but I was just being safe because I didn't want to have to redo it for no reason. I try to play it safe when I have the ability to play defensively. I think there's a scraggler enemy hanging around in this area somewhere. Maybe one enemy or something. Very easy. Not necessarily an easy enemy, but it's just easy because you're only dealing with one of them. You know, they are hard enemies. These enemies are tough, but when you're only fighting one, you know, you can just throw the axe at them if you want. You don't even have to go up close, so it's easy enough. I don't know what happens. If you die on this guy, you probably have to fight the previous 3 enemies again, but you won't have to fight the Revenant again, because you get a checkpoint after the Revenant and the eyeballs. But I think this guy is part of that group. I don't know why he was separate from the group, but I think he counts as part of the group. Because, see, I got 2,500 experience points for killing him. So I'm assuming he's part of that wave. He's probably considered part of that checkpoint. And now, anytime you highlight stoned enemies that are just like stone, they're just, they're just standing there, you know, they're like this. Anytime you run your reticle over them, if the reticle's orange, it means you're going to come to life. So that's one way to tell before you throw the axe. Probably not a very helpful piece of advice, but you know it is there. But yeah, since there's only one of them at this point, you know, I was playing pretty safe. But then I decided, fuck it, I did a little bare-fisted combat and a little finisher. And then shortly after, yeah, now you're going to have 2 more fireball throwing enemies that are going to come from behind. And, you know, by the time they get to you, they should be really fucked up with all the axe throwing. You can use this wall as cover, so just do that if you want to play it safe. Of course, as I've said many times, if you have the rage increasing talisman, which you get at the blacksmith shops, you can just use rage frequently, and between checkpoints you can just wait around and charge it back up. But, you know, I don't know if you would want to do that, go through all that trouble for this part. Though you are going to be exploring a lot after you kill these guys, so you'd probably have enough time to fill it back up again, if you don't know exactly what you have to do. Which I show in the next video. So yeah, this video is almost over, and then the next video is going to show some of the puzzle parts and things like that. I unfortunately don't have the elevator lift sequence since I lost that footage. But thanks for watching and stay tuned. Welcome back to the tutorial for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. And to start off, this will show you how to get the chest. I believe it has a horn in it to increase your rage bar. I don't remember exactly how I did it, but there was one hidden up here that you had to hit. And you'll see exactly what symbols I have on which devices, so that'll give you an idea of what you need to do. There's also some other hidden items in here that I didn't record. There's a crow beneath that bridge I'm standing on right now. In that gap in that bridge, there's a crow hiding down there that you can hit with your axe and get 100 XP. And behind me, there's actually another blue stone you can hit that's kind of hidden. It'll make a path to another chest. And there's some other things you can find if you search around the area. I don't show all that, as mostly what I show in these videos are combat focused. Since it's the hardest mode, I figure that's going to be, you know, the most useful. So yeah, when you do enter this door, you'll have a single enemy here in a tight space. You've fought a lot of these before, but it starts off, you know, in a tight space, so it can be dangerous. These areas took me maybe around 58 minutes total with the exploration and menus and all that. But there was nothing too hard in these areas. I had to split the Frost Giant fight up into another video, another short video, because it took too long and the video cut off in the middle. But yeah, now you'll fight a few more of these enemies again. But, you know, you fought a lot of these by this point. The only tricky part is that you're in a tight space, but I think it's actually better to fight these enemies close in instead of trying to throw your axe at them anyway, because they rush you a lot. So I just used my rage. I knocked a few of them in the pit. Since I have the talisman, you know, that generates rage, I can just get my rage back if I want to fill it back up by waiting between fights. But I haven't really been doing that. But, you know, while I'm exploring, I do end up wasting time since I don't always know where to go. So now you'll have to fight a few more enemies out in the open. This can be tricky. I may have died on this once or a few times, I'm not sure, but it can be tricky. But, you know, you can pull a lot of bullshit because you have this little hallway that you can go in. So you can always go in there and throw your axe at the enemies and take your time, which I do end up doing, I think. But yeah, I start off pretty aggressively using a rage and you know, fighting pretty aggressively, which thins out the enemies a little bit. But yeah, the Frost Giant fight coming up is not going to be exciting at all. You know, it's going to be really just a tedious fight. So you fought enough of them, you know, to where you could skip the rest of the video if you don't want to waste your time. I wouldn't really recommend watching it. You know, I don't try to waste the viewer's time, but I am showing all the encounters in the way that I did them. So if you're having trouble with it for whatever reason, you know, I guess that would give you an easy method, but I mean, it's easy as hell to exploit. This game recycles a lot of these enemies, like these Frost Giants, so if you fought one, you pretty much know what to do by this point. There will be a few enemies that join it. I used the Resurrection Stone here because it didn't really matter. There's a blacksmith right in here, so, you know, I just buy another one afterwards. And I was just playing it safe at this point, just throwing axes at these enemies. I think there's a few more smaller encounters before the giant, but, you know, very easy if you take your time. You can mostly just throw your axe at the enemies for the next few encounters. And these guys, they die fast with axe throws. They're just projectile throwers. They only take a few hits with the axe. You can deal with them, you know, earlier if you want to get them out of the way, or you can just wait and go behind this wall and just throw your axe at him and kill him. Very easy. Yeah, that's it for that fight. You have a few enemies in here to deal with, I think. I think there's a few. Yeah, there's a few enemies in here. But, you know, more the same standard combat against these enemies. I don't think there's any with the purple health bar, so they don't really take, that many hits. They're not especially difficult. And you got this little barrier, this thing that you push. You can just go behind this and use it as cover from the fireballs. And, just throw shit at them, use the arrows, unleash the wolves. I think there's a few more small encounters before the giant. I was proceeding carefully since I didn't know what was coming up. But yeah, nothing hard. There may be another enemy in here. I think so. You can tell which ones are alive by the reticle. When you aim your reticle, the ones that turn orange means that the statue's going to come alive. I think after this guy, the Frost Giant is coming up next. And that's going to be a very easy fight. It just takes long, but, you fought so many of them by this point in the game. They really do recycle them way too much. Yeah, I believe the Frost Giant is down here, but just another standard fight. You have a huge arena, so you can take your time with this fight. Just throw the axe at him and run around. You can go in that blacksmith hallway for a little bit of cover. He can still send the frost crystals into that hallway where the blacksmith is, but they only go down so far, so you can just keep coming out and throwing it if you want. It also gives you cover from the enemies, so you can channel all the enemies into a narrow area and just throw the axe at them. I don't even know if the enemies will come into that hallway. I think they stay outside, but you can very easily just throw the axe at them from the hallway. And when your rage meter builds up, just beat the shit out of the giant. It'll build up just from throwing the axe and using the rage talisman. It doesn't take nearly as long as it did earlier when I showed this fight with just throwing the axe in the beginning of the game. And at several other points in the game as well, at least one other occurrence. we may have to fight them more directly later in the game when I think there may be two of them at the same time, but I'm not really sure. And the enemy arrangements may be a little different on this mode, on that part. I'm not even sure. But deal with that when we get there, you know. Still got to watch out for these enemies. They're always dangerous. They're fast and they will appear during the fight. So yeah, if you go into this blacksmith hallway over here, you know, that can give you some chance to build up your rage meter again and charge it up, and you can just take your time in here. You could even equip the health talisman and get all your health back if you wanted to just wait around in here long enough and get full health. I think there's also some health crystals that I run around and collect later in that large arena. Because as I was saying earlier in the videos, is that if I don't need those green crystals, I don't pick them up, because a lot of times you'll backtrack and revisit areas, and if you didn't pick up those green crystals, it seems to save them, so they should still be on the ground if you didn't use them. So I'd recommend not picking them up when you don't need them, because they could end up helping out later. But yeah, so this video is about to end, but I will continue the rest of this giant fight, though there's not much to see. It's the same shit. But, you know, if you do want to see the rest of the fight, stay tuned and check the next video. Thanks again. Welcome back to the commentary for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. Yeah, this is basically just a little finish-up video, a little cleanup of the ice ogre, which was, you know, I did it in a very tedious and long way, running in here for protection and throwing the axe again. It's a very easy fight. It just takes long, but it's, you know, by this point you've dealt with a lot of these encounters, you know. The giant and his friends, you know, you've dealt with this kind of shit before. It's the same kind of shit. There's actually a lot of room to run around. There's a lot of land masses to use as cover, especially this area. And you can use a resurrection stone if you want, because, you know, you have a blacksmith right in here after the fight. So, yeah, not much to say about this fight. You do get some useful items afterward. You'll get mainly a flame to upgrade your axe, a frozen flame, and you'll get you get another runic attack. I don't know if it's a very good one, but you can play around with that. I don't think it's one that I really like too much. I like the frozen giant frenzy, or frost giant frenzy. So I don't think it's going to replace that for me, but it may be decent to mess around with. As mentioned, I lost the elevator sequence fight after this. I lost about another hour of footage or so I won't be able to post that up. But I mentioned in an earlier video, I just use pretty much just use rage mode and the stomp move to knock everybody into the pits. I get most of the enemies into the pits, and then I use rage again when the fast giant type of enemy comes out, and I use that on him just to punch the shit out of him, get most of his life away, and then when I get his life down far enough, I get on his back, ride him, and use him to knock the other enemies into the pits. That was pretty much my strategy. I mean, the video probably would have, you know, it was well executed, so it probably would have came out pretty good, but unfortunately, the PlayStation sometimes doesn't capture footage. I don't know why it does that. It's not always too reliable. I would have continued using the AverMedia devices, but, you know, for the 4K footage, I would probably have to buy a 4K AverMedia now to capture that, and it's just a pain in the ass. It's a lot of money to put out just for that, and I can capture it on the console, you know, decently enough. I mean, the PS4 Pro is a pain in the ass because I have to upload it to YouTube, which takes really long for some reason, and then I have to download it. I have to wait to download it until it's a certain quality, you know, HD quality. Then I can download it. Then I have to upload it back again after I add the commentary and process it and everything. So it's kind of a pain in the ass. Xbox One has a much, you know, Xbox One X, it's much easier to do. You just use an external hard drive and record it on that, and then you just transfer it to your computer. Much easier. But yeah, here I use the rage mode to finish off the enemy. And, yeah, and that's pretty much it. You know, I finish off a few scragglers. Very easy. I would have just posted this without any commentary, but, it wouldn't really fit since these are... I made a playlist for commentary videos on this game, and then I just have the videos without commentary for those who don't want the commentary. So I have both. So I figured I would just, just do it anyway, just to make it consistent. But there's not much to say about this. I still have to make part 19, which is going to have, since it's a long fight, I'm going to have to ramble during that video as well. I just did part 20 out of order because it was such a short video. I just wanted to bang it out while I'm waiting for the other one to process. It takes so long to upload to YouTube. The 5-minute one uploaded faster, so I'm just doing that first. But yeah, you've done this kind of shit, a lot by this point. The elevator fights can be tricky, but, unfortunately I lost the footage. But yeah, those parts can be tricky, but if you use the tactic I mentioned, you shouldn't have too much trouble with it. You actually get a few checkpoints on the elevator, at least one checkpoint, maybe a few, so it's fair. So it shouldn't be too bad. The next video I have up is probably going to be the dragon boss fight. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, here, as I said, you get the River of Knives runic attack. And you'll get an axe upgrade. So since the blacksmith is there, you might as well just upgrade your axe. Stay tuned, and I'll have some videos up. I should have another 2 videos up tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the tutorial of the hardest mode in the God of War 2018. And yeah, this is a very easy fight. This fight kind of shows the difference in difficulty between God of War 2 on Titan and this game. It's really no comparison. Because, in that game, you would have had to fight the entire boss with no checkpoints, and you probably would have died in one hit. Here, you can take several hits. And you get a checkpoint for each 4 little cubits of health that you take down. So, if you die and you take down 4 pieces of life, you'll start right there. So, pretty much every phase when you get his head down is another checkpoint. So, very easy overall. It may take you a few tries. I think I died a few times only, maybe 5 times or something like that. Not a lot. So, it's really not bad. Every 2 of those red things that you throw at him and get him to detonate will bring his head back down. And that pretty much, then you hit his head in the wounded area on the side. And that'll pretty much give you another checkpoint. So, you shouldn't have too much trouble with this. This is extremely easy, especially compared to the battles that we fought previously against regular enemies. This is more of a cinematic event than an actual fight. But it is a very cool scene, no doubt. Very, very cool. I like the presentation. It's a fun fight. It's enjoyable. But it's not challenging. So you shouldn't have too much trouble with this. The main thing to look out for is... be ready to block when he stomps down on the ground because there'll be a shockwave that comes out. So just block that and then run in and hit his claw as many times as you can before he retracts it. Then start rolling back. And aside from that, you want to throw those red things at him when he's electrified. So either before or right after he does his electric attacks. And they'll explode on him. And when you land 2 of them successfully and they explode on him, then he'll drop his head down and you can get in those hits and get to the next phase. If he's not doing the electric attacks, then basically all you have to do is you have to hit his claw a number of times, and then he'll go back into doing his electric attacks again, and then you can start hitting him with the red things you throw at him. So yeah, that's pretty much it. He changes it up a little bit, but there's not really much to this fight at all. You even get health pickups if you want them, and you get a ton of checkpoints. So, and also the last maybe 4 cubits of his health or whatever, you get the help of Atreus, and it's pretty much like a cinematic scene. So you pretty much get a free destruction of that life, So you don't even have to take down all of his life normally. So yeah, it's not a hard fight at all. And you'll definitely, after dying a few times, you'll get it down. And, you really don't have to survive that long until you get to the next checkpoint. So, It shouldn't give you too much trouble. Obviously, with that one, you want to roll to the side to avoid that one when you see, because he shoots that one in a straight line. So just roll to the side. You have to block first because there'll be a shockwave he does before that, and if you don't block that, it'll stun you, and then you'll get hit by the main attack, and you can die from that. So you want to block the stun wave, then roll to the side when that beam comes at you. But that's pretty much it. I mean, there's a few variations and changes in how you block and dodge, but very simple for the most part, and I'm sure anyone who's made it this far will be able to figure this out pretty easily. And now at this point, you're pretty much just given a free kill on him, because you just have to fight him a little bit longer, and then you'll just win. So really nothing to this. The smaller fights after this are actually harder than this is, but they're not that bad. But they're probably harder than this, because this is quite easy for this mode. I'm not so sure how easy the two bosses are going to be later on. I don't know if those are going to be hard on this mode, but yeah, but this guy's very easy. I was expecting this to be a lot harder, similar to Titan in God of War 2, where you die in one hit. And I didn't know there was going to be checkpoints during the boss fight, so they've really watered it down, which I'm not complaining. I don't really like having to start over these long boss fights from the beginning, so I'm not going to complain about that. But this is more of a fun fight than anything. It's enjoyable, but it's not challenging if you've gotten this far. So now, yeah, you throw when he's beginning to get electrified, either after or before his attacks, and then... and also there's a phase, like, right before he does his electric attacks, if you can predict when he's about to do his electric moves, and you throw the thing right before he does it, you'll get in a free hit. So sometimes you can predict it early, if you have a feel for when he's about to do it. But you don't even need to do that. You'll beat this quickly. It's not hard. And I believe everything shown in this video was from about 40 minutes of playing, but I believe a lot of that was... I'm not sure if I went in a lot of the menus in this, but I was also trying to figure out how to get the runes, which took a little bit of time. Not too long. But this was about 40 minutes of progress, with all the menus and little cutscenes and things like that. And now I'll basically be showing all the combat leading up to the outside snowy area. And there's also an apple you can get for extending your health bar. So I'll show how to get that. So yeah, this is just a simple enemy, nothing special, one enemy. So you won't have any trouble with this. He seems to heal himself, and very quickly, so I think the main way to get him down, I think the main idea with him is to try to get his stun bar up and then do a finisher with stun. That's what it seems like. But, so use the arrows, and I probably should have used more bare-fisted attacks to get his stun bar up faster. But I wasn't really familiar with exactly what I was supposed to do on him. And take out these flying eyeballs when they come around, because you don't want them moving around while you're trying to fight the guy. They're just a pain in the ass, they cause more problems. And then for some reason he stopped healing himself. And then he just fell in the pit and died, so, that works for me. So now you got a few more enemies. And, I think it's just a few of these little floaters here, so, the nightmares. Which are, pretty easy. So, yeah, so you get rid of those, and then... I think I died once on this fight because I was trying to throw the axe and use the distance strategy. I died at least once on this. But as soon as I took the aggressive style and just got up in their face and started fighting them, I beat it on my first try after that. So, I'd recommend, you can do a little bit of axe throwing, but I'd recommend getting in close and just dealing with them, trying to parry them and just beat the shit out of them, It went a lot easier for me when I got aggressive. And this is another one of those assholes that it seems more beneficial to go for high stun moves like bare-fisted and arrows and things like that. Because he seems to keep healing himself, so I'd recommend trying to get his stun bar up and then finish him off with the R3 prompt. And then you'll have a nightmare floating around here, make sure you get rid of that. I maybe even should have killed it, when it came out, but I didn't really give a shit. It wasn't like I had that much to redo if I died, so. And this can be hard because this guy's tough, but I got this on my first try. I started off with throwing my axe at the biggest enemy because, he can be the biggest problem. The little guys are not really a problem. So I think then I started focusing on the smaller enemies because he wasn't too affected by my axe throws. So then I tried to get rid of these assholes. And I try to do as much damage with the axe throws before I start getting more aggressive with, with moving in closer. But, actually for this fight, no, I didn't even move in close for this fight. I think I just get the fuck out of here and, see, I threw the axe and killed those guys with axe throws. Then when this guy gets close, I did a few of my rune moves, for a little damage. And it gave me a little space so I could just, get the fuck out of there, roll out of there, get my distance again. And then I just use the arrows and the charging wolf attack, where you hold down square and just axe throws. And that's it. And as long as you stay out of distance of his wave move, his projectile wave, which has doesn't have a very long distance, pretty short. So as long as you stay at a distance from that, stay out of the range and just throw shit at him, you'll beat him. So this shouldn't give you any trouble. If you try to fight the guy up close, I think he can be pretty tough, but I wouldn't really know because I didn't even bother trying to fight him up close. I just did this on my first time getting to him, and it was good enough. So, I only do what's necessary for me to win. And this shows how to get the, the symbols. There's going to be 3 symbols in this area. So if you don't know exactly where these are, I guess, use this as kind of a hint. See, the first one's in this area with that little scroll thing that you unlock. Then you have to fight some enemies. They're just like some easy enemies, so it's just a bullshit little fight. Nothing major. So you'll fight some easy enemies in here. And then after that, you'll see where the next runes appear. I think I ended up saying fuck it and just used my rage mode to get rid of these guys, So, I mean, it's so easy to get the rage modes back when you have that rage talisman because you can just use that and eventually charge it back up. So, I use rage a lot more liberally now since I got that talisman. I'm pretty liberal with rage. And I'd recommend using that talisman as well and being aggressive with it. It can get you out of, situations that would take a lot longer. Not that this would have been a very hard fight, but it would have taken a lot longer than that. So it's good just to get it over with. And then get back to finding those little rune symbols again. So now we have 2 more left. So there's one by this, right by here, which I think is across the bridge. Then you have another one. It's kind of angled up in here, but you can actually make the bridge go up and go up there and just hit it with your axe. You don't have to try to angle it and throw it up there, but I didn't know exactly where it was. But yeah, so now you'll get another apple for this. And then you'll see how you get the bridge to go up. It's very easy. And then there's going to be an enemy inside of a treasure chest that you have to kill. And you get some decent items for that, I think. So that's mainly all that's left here. You just crank this thing and then throw the axe in the gears to jam the gears. And then, and then that's it. You go up there, open the treasure chest and kill the guy. And see, this is up here is where we destroyed that runic symbol. You could have done it by hand instead of throwing the axe. But then you open this treasure chest, and some asshole comes out of here. Very easy enemy. Just beat the shit out of him. You can pretty much just punch him to death. He's very easy. And he gives you some good items, so it's worth killing his ass. And yeah, and that's pretty much going to be it for this video. I have another one. It really only shows one encounter because I was messing around in the menus a lot and shit like that. So most of my time was spent. I can only record an hour at a time for these videos. Each video is from an hour of gameplay, or 40 minutes a lot of times. Because I don't always do the full hour. So, so I'll show that one kind of long encounter, and that's going to be it for the next video, but I'll try to get more up soon. Thanks for watching. Welcome to the God of War tutorial for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. Yeah, this is just a very short encounter. This was my progress from about a 45-minute long play session, but I actually reloaded two saves because I wanted to redo some of the decisions I made at the blacksmith and how I invested my 4,500 experience points after getting the head at the top of the mountain. So a lot of that was my fault for going back and redoing some of the decisions, mostly fucking around in the menus. This encounter, I died a few times on this. Not a lot, but several times. I think at least once. I'm not sure if it was more than once. But initially I was doing the usual method of just throwing the axe at the enemies from a distance. And there's a lot of enemies here, so really that's a long way to do it, and it ends up becoming dangerous. So I recommend the more aggressive approach. And I use this stomp here with rage mode to get the guys off the edge. You know, that'll save you a lot of time. And then you'll have a few more enemies left here. And you can weaken them with some axe throws, you know. But at some point I think it's better just to get, you know, aggressive with them and fight them. But yeah, not much. There's not going to be much to show in this video. I did end up using one of my resurrection stones. I said fuck it because I could just go back to the blacksmith rather than redoing this this encounter. I just go back to the blacksmith, get another resurrection stone. So I didn't really care. I mean, it's a little bit of a trek back, but it wasn't a big deal. So I just did that. I was at the end of the fight anyway, so I didn't really feel like redoing it. He didn't go up in the air like I was hoping when I hit him with the R2 strike. I guess he's like a heavier enemy. Some enemies don't get levitated with those strikes. I wanted to knock him off the side of the mountain with some levitation attacks. But yeah, still easy enough. I got a little sloppy, but almost died again. But then I got my shit together. But yeah, I should have some more up soon, so I'll try to get some more footage up soon. And let me know if there's any improvements you want me to make on the videos, and thanks for watching. Welcome to the tutorial for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. And there's going to be some more close and personal combat in this video than previous. The axe throwing technique of keeping distance and just throwing the axe hasn't really been working too well at this point in the game. The enemies have become a lot more aggressive and a lot better at closing the distance. So you'll see here we have two of these Revenant enemies and a few other enemies, and I found it best to just go all out aggressive. I mean, we've dealt with these enemies a lot of times before. And for these guys, you know, you just use maybe 2 or 3 arrows directly at them to stun them, and then you can get in some hits with Kratos. So I try to take them out real fast. And I mainly focus on them first because they're the hardest enemies. These other enemies are pretty easy, so you know, I'd rather get rid of the Revenant enemies first. And I think I used my rage mode on the second one just to get rid of them. Unless that's in another fight, because I think there's a few fights with these guys, so I can't remember. But yeah, the heavy cleave works well when you have some distance. That takes the life bar down fast on a lot of these enemies. But yeah, these enemies have become a lot better at closing the distance now when you try to stay back and throw the axe, so I'm finding now that a lot of close combat is working better. But yeah, so now you have to destroy these 3 seals to open the chest. And this gives you a general idea of where they're at. I didn't want to take up too much of the video, you know, showing this kind of shit. But it gives you a general idea that they are in the vicinity of this area. And then you can get, I believe it's a horn upgrade for the rage bar, which actually, it gave me enough to increase my rage bar. So if you've been following so far, then you should have enough to get the next increase. And here you have to deal with at least one of these enemies. And I take out this asshole really quickly. Okay, yeah, it was two of them. I think this is where I used my rage on the second one. I got it confused because there was 2 fights in a row with these guys where there was 2 of them at once. But I think I used my rage here. You got to make sure they're stunned first, and then you can use rage and you can beat the shit out of them. They've become pretty easy enemies by this point in the game. And I think I show how to get this this item here. It's another summon item. I don't know how good it is. I haven't really fucked around with it yet, but it allows you to summon another type of animal. I think I've been using the crows lately, but it may be worth experimenting with different ones for different scenarios. I haven't found this mode nearly as hard as I thought it would be. It is definitely harder in the beginning when you're weaker, so far. But we'll see about the later fights. There may be some very hard shit later on, so I can't really make a full judgment yet. But it's not giving me a lot of trouble as of yet. These areas took me maybe around 50 minutes, but that was with whatever menu fucking around I did and cutscenes and things like that as well. But yeah, after you get that kid over to the other side, then he'll lower this for you, and you have to break some boards where the symbols are right over there, and then you'll be able to use him to get over to the other side, and you can get that chest, get some spirit animal or some shit. Okay, this is the one that has the crows. Maybe, I guess this is where I got the crows at. And now with these enemies, I think I died once here. I found it best to just go all out aggressive on these enemies, because there ends up being a lot of them, and it can be tough if you just try to throw your axe at them. As I was saying, the axe throwing technique of just staying back and trying to throw axes at all the enemies hasn't been working nearly as well at this point, so I think it's good to be more aggressive in some of these fights. But when I can, I'll definitely exploit the distance technique, but when I have to fight up close, then I'll definitely do that as well. You know, whatever works. Some aerial combos here to do some extra damage. Those always work well. Take out one of the weak enemies with the axe throw. You know, it's useful for when they're weak. But overall, I found it easier just to go all out. You know, getting close. You have a lot of options in the combat in this game. You know, like when the axe is in the guy, he freezes so you can punch the shit out of him. There's a lot of interesting ways to use the various mechanics, which I like a lot about the game. I'm still learning shit. Mostly just from playing, though. I haven't really looked into the combat too much. Here you have two of these large enemies, but they're easy enough to get in close and fight. If they hit you, they'll do massive damage, but I mean, you know, it's easy to manage by this point in the game. You just want to watch out. You don't want to get cornered by both of them because that can be dangerous, so you want to get out of those corners. Landed a nice heavy cleave there, which did a lot of damage. Since these guys are slow, you can get them in sometimes. And those are the crows. They seem to do decent damage. They have a high damage rating, so I tend to like offensive type of shit the best, so I go for higher damage attacks overall. All my armor and everything has pretty much been based around the highest strength and damage possible. You know, when I get it. I haven't gone out of my way to get any good armor or anything like that yet. Just basically what I pick up just by playing normally. But I always go for the shit with the high strength. I haven't really been going for defense. My defense is really not that high. And here there's a little crow you can kill for a little XP. And if you overlook this little overhang right here, you'll see a bunch of symbols, and you can press square to interact with that. And then Atreus will get that information, and you can go down to that sand bowl down there and use that information, and he'll unlock a chest. So that's all I show at this point. This little chest. Yeah, that's pretty much it for this video, but stay tuned. I'll definitely have more up. I should have some more up by tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Welcome to the commentary for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. And yeah, this video is going to be all optional combat. And this is an optional area. It's Muspelheim. And I probably should have shown how I got here, but I'm not showing a whole lot of exploration in this video. I'm trying to focus mainly on combat, since that's the main challenge of the hardest mode. But yeah, this is my failed attempt at the trial. I didn't die, but I think there was 6 enemies left, so I didn't end up killing all the enemies. This is my first and only time that I tried the trial. I figured I might try it later when I get more powerful. It's probably only going to make it harder on myself to try to beat them now at my current level. No, I'm sure it's possible. I just didn't want to invest that much time because I wanted to explore other parts of the game. I was doing some optional exploration to see if I could power up a little bit, but I'm probably not going to go crazy with the exploration because I don't like to invest a ton of time in that. I like to play, you know, mainly the main storyline is probably what I'll go back to. But I did fuck around a little bit here. I just, you know, I figured I'd give it a try. If I could beat it, I might be able to get some items out of it if it was easy enough. But it would be pretty challenging. I would have had to really take out these enemies a lot faster. I would have charged up my rage meter fully before even going into the fight to speed up things a little bit. That would have helped. Because I can use the Rage Talisman to gain a burst of rage, so I could have just waited around and used that and maxed out my 2 bars. And I'm sure that would have probably made a big difference. And I probably would have maybe had to knock more enemies off the cliff as well. That probably would have, that would probably make it a lot more doable. Knock all the light enemies off the cliff pretty much is probably what I would do. But yeah, I figured I would show this because, there was, some decent playing, some close range combat. I wasn't hanging back and just throwing the axe the whole time, so I thought it was at least some good combat to show. But yeah, feel free to skip the next 2 videos. If you only want to see the main combat and you don't want to see any optional combat, then feel free to skip the next 2 videos. It's probably going to be more than the next 2 videos. I'm probably going to be doing the optional shit for a little while, so there may be, there may be several videos that end up being based around the optional shit. I just wanted to do some exploration because I know the game's also going to get probably considerably harder on some later parts, so I wanted to be a little bit stronger. I'm sure I don't need to do it. It would just take me longer. I would die a lot more if I was weaker, obviously, so it wouldn't hurt. But I'm also just having fun and appreciating the deeper mechanics of the game now, because as I said before, on normal, I don't really appreciate the depth of the combat because the game's too easy, so now I can appreciate it more. I can take my time, maybe do some optional shit, level up a little, explore. And I'm enjoying doing that a lot more in the hardest setting because there's more incentive to get those upgrades. It's a lot more satisfying when I find stuff on the hardest mode, when I find an item or an upgrade or, kill hard enemies or hard encounters. It's a lot more meaningful to me. So I'm enjoying that more. I didn't really do almost no exploring on normal, very little. But I figured, when I got to the hardest mode, I wanted to spend my time doing that in the hardest mode because then it would have more meaning to me. So yeah, here I pretty much run out of time. And, that was it. So I showed that just for the hell of it. And then we have another optional area over here. I think there's some more optional combat. I don't think there's going to be... Actually, there was some decently challenging encounters, but I did pull some bullshit with the axe throwing on some of them. But there was a few where I had to get in close and aggressive, and I did do that. So there's a mix here of aggressive tactics and cowardly tactics. So you get a little bit of both. Now for this fight, yeah, this is going to be the cowardly tactics of just staying in the back and throwing the axe. As I said, whenever I can exploit the AI or anything like that, I tend to do it. So, you're not always going to see fancy close-up combat with my gameplay. That's for sure. So, I do spam the axe throwing mainly. There's not going to be much close combat in this fight. But, I kill them and get the XP and items. That's all I really cared about. And then after this fight, there may actually be... I think there's actually some more skillful close-range combat after this encounter, but you're not going to see any skill here, that's for sure. But I'm trying to post up all the combat encounters, optional or otherwise, for the most part, that I come across. Just to show everything. I could have, made a separate video series of just all the optional content, but I figured I want to show everything that I went through for my playthrough of the hardest mode, which includes any optional shit that I did or anything like that. I figured it would be better to include it all. I'll probably make a separate playlist for post-game content if I decide to do the Valkyrie bosses on the hardest mode, because I'm probably going to do them on this New Game Plus, because I deleted my, well, not New Game Plus, but I deleted my normal playthrough accidentally. I think I overwrote it. So I can't fight the Valkyries on that. So I'm probably going to end up fighting the Valkyries on this after I beat the game. I'll probably at least try that out. And maybe I'll beat those. I'm not sure if I'm going to go through and beat them all for fun or what. But if I do, I'll probably make a separate post-game content playlist. I won't include that because that's not, you don't need to do that to beat the hardest mode. This is a tutorial on what I did to beat the hardest mode, not any post-game content. So, optional shit I'll include here, but the post-game shit, I think I'll probably do a different series for that. But we'll see. I don't know how, I don't know how much replay I'm going to do on the game yet. I haven't really figured it out. How compelled I'll be to do it. I'll probably want to fight the Valkyries. They seem like really cool optional bosses, well done, so I'll probably want to do that. But I'd rather get all my, I can't even do it yet anyway. I have to beat the game, so it's not like, but I'll try to maybe do some optional stuff before I fight them to get stronger. Luckily, you can do all the side quests, at any time, so I love that about the game because I don't have to worry about, I missed this side quest, I can't get stronger now. No, I can always go back, and if I want to take hours and hours to strengthen my character, I can do that later. So that's great. So now here, this was a hard combat encounter. I may have died, I don't know if I died once or twice, and I think I only died once, but I ended up, on my second attempt, I believe it was the second attempt, I just used rage immediately and took out this asshole because the serpents I can deal with, if I only have to deal with the serpents jumping in and out of the ground, then that's easy enough to deal with. It's not easy, but they are a lot to manage, but, I've dealt with them enough. But having another asshole moving around makes things a lot harder because he's pretty much an axe sponge. I mean, he takes a lot of hits. So I figured I would just take my chances with these enemies and try to fight them up, mostly close range until my life gets low. They can be a pain. It's not an easy fight because you have to manage all these assholes at once, My general tactic, as I mentioned, is to get them out of the ground and hit them when they're in the air multiple times to get extra damage. And then just keep repeating that. That's what I try to do. But I mix it up a little here with some different tactics. Generally what I do is when they pop out of the ground, I roll out of the way and then I follow up with a R2 attack which levitates them in the air. See, it missed there, but usually it'll levitate them in the air. Or you can parry like that and hit them, but a lot of times I try to levitate them in the air and get multiple hits, but I'm not pulling that off a lot here. So then I saw things getting really bad, so I retreat here and go back into this area. And then I do resort to some axe throwing because, things did get pretty messy. So at least I had that to fall back on. I go back to this narrow little alcove. And I'm sure I could have done that from the beginning and exploited that, but I just felt like fighting them. I think it was easier to deal with than having them trying to, having four of them trying to come up out of the ground would have been hard even with axe throwing, I think. That would have been hard to pull off. The enemies start to counter that axe throwing shit pretty well by later in the game. You get enemies that can get around that a lot easier. Not all of them, though. The flying enemies had trouble with that, but, there's a lot of them that can get around that. And depending on the combinations of enemies you have to deal with, it can be very hard to just throw axes the whole time. So you do have to fight, which I like about the game. I'm glad that it adapts to difficulty. That's a sign of a very well-designed game, that it doesn't let you get by with the same tactics, because, that would be disappointing if I could axe throw the entire game. But yeah, that's it for this video. And I have one more very short video that I think it just shows one encounter, but I'll have that up soon as well. So stay tuned for that, and I'll try to get up some new videos soon. And here we get a warrior's handle. It didn't seem very good, so I never ended up using it. But it's good. You can always sell that shit, so that's good. Welcome to my tutorial for the hardest mode, God of War 2018. And, yeah, this is only going to be one encounter, but, as mentioned, I post basically what I get recorded within maybe 40 minutes to an hour of gameplay most of the time. Sometimes it's 35 minutes, 30 minutes, because I don't always check the clock to see how long I've been recording, but I can only do an hour at a time on the PlayStation 4 console, and I don't know how to combine videos, so, sometimes there'll be one encounter in a video. But I don't show, much of the puzzle elements in these areas, but I showed collecting a few of these drops, so if you see these areas, look out for those drops, because they make permanent increases to your strength and luck and various other things, so it's worth looking for them. But, yeah, I didn't really show where these areas were. But, as I said, I'm not really focusing too much on that in this series. But yeah, here's combat against, one very easy optional enemy. Nothing special. I think there's one fairly challenging encounter in here, but I can't remember what I had on this video. I probably made it like 2 days ago or something like that. You also see these things for the side missions, so talking to these things helps with the side missions. So there's that. You can also open a door up here, which is easy to open. It's just some basic puzzling, and you'll open up a door. And then you can ride your boat into another area where you'll find this like fiery guardian that you can fight after you go through that door, which I'll probably be showing in the next video. And I don't really show much of the puzzle shit here because, you know, I don't really want to make long videos on all the puzzle areas of the game and all that shit. I just want to, you know, because there's plenty of videos of normal run-throughs that show all the puzzles that you can check online. I'm just trying to show the combat, since that's the hard part of this mode. And this was, I think, yeah, this was at least one Revenant. There may have been a few of them here. I don't remember. But they're, you know, pretty basic enemies by this point. You know, use a few stun arrows and then just get some hits in. And then I just use my rage here, because it's so easy to get back now with the rage talisman. You know, it's not really a problem to use it a lot. There may be one more encounter in this video. I'm not even sure. Maybe it's this might be part of the same encounter. Yeah, there were still some enemies alive, so... You know, these guys can always be a pain in the ass when there's multiple of them. They're dangerous. So things can always get tense. And I think these ones have projectiles, too, like poisonous projectiles or something. So it can make them more dangerous. Yeah, see, they have some kind of acid spit or something. I don't think the other ones had that. So these ones can be a little dangerous. As I'm close to death already, you know, it's starting to get a little intense. This may be the last one. Yeah, and then here through this door is where the Ash Guardian or the Fire Guardian is, and I still have yet to beat that. I'll have to try it some more. I haven't really tried it much yet. But the next video will probably show me beating that. It's probably going to be more optional encounters because I'm having fun exploring now and powering up a little through the optional exploration. Something, as I said, I didn't really do on normal because I didn't really give a shit about being stronger on normal. Because, you know, it was pretty easy. So, yeah, stay tuned. And thanks for watching. Welcome to my commentary for the tutorial for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. Yeah, the next several videos are going to continue to be more optional combat. So none of this is required, but yeah, there's definitely some very difficult optional battles that I've done in the next video, so I'll be editing and posting those all up. This fight can be tough, because you have to deal with all these assholes, and then you have to fight one of those lava ancients. So this fight takes me a while. I try to focus on these assholes first. So I take these guys out. And then after you kill enough of these guys, you can just deal with the lava enemy alone. And I think that's the best way to do it. So I try to kill them all first. Especially the one throwing fireballs at the top. I try to get rid of him quickly. See how much trouble he causes. So yeah, this can be an intense fight. But when you're fighting only the lava enemy, then it's, you know, pretty easy, but it can still be dangerous, because if you get hit, you catch on fire and you lose most of your life. So, you know, you got to be careful. But yeah, basically just keep moving and try to get in hits when you can. And use some axe throws when you can to get their health down. I recommend not waking up the ancient the Lava Ancient until you've dealt with all these assholes. Because, you know, you're just going to make it harder on yourself if you have the boss moving around. See, I wake him up here, I think, which wasn't a good idea. I shouldn't have been that reckless. So now I have to deal with the enemies and him at the same time, and things get pretty fucking intense since I have almost no life. You know, pretty much one hit away from death the entire time. So, you know, it's going to be a long fight at this point. I end up using a resurrection stone. But I mean, this battle is definitely worthy of one of them because it's one of the harder fights in some of these optional areas. Though there's some much harder fights that I came across a little bit later in the later videos, so there'll be some tough optional fights for sure. I've definitely had to be a lot more aggressive and not rely on axe throws and get more into the actual up-close combat a lot more now, which is cool. The game does force you to really get good at the combat on this difficulty. But yeah, at this point, you know, you got a lot of bullshit to deal with and avoid. I believe he can hurt his friends as well, but you know, most of the time he's probably going to be hitting you, but you know, but try to get rid of these assholes and then you'll have a much easier time. Even though I did end up getting rid of these assholes, you know, I had such little health, I really didn't have any leeway to fuck up or get hit. But I was able to survive through it. I think I died a number of times on this part, and I think this video is from around an hour of playtime edited down, you know, including menus, puzzles, things like that, not just purely combat and exploration. You know, since I don't know what's coming up, I've just been, you know, but this is from about an hour. So yeah, now I have this guy alone. So yeah, technically very easy fight, just takes a while. But of course, you know, things can go wrong at any moment. I try to use this rock as cover most of the time. And that makes things pretty easy, except this guy has attacks that can kind of go over the rock. He drops some fire stones and they can burn you, so you got to be careful with that. Gradually, I get some of my health back, which, you know, may allow me to survive, you know, another fuck up if I get burned or something like that. Which I probably do end up getting burned. I mean, it's somewhat safe, but it's also, you know, it's still a little bit dangerous behind this rock. I never bother picking up those stones on the ground, but if you pick them up and throw them at the boss, they'll explode on the boss. And I think then you can get in several axe throws in a row, so you can get in a lot more damage if you use them. But I didn't want to fuck around with them because, you know, my health was already low. And, you know, if you don't pick them up in time, they'll blow up on you. Or you'll get shot while you're trying to grab it. So I just wanted to, you know, keep it safe. It's not too exciting to watch, but it works. It can be a little tricky sometimes because the rock gets in the way when you're trying to throw your axe, but at least you have, you know, some cover. But yeah, as you can see, some of them go over the rock, and you got to watch out for those. I try to throw the axe a little early before he opens up, but, you know, sometimes it doesn't work too well. And now the Rage Stomp here does a lot of damage. So yeah, that ends that fight. And there'll be some other... there's another very hard battle coming up, but I was able to use the dragon to kill all the enemies, so I'll show how I exploited that. If you don't do that, you know, you're going to have a really hard fight. So, you'll see how to do that easily. I think that's a little bit late. I don't think that's the next thing, but it will be in this video. This video actually gets kind of drawn out because I was running around dodging electricity for a long fucking time in one area because I didn't know where to go. So that made things really tedious when I was playing, and I edited it down a little bit, but it's still very long. So I'll let you know when we get to that part if you want to skip the video. But until then, there's going to be a lot of action. There's a lot of good combat in this video, I think. This can be tough. I died a lot of times on this for some reason because these wolves are so fast, and they when you have a lot of them, they can really kill you fast. So, you know, I died a lot on this. It doesn't look too hard, but it's just the guys are very fast. The arrows have definitely been getting better as they've been powered up. They're a lot more useful now. I've been putting a lot of points into Atreus' arrows to get them powerful. I like those a lot. As you know, I like ranged attacks a lot. I like to pull bullshit from a distance whenever I can. So yeah, now I have to, you know, fight some, there's some more wolves in here. I think this was an easier fight. I think this is only like a few wolves, and I don't know if there's any other enemies. This one didn't give me any trouble. I don't think I died on this. I think, well, also I used rage on this. I said fuck it. I just used my rage. So that made things a lot easier. With the rage talisman, I can charge it up, and I have it available pretty frequently. So that's definitely my favorite talisman so far. I get a lot of use out of that. I also upgraded my rage mode now. It was 10,000 experience points to upgrade, but it gives you the ability to throw these boulders in rage mode. And with 1 bar of rage, you can throw maybe about 3 of the boulders, but they do massive fucking damage. I mean, they can one-hit kill a lot of the weaker enemies. They're very useful. And if they hit 2 enemies at once, because the boulder's big, if it hits 2 enemies at once, it can, one-hit kill 2 enemies at once, which is huge on this mode. So I highly recommend getting that rage upgrade when you get the chance. I don't know if I had it at this point, but I get it, I have it available in these videos at some point. So yeah, here, this fight is very fucking hard. What I ended up doing was I go in this alcove here. This little, see this little area. And now I just keep the enemies back with my axe and my axe throws. And they all get burned to death by the dragon. And there's a lot of fucking enemies. So this is extremely useful. So I recommend dealing with it this way. You see, they're all getting fucking fried. So the ones that don't get killed by my axe will get burned to death. And I'll be safe from the fire in here, so I won't die from that. I mean, if I come out a little bit, I will get killed by it, but, So I just stayed in here patiently, and you see all those life bars. Those are all enemies that are going to get fucked up by the dragon. Because it goes pretty much across, it goes very far, the fire. So eventually everybody's going to get fucked up. And then there's going to be like maybe 2 scraggler enemies left. Like one ground serpent that's very easy to deal with when he's alone. You can just throw the axe at him. You don't even have to fight him properly. And then another very easy enemy. So where it gets hard is when I go in the area where the dragon is close to. That's where there's a lot of fucking enemies, and I try to ignore them so I can destroy the the statues. You have to destroy 3 statues in this side mission. And I try to, I don't even know where the fuck they are, so I'm running around looking for them, and the whole time I'm, the ground is getting electrocuted constantly, and there's enemies everywhere, so I got to keep dodging the ground and dodging the enemies while trying to find the statues to destroy. So it was a huge pain in the fucking ass. Once I got, I think, to the part, I might only died once, once I killed all these enemies. I'm not sure, but I didn't die. I pretty much was able to survive somehow. Maybe on my first or second try on the area after these guys are dead. And it was just really fucking intense because I survived for a really long time and I didn't know where the fuck I was going. So it was tense. I had to edit it down because it took so long. I survived for such a long time not knowing where the fuck to go. But this is still going to be overly long, this section. Like, after this part, the rest of this video is going to be, overly long. So that's just a warning. I try not to post tedious content, playthroughs and shit like that. But I wasn't sure how to edit this down because I could have edited it down to just the successful paths I took. But technically it is gameplay when I'm rolling away from the lightning on the ground, even if I'm not fighting enemies. So I guess that's action-related gameplay, which these videos are focusing on combat, so I guess that's, that is kind of combat-related. So I wasn't sure how I should handle that, so I decided to show most of it. I edited it down just very slightly, but so I kept most of it in. It's so long that it goes into another video, so it's going to be continued in the next video. So yeah, it's a bit redundant. But I'll let you know when, when you may want to skip parts because of the redundancy. There's a lot of shit to explore. There was runics to find. There was all kinds of shit to do in this area. It took a long time. I think I did everything in this area except there was one part where there was a troll you could fight. And I was like, fuck that shit. I'm not going to throw an axe at a troll for another 10 minutes if I don't have to do it. So I was like, fuck that. I didn't feel like dealing with that again. I mean, there's so many fucking trolls in this game. They recycled the fuck out of the trolls. That's one thing that they really shouldn't have done. I mean, it gets fucking lame every time you see one of those large trolls. They take so long to kill, and they're just not fun to fight. So, I didn't really want to deal with that. I'm guessing the items that it's guarding are probably not that fucking good anyway, but I don't even know. I didn't even want to deal with it, so I skipped it. But aside from that, I did everything else. I rescued the dragon, which I think is the main goal of this area. Yeah, so now things get kind of ridiculous. I mean, I got to dodge all this fire, and there's enemies the entire time. And I don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to go. I know I need to get to the shrines to destroy them, but, I have no idea where they are at this point. So I find the first one here, and then there's like 2 more. I wasn't even sure what was considered destroying them, because, I mean, I broke a piece of it. I didn't know if that counted. But you have to completely break it. So I think I may have even left that one intact and didn't realize that I had to further destroy it. But I come back to it later and finish it off. You see there's a chest here with a rage horn in it. There's a lot of shit to do in this area. But you don't really want to do all the exploration shit until you take care of the little worship things that you have to destroy. It's better to destroy those first, because then the dragon will leave you alone at that point. It just flies away, so you won't have to deal with the electricity on the ground. That's what makes this area so fucking annoying and difficult. Constant electricity on the ground. But without that, it's pretty basic. So yeah, I'm going to be running around aimlessly for a while just trying to find where the fuck I have to go. So yeah, that's the first one. So then at that point I realized you have to completely destroy them for it to count, so then I go back. I think I make a lot of weird turns not knowing exactly I'm trying to go. I get disoriented in this area pretty easily because, I mean, I'm not good with, like, mazes and shit like that. It's not really a maze, but yeah, that's why I don't really like exploring, you know what I mean? I'm not really into that. But it's been a lot of fun overall, the exploring in this in the hardest mode, because it's satisfying to power up the character in this mode. So I've been getting, you know, a lot of extra hours of entertainment doing that. It's cool. I'll try to do all the side missions that I can do that come up before I go back to the main story. That way I'll at least be decently powerful. I was trying to ignore the enemies in this area for the most part, because I just wanted to destroy the 3 little shrines, you know, and that was it. I thought that would be enough, and then I could deal with them later, but they're becoming a huge fucking nuisance, you know, because then they get you cornered and you got that electricity. There's a lot of them. Here I'm trying to drop down, but of course you can't do certain things when enemies are around in this game. They don't let you do certain shit, so you can't open chests, you can't climb, so you have to clear out the area. I'm trying to keep my distance. I mean, that asshole's just been standing there, but eventually I do find a path that leads to the next area. And then I edited that part down. See, I edited out a chunk here because I was wandering around for a long fucking time. And again, I try to drop down, but yeah, no luck. So now things get intense. So I'm one hit away from death and there's electricity everywhere. You know. And I end up using a resurrection stone here just to survive so I can get to the next area. Because otherwise I don't know how far back they were going to send me. And, you know, it's kind of a pain in the ass, this area. It would have been way faster if I knew where the fuck I had to go, but I really had no idea. I kept hitting into dead ends. And eventually I find this area. But then this area was confusing because I see these assholes praying to something, so I figured there was a shrine in here. I didn't know if it was that big thing in the middle or what it was. So I fucked around in here for a while trying to figure out if there was a shrine in here. But it's not in here. It's in another area. So I think I ended up stopping here and killing all the enemies just so I could progress, because it won't let me climb up the little steps. So I was like, fuck it, let me kill all these assholes. So, you know, you get some combat here. And I eventually kill all these guys. It's annoying, but there's not much to it. You know, just keeping a distance and, you know, throwing the axe. It's a pretty standard fight. It's just annoying with the electricity. I don't think there's any electricity on the ground in this area, luckily. I don't think so, but... So I guess it wasn't as bad, but there was a lot of enemies, so it's a little bit annoying. But, you know, pretty basic. It's more of a nuisance because you don't know where the fuck to go, so, you know, it's just, to me it was just annoying because, you know, I'm trying to figure out where to go, and then, you know, these assholes are popping up and there's electricity everywhere. It's just kind of an annoying area. I didn't really enjoy this area too much overall, but it was cool to complete it. There's some pretty frustrating fights in the next few videos. There'll be some intense battles. Optional battles, but there'll be some hard ones. So stay tuned for some of those. Those will be more interesting than the end of this video. You know, the beginning of this video wasn't too bad, I guess. There was some decent combat. But there's definitely... I got some, you know, some much better footage in the other videos. But yeah, if you're still watching this, congratulations, because this is pretty tedious. But I did warn the viewers. And then the next video is going to pick up. It's still going to be in this area, but it's going to be further in this area until this area is completed and the dragon is freed. So it'll show the rest of this. The second video should move along faster because by that point I was, I didn't have to worry about destroying the stones as much, so it was a little bit more straightforward. I mean, originally this part was like, what the fuck do I have to do? It was, that was the hard part for me, is not knowing where I have to go. I can usually deal with hard combat, but I don't like when I don't know where the fuck I have to go and then there's shit everywhere. Lightning and assholes everywhere. So I was pretty annoyed. Yeah, and this is your first seal that you can destroy, your runic seal or whatever it's called, for the chest that you're going to get later with the Rage Horn, so keep that in mind. Although, like I said, this is not a great video for exploration because I don't even think I showed where this area was. Maybe I gave a general idea in the previous video, but like I said, this is really not the video for exploration. If you want to see where everything is exploration-wise, it's better off checking a video of the normal mode, or a video that focuses on hidden areas or something like that is much better for that. This is really, the purpose of this series is really combat related. And that was a quick, if you saw really quickly, I took the second seal out really fast. So if you rewind, you can see that. I should have left it on longer, obviously. But, like I said, this is not really a great video for showing where shit is located. Definitely not the video for that. But yeah, stay tuned. I'm going to get the other videos up. And I'll have them up soon, so stay tuned. Welcome back to the commentary for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. So now we're going to be continuing this area to free the dragon, this optional area. So yeah, it's going to continue, and this is kind of like, I'm still fucking around trying to find where the last shrine is at, and it's not in this area, but I didn't know that, so I'm thinking I missed a path or something like that, so I'm still running around trying to figure out where the fuck I have to go. But eventually I figured out that I probably should go in the direction of the area I just opened up. For some reason that wasn't obvious to me at the time. So then I finally go down here. I did edit out a pretty big chunk because, I was lost for a long time. I think this was from maybe 40 minutes or so of gameplay edited down, this whole video. I usually try to specify how long it took me to progress, in each video. I believe so. But yeah, now I end up going to this new area over here. I'm just looking around because I'm looking if I missed any of those symbols that I have to break or anything like that. So yeah, come up here, and there's two enemies here. They're kind of like axe sponge enemies. They take a lot of fucking hits, but they're not hard. You can keep your distance and pull a lot of bullshit as usual. And then there'll be a pile that you want to search because you'll get a lot of money and some very good items in this little pile of rubble. So you'll see that. Yes, it's right there, but I can't get it until the enemies die. So you know how this game works. You got to kill everything before you can interact with the environment. Which I guess is good because otherwise I'd be skipping shit like crazy like I did in a lot of these old games. If they don't force me to fight the enemies, I'll run right past them. So I kind of I like that choice to make you actually play the game. It's cool. I'm not against that. So yeah, we take out this asshole, and then there's just one of these guys left. So standard shit. And I'll show the puzzle solution very briefly. All you really need to know is the symbols on the right side that I line up. Because the left side, you just match them with the ones that are showing on the left side, the T and the R, or the up arrow and the R. You just match those on the left side. And on the right side, you're going to see which two symbols I rotated to. Just follow that. Just do that, and you'll be all right. I had to fuck around a lot to find it. But all you got to do is look at what I did if you want to know what it is. But like I said, this is not going to be a great video for exploration and locations of shit. So yeah, so you can pick up that pile of rubble and you'll get some good shit. I think you get a lot of money too. Like, you get this alloy. Yeah, you can use that to upgrade certain things. So, and an axe throwing enchantment. You get some good. You get about $7,000 too, and some steel. So, actually, the solid steel, which is where you get a lot of good stuff from that little pile of bullshit. Yeah. So see, that's the shrine we got to take out through that gate. But in order to get through that gate, you have to go through this. You have to open up this area. So, So now you'll see what lies ahead in this area. You won't see the giant that I skipped. There's a huge troll in this area. But I was like I said, I was like, fuck it, because this game recycles the trolls so fucking much. And I fought enough of them. I know what I have to do. I run around for 10 minutes and throw the axe, I know the procedure by now, but it's like, I didn't really want to deal with that. So I just skipped it. I'm not sure if I missed any good items, but I didn't really care. I didn't really want to deal with it. I was having fun with, the regular combat, but I wasn't really thrilled with this area because of all the electricity and enemies everywhere, not knowing where the fuck I had to go. I was annoyed with this area, so I wasn't in the mood to fight a giant for 10 fucking minutes. I did play about 4 hours or so today on this mode, so I pumped in some time today, for sure. So I wasn't burnt out playing the mode today at all. It's just that I didn't want to play the fucking giant. It's so fucking lame. It's a boring fight, and it takes really long. It can take 10 minutes or longer, so I just didn't really want to do that. Yeah, I think I played around, I'd say at least 3.5, 4 hours today, something like that. And now I'm just doing some commentary for the videos, uploading the rest of them, and I'm probably going to switch over to some emulation and play some older games, take a break. And of course I edited this into where the combat is mostly, but because I really just wanted to show the combat for the most part. I even show small combat encounters just to try to show all the combat, but occasionally some things will not be shown. Like in one video, I think I fought about 4 floating nightmares, so that's not... I'm not going to make a 30-second video of me killing 4 nightmares. That would be a complete waste of time. There's no point of that. It would probably be about 30 seconds long. I didn't have anything else significant happen in that recording period, and I don't know how to combine videos yet, so... it would have been like a 30-second video of me killing 4 nightmares, which is really lame. So, I do use my judgment. I don't post, any bullshit. Yeah, I'm just trying to hit that little explosive thing in the back there, Not like you need it for that guy, but, why not? I'm definitely getting a lot more comfortable with the combat, and it's starting to feel a lot more natural now, It's flowing a lot more smooth with me now. So I've been doing a lot more up-close combat because the game's been forcing me to do it. So now I'm getting better at it. I didn't really start getting better at it until the game was forcing me to do it, and I really had to adjust to it more. Because if I can throw the axe, that's what I'm going to do, As shown here. If I can throw the fucking axe, I'm probably just going to throw the axe. This is kind of a bullshit area anyway. I think there's like lightning bolts and shit going on the floor and all that bullshit, so... I'd rather just do it the easy way. Yeah, but I love the combat in this game is extremely good. It's I would say it's probably at least up there with like Ninja Gaiden Black or something like that, and that's my favorite hack and slash game. And I would say that this is actually smoother than that in some ways, and less exploitable than that game, because in Ninja Gaiden Black you can wall jump. You can just use wall jump attacks, and you can defeat a lot of the bosses that way, and you can defeat a lot of enemy encounters that way if you just spam the shit out of them. Because there's invincibility frames, and they're very strong attacks. So this game does not feel as exploitable. There is parts where you can just throw the axe throw a lot and exploit the fuck out of that, but the game does force you to do other shit. And, you know, even Ninja Gaiden Black didn't always force you to do that. So in some ways, this game is better designed, you know, combat-wise, I think. You know, of course, I don't like it better than Ninja Gaiden Black overall as a game, but the combat is fucking awesome. They finally got the shit together with the combat, you know. Yeah, here's a few of these serpent assholes, and, you know, I just keep them at bay. Some electric arrows and axe throwing, just some cheap bullshit. You're not going to see any fucking acrobatics here, you know. This is going to be pretty standard shit. I didn't even show the troll because the troll comes up shortly, and I just skipped that area. You know, I just didn't want to deal with that shit, so. Aside from that, I think I did pretty much everything in this area, but I don't know. I don't know where that path with the troll leads because I don't want to fight it. But I've still been getting a lot of, little upgrades and shit like that. I've been getting stronger, so it should pay off for the main storyline. Whenever I get back to the main story, I'm having fun now, just fucking around, exploring with the side missions. I want to check that out for a while. When I don't see any more side missions, you know, listed, I'm not going to do side missions that are like collection bullshit, like explore the island or some bullshit. You know, I'm not going to do that shit. But I will do the side missions that are like, you know, that you can actually go to a location and you know what you have to fucking do. But if I have to explore and find shit, I'm not going to really be doing a lot of that. So I'll probably do all the blacksmith side missions that I get from the blacksmiths. You know, and then once I don't see those anymore, then I'll probably go back to the main storyline. Unless there's some other areas I want to explore that look like they're easy enough to explore, then I'll drive around and explore. But I figured I'd invest a few hours into the side missions, and that way it'd probably be better off anyway later on. And plus, I'll see more of the game. I didn't get to see a lot of the side content on normal because I didn't care about doing it. You know, I didn't need the power-ups. Yeah, so here, the third altar was destroyed a while ago, and now you just go back to this area and release the dragon. I don't think you... Actually, you get a pretty decent item. It seems kind of good. I think it's if you sprint, you get some kind of invulnerability to having your attacks interrupted while you're sprinting. It seems like that may be useful. I don't know how useful it really is. I didn't notice it helping me out that much, but maybe it's probably a use for it. If you sprint for 3 seconds, you get an unstoppable aura. I guess it prevents interruption by enemy attacks. I don't know if it makes you invincible briefly, but it sounded interesting. I tried it out for a while. I don't know if I'll keep it equipped, but it's interesting to fuck around with different... I've been having luck by trying different things. It's been interesting. Like, for example, I had an axe handle that gave me small boost to health, and it seemed like that was pretty good. Like, if I killed somebody with the axe, it would give me a small boost to health sometimes, I think it... I don't know if it did... I don't think it did it for every enemy I killed, but maybe it gives you a small amount for every enemy you kill. I never really noticed it, so I was like, fuck it. I tried another... I think... I forgot what it's fucking called. It's an axe handle or something. I tried another axe handle that gives you electric... It gives you an electric explosion every once in a while you're attacking. And I actually ended up... I like that because it's caused some fucking problems before when I was fighting groups of enemies. You know, I've seen them get electrocuted pretty good. So it seems pretty cool. So I'm fucking around with that now. But I like experimenting with some of the different things. Sometimes it's surprising how much of a difference tweaking it can make, for your play style. You can find things that really complement your play style. There's a lot of great options. So I really enjoy that. I like the experimentation and the RPG elements they added to the series. I think it's fucking awesome. Definitely appreciate that. Yeah, and you're not going to be seeing anything too special in this area. This is just kind of finishing off what was in this area. There's like some kind of dust or something you can grab. I thought there was going to be an enemy, like a trial or something here, because usually when you reach in these portholes, usually hard enemies come out, but you just you just get the dust. You don't have to fight anything. You can just grab the shit. So I didn't grab it right away because I didn't want to, I didn't necessarily want to fight all those enemies. But then I guess I was like, fuck it. So yeah, you get some dust, which you can use for various things. You're probably familiar, Dust of the Realms. So you get some of that shit. And then I think there's one enemy down here. It's very, not a very exciting area. I'm not sure why a level 5 enemy takes that much damage from an axe attack, but he died. Yeah, so I don't think there's much left in this area. I think this is the end of this area. Okay, yeah, now there's a brief... The rest of the video shows this little brief area on the shore. Which I know is going to be pretty useless for anyone who's trying to find where these areas are, because I don't really show it. But, it is more combat that I did in this mode, so... I'll definitely be labeling these videos as optional combat. So the ones that you see that say optional combat, feel free to skip all that shit if you just want to get to the main story and see how I play through all the main story segments. Don't even bother with these. Unless you actually enjoy watching the combat of it. Because you're not probably going to learn much from these videos as far as where shit's located. But if you enjoy the commentary, that's great. Then I appreciate you watching the video. So, check it out if you want to see that. I tried to drown this motherfucker, but I don't know if I was successful. Oh yeah, there you go. I guess they can't swim. I think I mentioned in the previous video, but the boulder throwing upgrade is amazing for Rage mode. It costs 10,000 XP, but I highly suggest getting it as soon as you can. You'll see me use it later on some hard encounters, and I mean it makes a huge difference. Especially when you have the Rage Talisman equipped as well, so you can get your Rage up faster. And it does massive damage to hard enemies, and it'll like one-hit kill a lot of regular enemies. Sometimes multiple enemies at a time will get killed by one boulder. And you may be able to throw 3 or more of them, depending how much Rage you have. So, so I'll have the other videos up soon. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the tutorial for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. This is going to show one of the Dwarven favors, a side mission. There's a little bit of optional combat that I do in this area, but I couldn't figure out what the fuck I was supposed to do in this area, so I just ended up leaving after killing these enemies. But I show the combat anyway. So yeah, after this there'll actually be some difficult encounters in the actual Dwarven favor. There's actually a few that are pretty tough. So those will be a little bit more interesting. But yeah, I just wanted to get these assholes out of here, so I used the Rage mode to speed things up. There's a harder purple enemy in here. I think there's 2 of them, so those take a little bit longer to kill. But I go back to the old range tactics, just throwing the axe and using the arrows. A lot of enemies will succumb to that after a while, the easier ones. They block a good number of them, but, you know, eventually it all gets through. And yeah, I wasted a stone here, but I think there's a blacksmith that I go to immediately after this area, so it doesn't really matter. Now I get a little bit more aggressive. Yeah, and this is the area with the Dwarven Favor, another optional mission. I think there's a few hard parts in this mission. It can be tough on this mode. I skip over most of the you know, optional, like, exploration and puzzle shit. But, there's a bird up here, so I show that. Occasionally I'll show some, you know, show me getting some of the things, but not too much. It's mostly combat focused. So yeah, down here, this was a tough fight. I died a lot on this fight. The best thing to do ended up being, of course, I knocked down that explosive vase or whatever it is immediately when the fight starts. But the best thing I found to do was to play it really aggressively and try to take out those floating nightmares immediately. Because what ends up happening is they go into the enemies and they give them a ton of extra health, and then see, then when you fill the stun bar up all the way, then the nightmare comes out again, and it'll go into another enemy and fill up that enemy's health again. Here I accidentally went into the menu. Sometimes I do that, but yeah, you want to kill those nightmares immediately. They cause huge problems. They make the enemies very strong. So I was able to end the fight a lot quicker by doing that because there's a lot of enemies to deal with. This is a tough fight. I just try to kill those nightmares immediately. But yeah, it doesn't take too long if you get those if you kill those nightmares quickly. There's a fight here against, well, actually, yeah, first there's a little Revenant enemy. Which I ended up using my rage here, I think, just to get it over with. But yeah, we fought enough of these by now. There's a Soul Eater enemy coming up, but it's very easy because there's explosive barrels that you can use. So you can pretty much take off half of its health with one barrel. I wasted a resurrection stone here, which I probably should have saved it for one of the later fights, but I didn't really feel like redoing it, even though it's an easy fight. And then I wasted my rage here. I was just like, fuck it, get it over with. And here's actually, this fight's actually quite difficult. I died a number of times on this. This was like maybe around 40-something minutes, or maybe it was an hour, I'm not sure. But it was a this was my progress within that amount of recording time. But yeah, this fight's really tough. Again, you want to take out these nightmares immediately because they will go into the enemies and make the enemies take extremely long to kill. So it's good to eliminate them immediately. And of course, get rid of these ranged assholes because they'll cause problems. And then you see you got more enemies that appear. So there's quite a few enemies. And the nightmares are what make this encounter difficult. Now see that rage, that boulder move that I have where I can throw boulders in rage mode? You see it does massive damage. It one hit kills those single enemies. And at one point I killed 2 enemies with 1 boulder because they hit 2 enemies at once because they're really large. So I recommend spending the 10,000 experience to get that boulder upgrade for the rage. You know, it's really worth using. It can really, it can fuck up like harder enemies, and it can one-hit kill weaker enemies. So it makes things a lot easier. So it's definitely extremely helpful. He may still be possessed by a nightmare. Yeah, he is. So, like, the damage I'm doing to him really doesn't count right now until you get rid of the nightmare. You got to fill up his stun bar to get the nightmare out of him. And then, so I spent more time than I should have fighting him with the axe. I should have just punched him to get his stun bar up. I didn't realize that was how it works. But see, now the nightmare comes out when the stun bar's maxed. And when that shit comes out, you want to kill it immediately before, you know, I think otherwise it'll go back into the enemy again. Now that the nightmare's out of him, you can kill him as you normally would. You know, and I was just playing it safe by this point because this was a hard fight. So I just wanted to make sure that I won. The next fight against the Soul Eater, though, would be very easy because there'll be an explosive barrel that takes away most of its life. There's actually a few of them you can use, so it shouldn't be hard. Yeah, this fight's easy. I tried to see if I could pull some bullshit from up here, but you can't get him to attack. But yeah, as you can see, there's a few explosive barrels, at least 3 of them. So, you know, if you can lure it next to one of them, it can do huge damage. Eventually, he'll probably walk in the way of one of them anyway. There's actually like 4 of them. There's a lot of them. So now watch his life bar when I hit that barrel. See, it's more than like half of his life bar gone from one of them. It's extremely powerful. I don't even think you have to hit the explosive barrel when he's open. I think it'll damage him no matter what, but I'm not sure. The Rage Stomp didn't work on him that time. I had success with it in the past. Maybe I should have threw the Rage Boulders may have worked. I didn't try that. But either way, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's an easy fight. You got all these explosives. So, it's not hard. And you may want to get rid of the weaker enemies so you can deal with this guy. And I think one more hit and he's dead. So, you know, it's an easy fight. And I guess another asshole comes in. So I kick him into the back and use the barrel. And then you'll get some items from killing that guy. You get the ring you need to complete the side mission, and then you can bring it over to the dwarf. There may be a few more small battles as you make your way back. And you get the Ice Troll runic attack, which normally you can craft it. I'm not sure how good it actually is. I don't think I used it yet. But yeah, now you have to fight some regular enemies. Nothing too hard at this point. But you can still die quickly. As usual, it's good to get rid of those nightmares immediately. But if not, you can still knock this possessed asshole into the pit. I think I may end up doing that. Or maybe I got rid of the nightmare. I got him out of the enemy. And these enemies are now very fast. They can cover distance really quickly. But we've been dealing with them for a while by this point. I think I died once on this part. It's a small area, so it can be a little dangerous. But as usual, going more aggressive was a lot easier. So yeah, that completes this mission. And I should have some more videos up pretty soon, so stay tuned for that. I'm definitely going to be doing more side missions for a little while. You know, before I go back to the main story. So keep an eye out for that. You know, and just skip ahead if you don't want to see the side missions, then just skip to the story missions. I'll make sure I label them as optional. And stay tuned. Welcome to the tutorial for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. In this video, there's going to be more optional combat, but there's actually two very difficult encounters in this video. So there'll be two very hard fights. They gave me a good amount of trouble. This probably took me about an hour, everything shown in this video, with the menus and all that, exploration. But yeah, there's going to be some basic combat against enemies like these. We fought a lot of these by this point. And I'm probably going to be doing the optional combat for a while until I go through the main side missions, at least, with the blacksmiths. The other exploration type of side missions, like, going to all the different islands and shit like that, I'm probably not going to do that kind of shit. But I don't like having to hunt down and find shit, so I probably won't do that. Unless I come across it while driving around, but I'll do the ones that are easy to determine where I have to go, and then I'll probably get back to the main story. But yeah, just some basic combat here at this point. I'll show later how useful the rage ability where you can toss boulders is, because it's extremely useful. It's 10,000 experience point. I recommend getting it as soon as you can. because it can take down enemies extremely quickly, and it does a lot of damage even to very strong enemies, and I'll show how I use that in one encounter a little bit later. But yeah, so I think this is basically just these serpent enemies, which are, they can be very annoying. But by this point, they're kind of normal to encounter. And of course, I'm going to be cutting down, all the exploration type of stuff and puzzle stuff down just to mainly show the combat. And yeah, this is a pretty typical encounter against these guys. A little bit later, we're going to have to fight these enemies with a boss type of enemy in the mix, a flying enemy that we did fight earlier as a main boss, but of course it doesn't have as much health as it did then. But it's very similar otherwise. But when just dealing with these enemies alone, it's manageable enough. They can kill you very quickly, of course, but, this is not really a standout fight for this mode. As you can see, I've been using a lot more up-close and personal combat than just standing back and throwing the axe. So yeah, knocking the guys in there seem to work. I guess that's a good way to kill them. They seem to automatically die when you knock them into that pit, so I could have utilized that more, I'm sure. But yeah, I've been getting a lot deeper into the combat now, having to fight up close a lot more, and it's been a lot of fun to get a feel for that. This is just taking out a few scraggler enemies, a few nightmares. That very easy little fight as you're exploring this area. And this is the first of the fights that can be quite hard. This is a tough fight because obviously you want to take out those nightmares first, so I try to kill them immediately. But aside from that, this enemy's easy to deal with when he's alone. He's easy enough. I mean, you can dodge his... you pretty much have to dodge all of his attacks. Not like that. I just took the hits there, but, basically you want to dodge his attacks, get in close, and hack him up. So he's actually pretty easy when he's by himself. I mean, you just dodge his sword swings, and then you dodge around him and strike him like that. You know what I mean? You don't have to use your special moves, but, you can just dodge around him and slice at him, and he'll die eventually. He's pretty easy. He does have one move that, if you're not blocking, it'll fill up the whole screen. It takes up the distance of the screen. See what he's about to do there? And you'll see what happens. If you don't block, this is what happens. You die. Pretty much, even if you have a full life bar, I think you'll die. Or you'll be very close to death. So you have to block when he releases that, so keep that in mind. It also seems like you can't damage him when he's doing that. See, I use the boulders here. These are the rage boulders. And the reason I used them at this point and not earlier is because if you notice what I'm doing, I'm taking out those fucking serpents as I'm taking his life bar down. And that's why I waited on using the rage until the serpents came out. Reason being, because this guy is very hard. See, I blocked it there. But this guy is very difficult if you try to fight him with those 2 or 3 serpents running around. I think there may even be more than 3 serpents. I don't know, but there's a good number of serpents that come out when his health bar gets lower. And see, now he's doing it pretty frequently, that wave move that can kill you in one hit. So just be aware of that. But yeah, with the serpents, see, and this is basically how you fight him. It's very, very standard. You can see just dodge and attack. The problem is when those serpents are moving around, trying to manage the serpents and fight him at the same time can be very difficult. The serpents are very aggressive. They're hard enough to deal with on their own, so, obviously it's going to be very fucking intense with them moving around. So I recommend using the rage mode, and if you don't have the boulder attack, I guess just use the rage and focus your attacks on the serpents and try to get rid of them. That's what I would recommend. I would recommend having the boulder attack and using it like I did and aiming it so you can hit the boss and the serpents at the same time. That way you get in, 2 for 1 on your attacks. That's what I tried to do. So that was my tactic with that. Otherwise, it was very difficult when I wasn't eliminating the serpents with rage. Now, this is very easy. These guys, they can be hard, but you can just keep them at a distance and use your axe drills and electric arrows. And I would say just do that as much as you can. Unfortunately, I did waste my resurrection stone, so there's going to be a much harder fight that I would have liked to have the Resurrection Stone for, but unfortunately, you know, I had to beat it without the stone. It was a lot harder. Yeah, and if you need to, you can kind of retreat and roll back off this ledge, or walk back off the ledge, and just they'll leave after a while. Then you can come back up and start fucking with them again. So you can make things very easy. Very easy to exploit their range. You know, they don't have a very far range that they can walk, it seems. So it's an old tactic, but, you know, a good one. So now this fight's very hard. This is the second fight. This was the hardest fight in the video. Very hard fucking fight, because you have a very small arena to work with here, and the enemies are very aggressive. So this is the boss-like character that you fought earlier, but he doesn't have as much health as the boss did, but he's very similar. See, I use my runic attacks, and then I immediately use my rage mode to throw boulders at him, and I land all 3 boulders. Now, the way I landed all 3 boulders is between each boulder I shoot 2 or 3 arrows at him. That is very important, because if you don't do that, he won't be stunned in place and the rocks will miss. So keep that in mind. Between each rock, make sure you fire a few electric arrows at him. And make sure they're the electric ones, obviously. So, you know, and see how low his health is already? Because of those boulders, it really knocked his health down, and it makes things much more manageable. But to see, this fight is still brutal, even with him almost dead. This fight goes on for a long time. There's a lot of enemies. You don't have a lot of room to move, and I mean, it gets fucking chaotic, as you can see. And at times, you can't see shit because the whole area gets fogged up, so you're moving around in the darkness at times. Very hard fucking fight. Like now, you know, you can't really see what's going on. So this fight is tough. So really, I don't have any cheap strategies. The only strategy that I really can offer on this fight is to focus your attacks first on the main boss enemy that appears, boss-type enemy. Use those boulder throws if you have them to knock down that bar. And, of course, the electric arrows to stun him in place after each boulder. Make sure you do it that way or it won't work. And then aside from that, you're pretty much on your own. You know, you just have to be able to fight well. You're going to have to be able to move and fight well. When you can get some distance, use those axe throws when you're able to. But you're not always going to be able to do that. You know, you're going to have to get in close a lot, roll, move. It's definitely going to test your general skill. I died a lot on this fight. This was tough. One of the harder fights so far. And a lot of enemies just keep appearing, so, you know, that makes things difficult. You really got to keep your eye on the other enemies and like, the way the enemies are moving, and just be ready, you know. But I think getting rid of that boss-type character is the main thing, because he has some of the hardest-hitting moves, it seems, and he has some very aggressive moves. And also, he's going to be around for a long fucking time if you don't take him out, you know, and he's going to be moving around causing a lot of problems, making the whole fight a lot harder. So that's my recommendation for that fight. I recommend getting him the fuck out of there with the rage boulders. And that's why I say I think the rage boulders are very much worth it. If I didn't have them, you know, the fight would have took me a lot longer to beat, I think, without that. So I highly recommend it. I think it'll probably be useful in other situations, too. I mean, it was very useful in that previous hard fight as well with the serpents and the hammer guy. So, and since then I've been using it. You know, it's been working very well. I don't know if I have any. I think this might have been my latest gameplay. I don't know if I got any farther than this, because this is the last video that I uploaded. So I'll have to play some more soon. But yeah, after this, it's pretty much just standard fights. Those were the 2 hardest fights. And I mean, like I said, that previous one was a bitch. So now, now you just talk to this guy to complete the mission. You got the hammer that you needed. And that's pretty much it. So that ends pretty much the video. So I'll try to get up some more soon. And, you know, give me feedback if there's anything you want me to add. And, you know, stay tuned. There'll be a lot more of them, so definitely stay tuned. And thanks for watching. Welcome to the commentary for God of War 2018 for the hardest mode. I'm actually catching up on a lot of videos now, so I have about 5 videos that are going up. So I'm going to try to get the commentary edited in to those soon. I'm up to the 2 bosses. I forgot what their names are, so yeah, that's not going to be too helpful, but there's 2 main bosses that you have to fight at the same time, and it's a very tough fight. I made it to the final. It took me close to an hour to get to the final form or the final phase. But the final phase has been taking me a long time, so I'll try to complete that soon. But yeah, in the meantime, this is some of the optional combat. So there's going to be, you know, this is pretty much going to be all optional combat. So you can skip this video if you don't want to see it. But there's going to be some good fights here. And this is not one of them. But yeah, since I put all these together, I don't, you know, I made all the footage maybe yesterday, so I don't remember exactly what was in each video, but I'll remember as I see it. But yeah, this is a pretty standard fight. I mean, the nightmares can make things, you know, more of a problem than usual. It's always best to take them out first, but, you know, I got a little greedy. They're definitely annoying enemies because they can go into other enemies and make them more powerful, so that's the main problem with them. Plus, they shoot projectiles constantly. But yeah, I've been using the crow animal as the stunning animal when you hold square and it releases an animal usually that stuns and does some damage. The crows have been like, you know, the best one so far for my playstyle anyway. I mean, it stuns enemies, you know, and it gives you a lot of damage, so it's pretty damn useful. I don't know if it raises the stun bar as much as some of the other, you know, animals, but it does keep the enemies in place so you can beat the shit out of them. This guy can be kind of tough, but, you know, it's pretty standard. I mean, you just keep your distance. I think I just basically killed him with arrows, which takes, you know, it takes a long fucking time, but it's easy. But yeah, not much to say about it. It's pretty fucking easy. He can be tricky if you go up close to him. I died several times, you know, fighting him up close because he'll swing and then he'll start attacking immediately sometimes. So sometimes it's hard to predict, you know. So I think I mostly used arrows. And I also found if you break that skull when he's trying to use it with the axe, you'll stop him from... I think he does a really powerful move, or... Actually, no, I think maybe this guy summons extra enemies with that or something. He does something that you don't want him to do, basically. So, you know, make sure you destroy that. Whenever he raises that up, he'll either... I don't remember if he releases a really powerful wave attack or if it's, you know, extra enemies he summons, but I know it was a problem when he was able to use that. He might have even been healing himself, you know, because, like, a lot of these guys, they do different things. There's a variance of different things they can do. It seems so. It's possible he was healing himself with that, but I don't remember now. But you can easily take it out. And yeah, since I was doing that you can't interrupt that combo once you start it, so that runic attack, so yeah, they got me killed. But I could just go back to the blacksmith after this and just buy another resurrection stone, so I didn't really care. I was just using a rage talisman there. just to get some rage. Not to use it on him. I wasn't going to waste my rage on him, but I try to use it when it fills up, even when I'm exploring, because it, you know, then you'll have a full rage bar for the encounter when you need it. Yeah, he's just about dead. For some reason, I can still take a lot of hits even when it shows that they have, like, no life. It's kind of deceptive. Let's see what's over here. There's some more remnant action, or revenant. The same technique. Just shoot them with the arrows and then just beat the shit out of them. And now another one appears, but, you know, it's easy. There's a little raven you can kill. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really show where I got a lot of this shit, so it's not going to be too helpful as far as the item collecting, but that just happened to be in where this combat area was, which I'm, you know, just showing combat for the most part. I show a few additional things, but not much. But yeah, this is a very easy fight. I tried to kick him off the ledge, but since he wasn't frozen solid, it didn't work. But I did kick the shit out of him, so I mean, it was that. And this is one of those optional, like, assholes you can talk to for the side missions. There's a few of them scattered around. I don't know how useful that one is. I keep them all just because I always think maybe I'm going to have a use for it in some situation. So I don't really like to sell them. I'm kind of obsessive about keeping all that shit. Actually, I don't even know if you can sell them. It only seems like you can only sell certain things at the blacksmith. So that's probably part of why I didn't sell a lot of my shit, too. I don't think you can sell a lot of stuff. Here you just fight a few wolves. There's another optional little cave off on the shore. Nothing special. Let's see what fight this was. I don't remember which one this was. Ah, yeah, I remember what I did here. This fight can actually be hard, but, you know, if you pull a little rage bullshit, as shown. I think there was a, if I remember right, in this fight, I think there was some other extra enemies with these guys. Though this may not be the one I'm thinking of, because there's definitely one of these fights that I did in an area just like this where enemies come out of that porthole and I was using Rage Stomp and I knocked down like half of the enemies into the pit. And otherwise it could be, you know, quite a hard fight because the enemies are very quick and, you know, 4 is a lot to deal with. So, I don't know if this was that fight. It may not have been. You know, I don't know if there was other enemies that came out. I couldn't see what was coming out of there because of the Rage stomping. You know, it doesn't allow you to really see what's coming out. So, it's possible that I did knock some enemies in the hole. But I'm not sure with this fight. But once you have just these two guys left, or maybe these two guys are all that, you know, all that is in this encounter. But, you know, it's easy because they're slow enemies, so you can just stay back, use your arrows, and it's very easy. You really don't have to go up and fight them directly. But if you want to, you know, if you want to do it faster, you know, of course you can speed it up. I think all of their attacks are unblockable. Or maybe, you know, not all of them. So that one is blockable, I think. But a lot of their attacks are just unblockable. So you have to roll around them and chop them up. But, you know, why do all that extra work if you don't have to? Yeah, and that pretty much ends this video, so I'll try to get out the other ones shortly. So stay tuned for that. I should be back on the main mission soon. Welcome back to the commentary for God of War 2018, the hardest mode. And yeah, this is going to be yet more optional combat. And yeah, these enemies, this one in particular is very easy. Just wait for his chest to open up and hit that explosive canister immediately. It takes out about half of his life, so it makes the fight much easier. I mean, it's a very easy fight anyway. It just, you know, cuts down the amount of time you have to spend on it. But these enemies, you fight them all pretty much the same way. Not sure why I used rage mode there, but it doesn't really matter. Might as well throw a boulder at him. Eat that, you sack of shit. And he gets some some more bullshit items. The ancient rubble is good, though. I think it's good for crafting and shit like that, so it's worth killing them every once in a while. And this is actually this is optional combat, but this is actually one of the side missions from the dwarves, the favors. And yeah, nothing too hard here, but there's some decent combat segments. I think this outside area gets a little aggressive with a lot of enemies. I captured all this yesterday. I would say I did at least 4 hours of gameplay yesterday, so I got about 5 videos out of that, so maybe closer to 5 hours. I'm not sure exactly, but that's why I don't remember everything that I captured yesterday, because it's all segmented into about 5 different videos. But I'll try to remember it as I'm, watching it and doing the commentary. And I'll insert any of my tips as I see things going on. Though I know a lot of this shit is pretty basic by this point. I mean, a lot of it, if you've gotten this far in the game, you probably already know how to fight these kind of guys. But every once in a while, there is an exceptional moment that, that I end up using a very different strategy on. So I think it's worth having a commentary even just for those moments to explain certain things. And, I post the raw versions of the videos as well. I post both just for, a little variety. If somebody just wants to see some combat and doesn't want to hear me talk, then they can just watch that. This series is pretty combat focused, so it's about all it really shows. Shows a little bit extra, but not much. But I thought it was cool to capture, because sometimes there's some, very difficult and cool fights to capture in the optional missions. Not always, some of them are pretty standard, but there's definitely been some hard ones. And this is getting the Rage Horn, which if you're in this area, you'll want to pick that up. So just hit these 3 runes here, and that's it. I think it's a Rage Horn, if I remember right. But, there's a few tricky encounters in here. The reason this video is actually so long, I think, is because of one encounter where I really took fucking long to beat. So, I'll tell you when that encounter comes up, and feel free to skip through that. But, I appreciate anybody who even wants to watch these optional combat videos, just to check out the combat and some of the side missions. That's cool. I will be getting back to the main mission very shortly. I already have videos that show more of the main mission, but I just have to get through posting these first, and then I'll have the main mission shit up. I'm doing a little bit of both, I was doing pretty much all main mission for a while. Now I'm finishing up all the side quests that are available, the ones from the dwarves anyway. I don't want to go around collecting shit. I don't want to do those types of missions, but the dwarf ones I'll do. And then, after that, I was going back to the main. So, but I'll definitely do those side missions as they pop up. I've also been collecting things like those dewdrops that you get when you drive around in the canoe. You find these little droplets on these icebergs. And by pressing circle on them, you'll get permanent stat increases. So I would recommend, if you don't even want to do any of the side stuff, just drive around a little bit and collect some of those drops just to get some stat boosts. But if you're playing this mode, you'll probably want to do some of this optional shit, just so you can be stronger for, some of the main mission segments. I'm also doing it because I just want to check out the rest of the game, because on normal I didn't really explore that much. So I figured I'd save it for this mode when I could actually use the upgrades. So it's a lot more satisfying now, and I'm really enjoying the fucking game a lot. You know, it's growing on me even more. I mean, I thought it was great on normal, but now that I'm playing it on this, I'm getting more out of the combat, and I'm getting more out of all the aspects of the game, and it's really, you know, I'm really enjoying it. But I still prefer to go through normal first for my first time through the game, just to have, you know, just to have some fun, get a general feel for the layout of the game, and not have to stress out about shit. Just kind of go through. I always like to do that first for the most part, you know, and then I'll go to the hardest setting right away. And if a game is really hard, I'll do it in steps. I'll do normal, hard, then I'll do the hardest. You know, some games I've actually done that because they were tough, like Doom, the recent Doom 2016. I played through on normal, and then I went straight to Nightmare, and I was getting destroyed on Nightmare. It was brutal, and I was like, you know, fuck, man, I don't even think I'm ready for this yet. So I went on hard mode, and I played through that, and then by the time I finished hard mode, I was a lot better. And Nightmare really wasn't that bad for me, but the hard part of Nightmare was still the first few levels is what was tough. But after that, it gets a lot easier because you get stronger. But yeah, nothing really related to this game. But yeah, there's really not much to say about what I'm doing here. I mean, but I will say that those rage boulders that I've been promoting in the last few videos, you see how useful they are. And those are 10,000 experience points to buy in the upgrade menu and the skills menu. So I would, you know, I'd really recommend getting those. But yeah, I'd definitely recommend getting those boulders, because they'll totally just kill weaker enemies. Sometimes one boulder, and you can get multiple enemies hit with them. And they're actually very useful on the upcoming boss fight against the two enemies that I can't remember their names, but they're two Viking type of guys you have to fight. And yeah, the boulders actually, you can corner them and you can hit them both at the same time with each boulder if you do it right. You get some nice damage. But they're especially useful against, like, you know, a lot of these enemy fights where you can just take out, you know, multiple enemies easily. Because rage mode become pretty fucking weak with just the regular punches by this point in the game. It's really not that strong on this mode until you get those boulders. Those boulders are crazy, man. Once you get those boulders, you'll start fucking shit up with it. So, I mean, I highly recommend getting that. And maybe that'll be the last time that I promote it in this video, but I'll bring it up again. I'll be sure to bring it up again in the next few videos, in case somebody missed it, you know? But yeah, that's one reason I'm a little bit redundant, because I don't know which videos people are coming in on, you know? So that's why I'll repeat a lot of the same shit. It gets a little bit old, though, yeah, but, you know. If there's some useful information I think somebody could use, I try to make sure that I bring it up again. I don't expect people to, like, watch 10 videos in and then, you know, they might have been following somebody else's walkthrough. Then they come in on mine, you know, 20 videos in, and they don't really know some of the tactics that I've been using. So I don't expect them to know, you know. I don't expect people to just understand what I've been doing the whole time. So that's why I do bring up stuff again, but. And yeah, you'll see I use the resurrection stone in here, but I didn't really give a shit. I think I may have just gone back out and got another one. Because the blacksmith is right out that door, so, you know, I didn't really give a shit. I was like, fuck it, I'll just run back and get another one. I'd rather just end the fight, get on with the next scenario. But yeah, I'm using my cowardly tactics here, you know, playing the distance game. The arrows become fucking great. I mean, you know, I've been upgrading them a lot, and they become very good. And, you know, if you have a little patience, you can run around and avoid a lot of guys and just throw your axe and use the arrows a lot of times on certain guys. There's a lot of scenarios where you can't do that and you'll get fucking destroyed, but those are the ones that are better to have some kind of explaining of exactly what I'm doing and some of maybe the nuances that might be missed of what I'm actually doing. But, you know, a lot of people will figure out a lot of it just by watching the video, I think. But, you know, it doesn't hurt to know. Some of the nuances can save your ass and save you a lot of time if there's something you're not picking up on. You know, it's easy to miss small details. So that's why I try to break things down. But yeah, this is not one of those fights that needs explaining. There's a cool fight at the end of this video, though. I'll let you know when it's going to be really fucking redundant. I mean, this is redundant, but it gets a lot worse. And I'll give them a nice little warning to skip ahead when that happens. But yeah, there is a cool fight at the end with some trolls that I mount, and then I use the trolls to beat up the other enemies. You know, beat the shit out of them. So it's pretty cool. And I'll break down, you know, what I'm doing there, which is very, you know, it's easy to know what I'm doing, but I give a little commentary. I think I died once on this. Yeah, I died one time on this from what I remember. This can be a little tricky for some reason. I don't know why this was giving me a little bit of trouble, because it's, you know, we fought two of these many times before at the same time. It could be because it's in such a small room. Or maybe they have some other moves, or they're more powerful than before. I don't know. But they were causing a little bit of a problem until I did this. See those fucking rage boulders, man? One rage boulder practically kills the Revenant. Just remember, when you're using those rage boulders on Revenants and other certain types of enemies, shoot a few arrows between each boulder, because that's why one of the boulders missed, if you noticed. If it would have hit, it would have fucking destroyed the other asshole. But it missed because I didn't get arrows in on him. And I think it even missed on the same guy from finishing him off because I didn't shoot him with the arrows again. So make sure, you know, sprinkle in, you know, 2 or 3 arrows just to keep the guys stunned. Because you pretty much have to do that to hit these guys. So make sure you're doing that same thing that you would usually do to stun them between each boulder. And it should hit and kill them. But I could have took him out, you know, sooner with that. And I almost die, even here I almost fucking died. So then I went back to doing ranged bullshit, which I could easily done the whole time when there's only one. But you know, I actually did want to fight him. I just get it over with. I don't want to drag out every fucking encounter with axe throws. You know, I do it a lot, but I am a little conscious too of the fact that I'm capturing this and posting it up. You know, so sometimes I won't do all the things that I might normally do. You know, normally I might not give a fuck and I would just exploit the guy and kill him. But now that I'm capturing, you know, I try to make it a little bit more entertaining. You know, I don't want the whole video to be, you know, God of War axe throw. You know what I mean? I want a little bit more than that, but I will be using it heavily, don't get me wrong. See, and that's a move that I bought as well, where you can parry the fireballs by blocking, you know, just before the fireball hits you, and you'll throw it back. And I haven't used it much, but it's very cool when it actually does, when I actually get it to work. A very, you know, cool move. I think it's worth getting. I think it's a pretty cheap move and a worthwhile one. Because projectile enemies can be a pain in the ass, so if you can throw them back, that would be good. Okay, yeah, this is kind of a pain in the ass. I think I died a few times on this. Can't remember, but yeah, this is it's a little bit of a pain. You know, I don't know if I did, because I may have used rage, so maybe I didn't. Maybe I did okay on this. But you know, this can be hard. Whenever you're fighting a lot of wolves, they're very fast and they can do a lot of damage quickly. So, you know, the wolves can definitely be a problem. The part that's a little bit deceptive is after you kill that group of wolves, you have a few more scragglers that come out, but there's not too many. Luckily, I think there's only 2 of them after you kill the main group. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe there's more. Maybe there's... I can't tell if there's 2 or 3 back there. I don't know, but they died fast. I said, fuck it. I started throwing my fucking boulders. You see what that shit does. So, yeah, I did mention that again. But, yeah, no, those fucking things destroy shit, so... They're great to have because, you know, like I said, regular rage mode doesn't really do much without that. Except for the stomps. The stomps are great if there's ledges nearby to knock lighter enemies in the pits. So, you know, they're good for that, but... Yeah, so this fight, I think I beat this on my first try, but, you know, it could have easily taken several attempts because there's a lot going on. But first you deal with these. My recommendation is to focus on one ogre. You know, just focus on one of them and strip his life down until you can ride on his back. And then from that point, you can just ride on his back and beat the shit out of the remaining enemies. So that's what I end up doing. You know, I may have fought the other one a little bit, but my main focus was that one with the yellow bar. Now you got some nightmares coming out, and they could cause a lot of problems. So try to get rid of them quickly. Yeah, but once you get on that guy's back, you're pretty much won because you can just beat the shit out of everybody else. So, you know, that should be the main focus. I don't think you even have to save the kid because I noticed in my playthrough on the bosses of this a little bit later that if you don't save the kid, he just takes longer to get back up. So I don't think he dies. Initially, I thought maybe he would die, but I've never had him die, so I don't think that's a problem. So if you don't care, just let him get choked out or whatever, and just focus on whatever you're doing. Yeah, that's a great move. That I forgot what the fuck that was called. Well, you'll know it when you get it, but I did show it where I got it in one of the videos. But it's a very good move for a regular enemy. Yeah, now you can just use this guy to beat the shit out of everybody. You know, maybe that tedious fight was already shown. The one that I said I was going to warn about. I guess that must have already happened. I think it was that one where I was throwing the axe at the guy for a really long time. I guess that was the fight. But yeah, so that ends this fight. I think there's one more fight outside of this area against another ancient. But after I killed him, some regular enemies came out and killed me, but I ended up getting all the shit that I would have collected from him. I found it in Brock's shop. It's under lost items. You go under lost items, and I guess that's shit that you died and you left on the battlefield, or maybe even if you just leave it there and leave the area, I guess. That's my assumption, but I was able to get it back, so that's a pretty good design mechanic. Because I was kind of annoyed that I wasted my time killing a guy and then lost the shit that he dropped. I was expecting him to open up and attack, but it seems like you have to actually piss him off first to get him to attack. I think some of them will attack you no matter what, I think, but I guess some of them are supposed to be like innocent civilians, peace-loving civilians of the forest. But not anymore. Now he's a fucking asshole. You got a lot of trees here. You can use this cover, so, you know, and you got a lot of room to fuck around, so. And also, using rage mode on these guys, if you go up and try to punch them or stomp them, you're usually not going to hit them at all. That's what you do in rage mode. See, I waited for it to open. I used rage mode, and then I threw the boulders at him. And so, of course, now I'm mentioning the boulders again, but yeah, you know, it fucking works, though. So, you know, as long as his chest is open and you hit it with a boulder, you'll do massive damage. It's a very easy way to take those guys out whenever you come across them. And you can always keep your rage meter charged up by using that rage talisman. You know, it'll charge the shit up. And see, I died here, but I left it in because I killed that guy. And then here I was able to get my items back. But yeah, stay tuned for the next videos. I'll try to have some more up soon. I already have them edited. I just have to add the commentary. There's one that I still have to edit, but I should have them up soon. So thanks for watching. Welcome back to the tutorial for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. And yeah, these battles are going to be pretty simple. But I'm just continuing commentary, you know, to complete the series. But there's not really going to be much to say in these missions. Ah, yeah, this was the one where this fight can be tough, but as you saw in the beginning, I used my Frost Giant Frenzy immediately, and I was able to push several of the enemies off the cliff immediately, you know, ending most of the fight immediately. But it was actually, you know, it can be a hard fight if you let everybody survive, but if you, you know, aggressively knock the enemies off the cliff, you can end it. But this is just another optional fight. I think there's a few optional fights in this video, but yeah, this is another optional, but it does go into some of the main story. I think this is part of the main story. Not this guy, but there's a fight here I think that you have to do. Because you have to open the gate to allow the boat to go through, so I think you have to fight these enemies. There's a troll that appears, but it's a pretty easy fight. It's nothing challenging. I was having a lot of trouble with the Magni and Modi, the two bosses, coming up in a few videos. I did get to the final phase, but it's been taking me a while. I've been having a lot of trouble with the final phase because you have to take them both down pretty much at the same time, or the other one gets up and transfers life to the other guy or something. It's a pain in the ass. There's probably a better way to do it, but I did come close a few times. I should beat it eventually. I haven't gotten back to this game in a little while. I took a break after Magni and Modi. I said, maybe I'm going to play a few other games for a little while, take a little break. I was getting kind of annoyed. I did a little Ninja Gaiden Black today for 2 hours and 15 minutes to beat an old mission that I beat in the past without healing. So I posted that up today. And yeah, of course, whenever these guys appear, you pretty much want to focus on taking them down first, because then you can ride them and use them to damage all the other enemies. That's pretty much, that's what I always do whenever they appear, for the most part. But this is an easy fight. That's why I'm not really saying anything about it. But yeah, I've been playing a few other games. I've been playing some PSP emulation, Castlevania, and Burnout Legends was a lot of fun. Reminds me of a PS2 quality Burnout game. Very well made for the PSP. So that was cool to fuck around with. And I've just been mixing it up. I just wanted a little variety. I like to switch it up. So sometimes, even if I'm working on a real hard game, I may take, a few weeks off or a few days off. Just depends on what kind of mood I'm in, basically. I like to switch it up. I usually, I eventually finish these kind of modes. It's rare I don't finish one of these hard type of modes when I take them on. But I will take a lot of breaks sometimes. Now this is part of the main story again, but this is easy. These fights are more fun than anything at this point. These fights aren't hard at all. But the arrows really stun the enemies at this point. Upgrading the arrows is very useful. And this is a pretty good attack for certain enemies. This I forgot what it's called, but one of the videos I get it. I forgot where I got it, but it's pretty good. It's not that great for a lot of shit though. Maybe it needs more upgrades or something like that. It doesn't work great on all types of enemies. And there's going to be either an apple or a rage horn in this area, and I think I show how to get that as well, very briefly. Or maybe I didn't end up getting it. I may have not. I don't know if I ended up getting it. I can't even remember if there was a rage item in here. There were some runic symbols, but I don't remember if they led to a chest. I beat these areas days ago, and I haven't put up this is me now. I'm just now adding the commentary, so I don't remember exactly. I've had it sitting on my computer for days. Yeah, this is this is a pretty typical type of fight at this point. See how much damage those boulders do. Definitely worth the upgrade. Yes, I think that's... Oh, yeah, there's a... And now and another enemy appeared. This fight may cut out in the middle of the fight. I think it may have gone into another video because the console likes to cut out every hour and make a new video file for some reason. So this may be continued in the next video. But, you know, there was... I mean, it's kind of a long fight, but it's really not hard or anything. Because eventually you can ride, you know, those beasts and use it to destroy all the other enemies. So that's what I ended up doing. But yeah, there is a lot of enemy. But I mean, by this point you're pretty strong. And I use those boulders to weaken that guy, and then it'll continue in the next video, so stay tuned. Welcome back to the tutorial. And yeah, there's a few challenging segments here. And I did actually capture the elevator sequence this time. Last time I lost footage of the previous elevator sequence, but this is a harder one, so there's better footage, I think, in this one. But yeah, this is a pretty normal enemy to fight by this point. I mean, you've already fought them a few times. They're slow, so you just deal with them. If any other enemies come out, you know, you can always hit that skull with an axe by throwing it. It's always worth doing that to interrupt them, because that's a very powerful attack. Or he may use that sometimes to summon enemies. But either way, it's better to take that skull out when you see him raising it up. I don't know if this guy ends up summoning any minions. I think I may have prevented it. Okay, there's a few enemies. I don't know if he summoned those or they just may just drop down. And I ended up interrupting it with this Frost Giant Frenzy attack, which is good for interrupting certain things. And that also took care of those assholes. And now he's alone, so, you know, he's easy to deal with. I ended up wasting a stone here. But I don't know if I went back and got another one at the blacksmith. But, you know, I got that far, so I was like, fuck it, I'll just finish it off. I was just fucking around at this point since he's almost dead, you know. I didn't really want to have to die again and redo it. And yeah, this is another elevator sequence, which can be challenging. But you do get a few checkpoints on the ride, so you don't have to complete the whole thing on one checkpoint. So you do get a few. You know, if you die, you'll respawn in the middle of the battle. Which made it kind of challenging to edit because it wasn't really clear exactly where those transitions were. And I pretty much died on all the checkpoints. But I don't remember. I didn't really die for a long period of time. It didn't take me too long, but I did have some deaths. I believe everything shown here is from around an hour of footage. That's the progress that I made maybe in an hour. So that's usually how I've been doing these videos. But yeah, my strategy for these areas is to try to knock, the enemies into the pits pretty much. I try to use whatever I can to try to get them in the pits. That's like my main trick. So you freeze them and kick them in the pit. And, use rage mode to knock guys in the pit as well. And that move is actually really good for knocking the enemies in the pits. That's a rune or something that I got. I guess runic ability. And I forgot what it's called, but I mean, you can see what each runic ability does. But yeah, it's pretty good. It makes your axe more powerful, but mainly it makes it shoot out those waves, which I guess knock enemies back pretty well. But yeah, you only have a certain amount of time to do all this, so now I'm trying to hurry up and get these assholes in the pit. You're not given, a lot of time. And I said fuck it and used rage mode because I was running out of time. I barely beat it. Yeah, I mean, that was, that was barely. You could see the meter was down to the end, so, it was... And I think there's another edit here, because I think I died on the next part. Well, there, yeah, now you can see my runics. I think Blessings of the Frost is the one I had on. I was checking maybe to see if there was something else I could, equip. And that's basically what I was trying to do, is knock the guys into the pit. But I won't be able to rely on the rage mode this time, unless I build it up again, which is possible, because there's some stones on the ground, so I may get it again. And I think this is the next checkpoint. After collecting everything on the ground, I have a pretty good amount of rage, so I can use that if I need it. Of course, you want to take those assholes out right away. And any kind of attacks that knock the enemies back far is, very good for this part. The heavier enemies, though, are a lot harder to knock back, or you just can't knock them back. And now is a good time to fuck shit up with the rage. You see how much shit those boulders can clear out. It was enough to beat that checkpoint that really destroyed everything. I mean, there was a Revenant in there and a bunch of enemies. So that really saved me a lot of time. And here you just want to shoot out these red things with the electric arrows. And that pretty much, then you just run forward and hit circle, and that ends that sequence. This part can be tough because you have to beat all these different enemies. I don't know if you have to kill them. I don't know if you have to defeat all the different ones. You may be able to leave some of them frozen and just break the one you need for the main passageway. It's possible. I killed them all because I wanted all the XP and items and all that kind of shit, because I try to get whatever I can on this mode. So I think it's worth just killing everything. I don't think there's any checkpoints on this part. I think you have to, like, kill everything, you know, in one checkpoint. So I think that's how it works. Well, that was what I ended up doing after. I think I may have died once or something, and then I was able to beat everything on one checkpoint. I went wild on this guy immediately. I was surprised that it worked that well, because they usually, you know, are not that easy to smack around. But I went with it. The bigger threat here is these wolves. They're very fast and aggressive. Try to manage them. Also, when you get frozen, you slow down. It slows your movement, so you gotta be careful. So yeah, this part can be tricky. You know, you can always go back to using some ranged attacks if you need a break. Yeah, and I used a resurrection stone here, but I don't think it mattered too much at this point. Because you get a blacksmith, I think, pretty soon after this. You may be even able to go back to the blacksmith, but I'm not sure. I don't remember exactly where I got the next one. I think you might be right after this part, if I remember right. That does pretty high damage on him for some reason. So you got some good ranged attacks by this point. I decided to use the rage mode and just finish him off with a boulder. I didn't have to use all my rage, so I was able to save a little bit of it. I like the crow animal to summon. I've been just using the crows. They do a lot of damage and they stun the shit out of everything, so I haven't seen a use for any of the other summons. I'll probably keep them for the rest of the game, but I'll have to see. I may do some more side shit. You know, if there's more side quests, I may do some more. Let's see if I can get some other shit. Yeah, so now you'll release the next batch of enemies. I think there's three waves of enemies in this area. Okay, and this is another one of these fast ogres. Of course, try to take out the nightmares before dealing with them. This one's fast and aggressive, but it's easy fight. Because once you get his health down, then you can ride him. And I think next up is the werewolves, which they can be tough because they're fast and aggressive, but shouldn't be bad. I guess the thing that makes this part challenging, or can make it challenging, is that if you die, you may have to redo all the fights. Like I said, I don't remember if there's any checkpoints in this. I don't remember there being any. So if you find yourself dying a lot, you may want to start with the group of enemies that gives you the most trouble to get it out of the way first. Or, of course, you can fight weaker enemies that are easier and build up your rage meter and bring it into the harder fight. There's various ways you can go about dealing with that. If you have those boulders, you can pretty much fuck up, just about anything. So it's worth the 10,000 experience to get the boulder upgrade to the rage. It does massive damage. I mean, I find at this point in the game, punching shit doesn't really work well in rage mode anymore. So I don't really use that feature of it too much. I just use the boulders now. I like the stomp sometimes, the air stomp, because it'll knock enemies into pits, and I don't think it costs as much as the boulder in your rage to use, so I think I'll use that sometimes if I'm at like an edge with a enemy that I can knock back. But I mean, the boulders are pretty much the best most of the time. But yeah, this is coming near the end of this video. And I'll have some more footage. At least coming up soon. I don't know if it's the next video, but soon I'll have footage of the first two phases of the Magni and Modi bosses. I haven't completed that third phase yet. It's been giving me a lot of trouble, so I won't have the full boss fight up right away, but I'll put up what I have. And thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more. Welcome back to the tutorial for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. And yeah, this is the Magni and Modi fight. This is a tough fucking fight. This is a lot harder, I think. This is the hardest boss fight so far. Maybe the hardest boss fight in the game. Because I think the only big boss fight coming up after this is maybe the final boss, from what I remember. But, yeah, this is one of the hardest parts, I think, in the game. For me, at least. I mean, it varies depending on the player, but this gave me a lot of trouble. What's very hard about this is you have to get both enemies down. You have to take down 2 blocks of their health to get them to the next phase. So each phase is a new checkpoint. So if you die, you'll get a checkpoint there, and you won't have to redo the previous 2 blocks of health. But what you have to do is you have to get 2 blocks of health out on them, and you have to deplete their health to the end around the same time and kill them both around the same time. Not really kill them, but knock them out by taking the 2 blocks of health off of each one. If you don't do that, then one of them will come back to life and regenerate a lot of its health, or it may even give health to the other one as well. So you have to try to take them out around the same time, which is a big pain in the ass because they'll just keep coming back to life until you get it right. So the third phase has given me a lot of trouble. The main one that you should probably focus on is the I don't remember their names, but he might be Magni, the one with the sword that runs at you and doesn't have a shield. He's the easiest one to damage. So I always target him primarily. And, the one with the shield, it works well to parry him and attack him. And with this one, I like to just dodge and then hit him. I don't usually parry him. If you get caught in that grapple, just use Atreus' arrows by hitting square. Hit him with a few electric arrows, and you'll get out of that. But yeah, you see he came back to life, and they got some of their health back. So now, you got to keep fighting until you get them both down around the same time. It's a pain in the ass, for sure. That's what can make the fight very difficult. They do get some extra moves in the other phases. These phases aren't as hard. At least the first phase isn't. And the second phase isn't too bad. I don't remember exactly how long I spent on these guys to get through the phases. I think it took me around an hour to beat phases 1 and 2. Which, is not too bad. But the last phase was taking me a long time, so I don't know. I'm sure I spent over an hour on the last phase, but I don't have the records of how much time that took. I didn't really keep track at that point. It may have been a few hours, I just don't remember. I know I played it for a while, I tried it for a while. It was at least an hour, I think, on the third phase. But yeah, with the large guy, you basically just roll out of the way and dodge and then hit him a few times when you can. Of course, if the other asshole is in the area, you may not want to do that, because then he'll start attacking you. You want to make sure you have a clear shot. And you just got to be patient in this fight and get your hits in when you can. I really shouldn't have used the Resurrection Stone on the first phase, but I felt like finishing it off. I should have saved it for the third phase. It would have probably helped a lot. So now I'll have to do the third phase, without any resurrection or anything like that. Which I did almost get it a few times, but just, not close enough. I think there was one time where I came really close. But a few times that were pretty close. But yeah, you just got to keep at it and try to get them, there's probably a good strategy to get them both down around the same time, but I never got good at these guys. So I don't have great advice for this fight. But see, they're both down around the same. And now it goes into like the next phase. You may have to survive this little onslaught to get the checkpoint. I'm not sure if this is a checkpoint. I never died on these, so I don't know if there's I don't know if you'll start on this little scene. And sometimes they can be tricky because they try to fake you out a little bit later. I think here it's straightforward. You just follow the red arrow, but sometimes it's hard to know where it's pointing. It's a weird shaped arrow. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to know exactly where you got to block. It's a little unusual because you hold L1 to block, and you rotate with R, which is normal. But if you're holding block, you can't rotate. So you got to make sure you let go of the block button. So it's a little strange at first. At this point, I was still using, I think, the boars or something to stampede. I was still trying that out, but I ended up using crows later. I would say use the crows. I think they work much better. And the crows find the enemies, unlike other animals that you have to aim at shit. The crows will just find the enemies. And they seem a lot better. You don't have to save Atreus, so if you're busy, don't worry about him. Just let him get fucked up. You won't lose the game or anything. What'll happen is it'll just take him a little bit longer to get up and help you out again. That's the only consequence. Originally, I thought if you didn't save him, he would die or some shit, but I've never had him die, so I don't think you have to worry about that. If I'm busy doing something else, I'll just let him get fucked up so I can, deal with the enemy I'm fighting. Ideally, you'd want to, injure both of these enemies pretty equally so you can take them out around the same time. I guess that's the best way to do this. But, I never really ended up doing it that way. Like I said, I mostly focus on the larger guy with the sword. But yeah, pretty much hitting the shield guy with anything will get Atreus free. So you only need to hit him once with pretty much any move. But yeah, after this is when it'll get, really hard. But I still have yet to complete that. But I'll post it up when I beat it. I haven't played in several days. See, now that their health is depleted about, around the same time, they'll go into the next phase. And now this time they'll try to fake you out. A guy will appear, but then you'll have to turn around real fast because then the other guy will appear. See, he fakes you out, and then you got to move real fast to the other arrow. And now here I'm almost dead, so I may have almost fucked it up to where I may have actually had to do that whole phase again at 2 blocks of health. Though, as I said, I'm not sure if this counts as a checkpoint. I'd never died on these scenes, so I don't know. I did come close to dying, though. Better not to take the chance. But yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll definitely have up the rest of this fight and the rest of the game when I get a chance to get back to it. Welcome to the tutorial for God of War on the hardest difficulty setting. I lost the footage of the final phase of the Magni and Modi fight, so I don't have that to post up. The recording got lost. That one took me a long fucking time, that one section, but I got it eventually. I used similar tactics to the other 2 phases I have posted up, but it was the hardest phase for sure. But yeah, after you beat that, the next big fight, or difficult fight, is going to be this fight. And this took me a while. This was fucking hard. Until I figured out how to do the combo that I'm doing here, which is 2 light attacks followed by 2 heavy attacks. And you'll see it gets the guys in the air, and I try to do it to a crowd of enemies and then just whip the shit out of them and finish off as many of them as possible, because this can be very difficult. If they give you cornered, get you cornered, they can kill you very quickly. So I rely heavily. I pretty much only use that combo for the most part, unless I can't complete it. But I also use parries and shit like that, as you can see. But you don't want to let them get behind you for too long, because they'll start getting hits in. So you got to really be aware of everything that's going on. But yeah, unlike the old God of War games where it was 3 light attacks and a heavy attack to do that similar type of combo, in this it's 2 light attacks and 2 heavy attacks. It took me a little while to figure that out because I couldn't find a combo list in the game. But once I figured that out, I beat this within a few tries. Previous to that, I didn't know this combo, so I died a good amount of times on this. I would say all this shown in this video, all the footage, maybe took me an hour or longer to beat, because I lost... I tried this another day a few times. I only tried it a few times, I think, but today I tried for about 44 minutes. So maybe last time I tried for 15 or 20 minutes, I'm not sure. So maybe an hour in total, or maybe a little over. But yeah, pretty much just, keep your distance and try to get that combo in. And as you'll notice, I start up the combo early a lot of times, even when there's no enemies around. That's because I want to hit them with the last hit of the combo. The fourth hit of the combo is what gets them airborne. And once they're in the air, you can whip the shit out of them while they're floating up in the air. So that's why I'll do that. That fight's hard because it forces you to use this weapon pretty much. And so this area does too, but now you don't have Atreus either. So you can't use your resurrection stones, and you don't get to use the stun arrows. So that definitely makes it harder. But yeah, to start off this fight, I use that narrow corridor to group them all together, and I exploit that combo again, and beat the shit out of them while they're airborne. So pretty much same kind of technique, which I'll be using on these other fights as well coming up. So it's going to be pretty similar. The other thing that I do is the enemies that throw projectiles, I try to take them out, first a lot of times. But if not, I'll try to parry their projectiles and throw it back at them. Or throw it back at another enemy. But the way you get that's an upgrade in the menu that I got a while ago. It's definitely worth getting for, it's definitely useful. And you'll see me use it a little bit. Now for these jumping guys, you can either dodge their attack or parry it while they're in midair. But if you don't, they'll grab onto you. The other thing you'll see that I did is when the jumping guy was about to land on me, I used my charging shield attack that you find in one of the chests. And that'll also end it as well. So you can do that if you have it available. I forgot what it's called, but it's one of the runic attacks where you charge in with your shield. See, as I was trying to use that chain to yank the guy to me, that guy got on me, so I was unable to, to stop that animation. But aside from that, yeah, pretty similar, using these combos again. If you get frozen, it will slow you down and it can fuck things up. But these parts are way easier than the part that was just shown in the beginning of the video. That part's pretty fucking hard at first. Like I said, once you know that combo, I also, in the first part, I got killed several times because of the fucking trees. At times they will block the enemies from the camera, meaning you can't see the attack and you can't parry it, so you'll get killed sometimes or damaged badly. So that's dangerous. You see, I'm throwing the projectile back at the enemy there. Those guys can cause a lot of problems from a distance. So I use that runic attack to get in close again. Some parries, and then I accidentally used the rage mode here, but it worked out anyway. It would have been more useful in the next encounter. The next encounters can be quite difficult, the next one after this, but it was good enough. It ended the encounter, so that's fine. You do have to beat those 2 waves of enemies to get the checkpoint. If you die on one of those waves, then you'll have to repeat the 2 battles again. Sometimes the game does that where you don't get a checkpoint after one battle. Sometimes you got to defeat a few battles. But it's easy enough. It's a little tricky. I think I died a few times. This part was pretty tough, though. I died several times on this, I think. What I do here is I used my charge runic to get on that shield guy immediately near the ledge. Used the combo to get him into the pit. Just to get rid of him. And once you know where the guys spawn, you see, as soon as I turned, I was already attacking the next guy because I already had done this a few times. I knew where these guys were coming from, so, I was able to react quickly. And the quicker you can do it, that you can dispense these guys quick, and then, they can't really cause a problem. So once you know what's going on, you can react quickly, and then, that's the end of that. This one can be tricky. I think I died a few times on this, maybe once or twice, I'm not sure. But it can be tricky, because you got this heavy guy here, which takes a long time to kill. And then you got a lot of enemies coming in, fucking with you. Especially the projectile guys that throw shit at you while you're trying to fight. So, at some point I'll ignore this heavy swinging guy and focus on the smaller enemies. Because, you know, they're the ones that are going to cause the problem. That guy's pretty fucking slow. But if he hits you, he will do a lot of damage. I used my charging runic attack on the projectile guy first to try to get his health down. Because I like to try to target those first. Then I just used my rage mode, and I get one of these guys off the cliff here, which is good. And then I get that guy's health down a decent amount with one boulder, and or maybe I landed 2 on him, and then, you know, finish off those assholes. And now there's going to be, after this guy, there'll be 2 more guys that come in that I'll have to deal with, at least 2 more guys. You see, there's one of them already, and he's going to start throwing shit at me. I think both of them are going to start throwing shit at me. And I'll be focusing on them first, you know, because once you just deal with this heavy guy, it's easy. You know, he's easy enough to fight by, you know, alone, but trying to fight him while they're throwing shit at you would be dangerous. So I get them grouped together, and then I use that combo, and that finishes off, you know, the light, heavy, that finishes him off. And now this is just a little tedious of just whipping him and evading. And it takes a little while because, you know, he has a lot of health, a lot of defense. So, but it's pretty much just dodge and strike, dodge and strike. That attack you can parry, but the one that's red, you know, if you try to block it, you'll get knocked back. I don't know if you'll get damaged, but you'll get knocked back, and then sometimes he can land a follow-up hit or something like that. So it's better to, you know, to dodge that. You can try to parry the blue attacks if you want, or I guess they have a yellow circle around them. You can try to parry those. The first attack you can try to parry. But I didn't bother risking it because I wasn't really familiar with fighting these guys, so I just made it easy. But yeah, that's it for this video. I'll try to get up some more gameplay of this game soon. I took a break after the Magni and Modi fight. That was tough. That third phase gave me a lot of trouble. But after I buffed up some of my attack stats by messing around with my different equipment, I think that helped me out a lot to get them down faster. Since you had to take them down both at the same time, that's what made it really hard about that boss fight. So I think that helped. But yeah, stay tuned. Welcome to the tutorial for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. And yeah, this fight would be really fucking hard if it wasn't for the 2 checkpoints in the boss fight. So there is a few checkpoints at various points in the health bar. And you'll be able to see clearly. I made it so that it would be clear where I edited my deaths out to show the checkpoints. So I'll try to point those out when they happen. And for the most part, I was first trying to see if I could throw my axe at him, but it doesn't work on this enemy. As all the enemies pretty much in this area, you have to use the Chaos Blade, so you're pretty limited. So I do end up using the Chaos Blades after trying a few times. And I mean, the basic idea is to, you know, try and avoid the strikes and get in your hits when you can. There's also an attack he does that takes really long, and he doesn't really do much of anything, and you can get in a lot of hits then, or after he finishes some of his slams. But I'll try to point out that attack where he just shakes for a while, basically. And basically just by running around and strafing in a circle, you can dodge those things that he throws out. The main threat for this boss is really when he summons enemies. That's the main issue. It can be intense, but it's overall not too bad because of the 2 checkpoints they give you. It makes it a lot more manageable. It's not like God of War 2 where you have to beat, you know, 10 or 15 minute boss fights with no checkpoints or anything like that. So it's been a lot easier than the second one for sure. Not even close. To the Titan mode in God of War 2 is ridiculous. But we'll see what comes later. There may still be some tough parts. You see when he's like shaking and vibrating a lot? That's an opportunity to get a lot of hits in on him. Yeah, see, that was an edit right there. So about 3 and a little piece of health, about 3 health bars, and then a little nick of damage on the 4th one is the first checkpoint. So if you get to that point and then die, you'll get to start with his life bar depleted to that point. So it's worth, keeping it in mind so you can set landmarks. And whenever he, gets those enemies out, I try to have a combo ready, a light, heavy combo, to get the guys in the air and do massive damage and try to kill them as quickly as possible. So try to be ready for that if you see that he's going to summon. It's good to do the combo a little bit early so that you get the at least the 4th hit in. That's what gets them up in the air and does the most damage. So you want to do that. Now once you get them up in the air, you can just whip them and get a lot of shots in, so it's useful. And you can pick up health and shit like that in the arena. Sometimes you'll even get lucky and one of the enemies will drop a rage pellet. You can charge up your rage with that, so that's useful. I end up getting one at the end of the fight. But it seems rare that they drop that. Most of the time they don't seem to drop that. I only had it happen once. I would say this fight probably took me about 17 minutes to beat. So it wasn't too bad. But, it was pretty intense. When you get frozen like that, you can really get fucked over. And, you move really slow. Sometimes that'll get you killed because you can't get out. I think I ended up... I guess I didn't die on that part. But I have died from that before. Getting frozen, it can be really bad. But yeah, try to get in hits when you can. I would say focus on the enemies when they're around. Everything shown probably took me around 55 minutes or something like that for all the encounters that are shown in the video. But this was probably the hardest one in this video. And yeah, I use the rage mode, and those boulders will do massive damage, but he can be hard to hit with the boulders because he'll disappear. So, that can be a problem. The next checkpoint is coming up soon. I think it's at about around the last 3 bits of health. Or maybe 3 and a small piece of health. You'll see it soon. This is an opportunity to get in, some hits while he's fucking around. And this is dangerous because I'm frozen. I can only move very slowly at that point. So that was dangerous. I'll probably die soon and you'll see the next checkpoint. Yeah, see, that's where I died. So it's at about 3 1/4 of his health. The last remaining, 3 blocks and a quarter is the final checkpoint. And there's definitely no more checkpoints because I came very close to killing him a few times and died. And this is where I was sent back to, so this is the last checkpoint. But once you get this last checkpoint, it should be easy. I mean, you don't have that much left to do. The fight doesn't change or anything, so it's the same shit that you've been doing. And if you can get your rage bar up, then you can take him down very quickly. I end up getting some good hits in with the rage boulders at some point. I also always use that talisman or whatever it is to give me, increased rage. So I use those rage bursts to get my rage bar up when they charge up. I find that to be one of the most useful things in the game. It really turned the game around once I got that. I get a little rage ball here and I get some more of my rage. And then once I fill it up, I get some good damage in with the boulders. You can parry and throw back those projectiles if you time it right. Yeah, so see, that did massive damage. You can see how much damage that does. But you're lucky if you can hit him with more than one boulder because he, tends to disappear. I don't think I've ever hit him with more than one boulder. But, that one boulder does a huge amount of damage. So he's almost dead now at this point. It seems like they take less damage near the end of their health bar. Like they have a higher defense at the end, it seems. But eventually he will go down. You don't have any projectiles since you don't have Atreus and you can't use your resurrection stones. But you do have multiple checkpoints. You got 2 checkpoints So it's really not that bad. But it was intense. Definitely an intense fight. But you never sent that far back, so eventually you'll get it. There's an encounter coming up where I run past a number of enemies and then go to where the door is at, and that I was allowed to skip a large knight type of enemy, so I'd recommend doing that. Unless you want the XP, then you can fight them. But it's up to you. I don't think it's really worth the 100 XP or whatever I might get off of them. It's not really that beneficial. I mean, I could, go fight some optional enemies somewhere else probably and get more XP. So yeah, after you rip his heart out, then you'll go on to the next encounters. And you'll get a Chaos Flame to upgrade your Chaos Blades when you go to the blacksmith. So that's definitely worth picking up. There's a chest here. So yeah, as you're going back, you'll have to fight some more enemies. The first few encounters are easy, but there's a hard encounter at the end near the door. And that may be because I ran all the way to the end of the area and all the enemies accumulated. I'm not sure if that's what made it harder. But eventually I was able to get a good flow going and take them all out. I think you can also use your chain yank move to grab those nightmare enemies, those floating nightmares, and kill them instantly. You can throw them at other enemies. I think I remember doing that on normal. But I forgot about that at the time. So yeah, you can go up here and collect some shit. You get a little rage charge, which is going to be useful. I should have actually saved it for the final part of this area, for the hard part I mentioned. But I ended up getting annoyed, so I used it on this next encounter coming up, just to get it over with. Because if you die in the next encounter, then you have to do these 2 little fights over again, which is a little bit annoying. I mean, it's not that bad, but it's kind of a confined area. It can be a little bit annoying. These guys are always really fast, aggressive. So yeah, here I just used my rage. I was like, fuck it. I'll just kill these assholes. Yeah, so now here, this is where I run through and skip a bunch of enemies. Normally it doesn't seem like you can do that, but in this part it worked. So I run all the way to the end where the door is that you're supposed to go to. First I was fucking around and trying to insert those little glowing balls into the devices, but then it didn't seem to really do anything, so then I just ran through the entire area. I wasn't sure what the purpose of that was. You see that large knight enemy crouched down, I just skipped over him. You don't have to fight him. And then I ran to the door at the end and died, and then I got a checkpoint. But I think at that checkpoint, you don't have to fight as many enemies as if you tried to fight everybody that appeared. The smaller enemies, I don't know. They may all still come out to fight you, but that knight definitely didn't show up when I died here. So, you can at least avoid fighting that enemy. But it seems like they do all kind of congregate here. See, that's the checkpoint at the door. You get a checkpoint if you get to the door. You can't go in the door and skip them, but you can get to the door and get a checkpoint. And this part can be tough, but here is where I timed those light, heavy combos, and I was able to make my way through the entire crowd and get, massive damage in by getting a bunch of these combos in a row. But normally it didn't work out like that. Once I got them in that confined hallway, that helped a lot too. I could hit a lot of them at once, you know, in that little... it kind of funnels them into your combo, so it was useful. And if you do it like that, it can be pretty quick. But a lot can go wrong in that fight. It's pretty annoying. And that's it for this video. Stay tuned, and I'll try to get up some more soon. Welcome to the tutorial for God of War on the hardest mode. And right here is a rune symbol that you can break. I'm not really showing too much of where those are located, but they're all in this area, so it'll give you a general idea. I want to focus mostly on combat. This is a tough encounter. This one took me several tries because it's these guys are really aggressive. I decided to hose this asshole down for some reason. I'm not sure why I decided to do that, but see, this is the Blessings of Frost runic. That one is really good because see, those waves knock those guys into the pits and do a lot of damage. Plus, I'm getting in the stun arrows regularly, and of course the flock of crows. I summon those as well during all this, and that clears out a lot of the initial guys. I try to get rid of these nightmares because they can become a big problem. And then Atreus, he gets fucked up for a while, so I do end up like running around trying to get him back, so I can use the arrows. But yeah, I use some of these rage boulders here. Pretty much use everything I have for this fight because it's very difficult. I do end up using a resurrection stone, a berserker stone, which gives me another full rage bar that I use as well. And even with that, it was still a tough fight because these guys pretty much in one hit can take out almost all your life. So it can be very difficult. They're very fast and aggressive, and they have projectiles that go through the ground. So you want to be careful when taking on a whole crowd of them. I was trying to switch to my Chaos Blades, but I kept doing 180-degree turns and other shit because I was pressing the wrong direction. It kind of confuses me sometimes when trying to switch. Because sometimes you end up with the weapon unholstered, then holstered, and it's like you swap through a bunch of different shit. I mean, it's my fault, but it's kind of fucking annoying. So yeah, now I had Atreus back briefly. I was using him, but I think he gets taken out for a while. My life is really low, so I kind of just run around here for a while, and I think I eventually end up getting taken out. But I'm able, since Atreus is alive, I'm able to, once he comes back, I'm able to get revived. Otherwise, he won't revive you if he's like preoccupied or damaged or something. He won't do it. So now I finally got my blades equipped, and I try to, do some damage with that. The best thing usually is the 2 light attacks followed by 2 heavy attack. That's a 4-hit combo that does massive damage, and it gets the guys up in the air so you can hit them more and repeat the combo again. So that's usually what I try to do when dealing with crowds using the blades. But see, they can really blindside you because they'll come up on you and hit you even when the camera's not looking at them, so you can get blindsided. But I get some rage here and I use it again. At this point, I have no health pretty much, but I get a little bit back from the rage. But I got some good hits in with the boulders to where there was only one guy left, so I got lucky with that. Otherwise, it would have dragged out for a longer period of time. But at this point, it's easy with just the one guy. So yeah, not too good of a performance on this run, but it was enough to get it done. It's fun to use the Resurrection Stone on this battle because there are no other hard battles coming up. This is the hardest battle in this area. And then you'll get the Blacksmith. The 2 giants, it's a boss. You have to fight 2 giants at the same time, but it's extremely easy. And I'll show how I did that. I just run around and use Atreus' arrows, and that's it. It's very fucking easy. There's really no reason to use a Resurrection Stone on that. I beat that on the first try. So, I mean, it was very easy. So don't worry about using the stone for that fight. Just waste it. The best way to really get rid of these is probably to throw your chain into them and just launch him into a wall or launch him into another enemy. It kills him fast. This is another one of the rune seals or whatever it's called to open the chest. This will give you a general idea of where they are. You know, I don't want to make these videos too long about exploration. I really want to focus on the combat. And then there's another little fight here, but it's very easy, you know, compared to what you just dealt with. It's a narrow area, so you can channel all the enemies into your blade combo, 2 lights and 2 heavies, and then just use a shitload of arrows in between strikes. And the crows, and that's what I recommend using. But it shouldn't give you any problem. It's the same hard enemies, there's just not as many of them, and they're all crammed into a hallway, so you can just beat the shit out of them pretty much. And of course, you can grab the nightmare here and then throw it at the enemy, and that does a lot of damage. It seems to do a lot of stun damage too, so it's a useful way to deal with the nightmares. You know, grab them and then throw them into the enemies if you can. I could have done that on the other encounter as well, and it probably would have been pretty effective, but I just didn't do it. I think I did it on previous attempts, but not on the one where I actually succeeded. Yeah, so now there's 2 giants that come here, and this is super fucking easy. You just got to be a little bit patient, but it doesn't take that long. I waste my rage anyway, you know, because I don't really know what to expect with the fight. And I don't really care about saving it up anyway, because I have the rage talisman. I can just generate more rage between fights. Not really a big deal. So, you know, the axe throws are pretty worthless. I mean, I fucked around a little bit with that. One of them is red, and you can only attack him with the axe. The blue one you can only attack with the blades. But you don't have to worry about any of that bullshit. All you got to do is just, you know, use the electric arrows, especially if you have him upgraded. You know, his arrows do a lot of damage by this point. So, you really do not have to play skillfully to beat these 2 enemies at all. And like I said, if I don't have to bust my ass on a fight, I'm not going to do it. You know. Sometimes I find aggression to be the easier way to play at this point in the game, because with all the abilities and powers I have at this point, you know, sometimes it's just easier for me to be aggressive and take guys out fast before they cause problems. In the early game, when you're weak, that didn't work so well for me, you know, so I used a lot of axe throwing tactics and running away and shit like that, you know. But as I got, you know, also more proficient with the game and had a lot more abilities and shit to use, you still do take a lot of damage, but, I mean, you don't usually get one hit killed like you did in the beginning of the game. So, in some ways it's easier. Definitely have a lot more tools to fuck around with. But yeah, this is very easy. For some reason, they don't seem to ever take Atreus out, so he'll just, you know, you can just constantly shoot at these guys. And if you have other runic powers that you want to use, you can use them, but, I mean, you don't really have to. They will start to, like, put darkness over the entire area, so, you know, but it's still extremely easy. Just face their general direction and keep shooting arrows. Just be aware that when they use the darkness, they will pop out of the darkness and they can hit you with a very powerful move. So just keep moving in the same way you have been, and, you know, you'll end up dodging them. It's not really a problem. See, the blue guy doesn't take damage from the axe, so you got to use the blades. He's the only one left at this point. But of course you don't have to use any melee weapons at all for this fight, as shown. But yeah, that finishes him off. Very easy. And after this, I decided to show some of the backtracking I did, because this is the end of the combat, so you can go ahead and skip ahead if you want. But I decided, you know, to show some of the backtracking. Since it's the end of the video, it's not really going to get in the way, so, you know, Figured I'd show some of the backtrack and give you a general idea where the runics are. You saw where they were, the first two runics that I showed, to give you a general idea where they were. They're in those chambers, and one's at the top of one of those trap rooms. But I'm sure you've already seen that. And the last one is actually in the final room where the actual chest is. So if you got those two, then you just need to get to the chest and then turn back around, in the opposite direction of the chest. You'll see the other one. You just throw the axe at it. But you'll see how to get there now. This is the main room, so you'll have no problem navigating if you watch this. So yeah, you get some grips that I don't find useful. I probably will never use. You do get a Chaos Blade Flame upgrade, though, from killing those guys, so that's great. Definitely be very useful. And in this chest coming up, you're going to get an apple, which, can extend your health bar. In my case, I was looking around to try to find the rooms, but in my case, I had 2 apples, and I needed a third one. So this actually gives me my second apple, so I still need another one to get another upgrade, but it's good to get them, because the more health you have, obviously, it's going to give you a chance to live longer in this mode. But yeah, if you just follow this path from, you saw where I started in the main open area, just follow that path and go in these areas, and you'll find the final chest. So that's all I left this here for, just show where it's at. It'll be interesting to see how some of the later parts are. I think the Magni Modi fight's probably going to be the hardest boss fight for me. But we'll see. I think there's still a final boss. I didn't even realize that the 2 trolls were bosses, because I went through them so easily on normal. And I went through easily on this mode too, I guess. Yeah, but I mean, I never thought of them as bosses for whatever reason. I thought the game had like 3 bosses. The dragon, Magni Modi, and the final boss. That was kind of how I saw it. But yeah, I kind of forgot about the trolls, that they were cycled so many fucking times. That was one thing I didn't like, is just the lack of ideas with using those large trolls so often. The smaller ones are cool to use, because at least you can ride them and use them against the other enemies. That makes the battles exciting, so I don't mind seeing those guys. But the larger ones were pretty fucking lame. They gave them some different attacks, but I mean, they were just slow fights that take a lot of hits. I don't remember exactly what's left, but I do remember there's some hard parts left. The part on the ship, I remember, giving me a lot of trouble on normal, so where you have to protect. You kind of have to protect certain areas of the ship so they don't get destroyed. So I'm thinking that's going to be hard on this mode, but I'm not sure yet. Until I play it, I won't know how hard it's actually going to be. On normal, I didn't do any side activities really or anything. I didn't really pay that much attention to the combat because I didn't need to. I was going to save all that for when I played this mode. But yeah, in here will be the chest with the apple. I still wasn't sure where the last seal was that I had to break. So I was looking around trying to see where it was, but it ends up being in here. So yeah, it's very easy to get once you get in here. I was still looking around trying to see if there was, if I missed it. Because at this point I felt like I had pretty much looked around the entire area. So I thought, I suspected it might be in here with the chest. And then we'll see, when you turn around, you'll see it. It's inside one of those crushers. See, there it is. So just wait for your chance to hit it, and and that'll be it. But yeah, thanks for watching. I'll try to make some more progress soon and post up some more videos. I haven't been playing games as much lately, but I've kind of been switching between games. I took a break from God of War. But stay tuned, and thanks again. Welcome to the tutorial for God of War 2018, the hardest difficulty. And I believe this might be an optional fight, which is kind of a pain in the ass. I used one of my resurrection stones just to get it over with, which cost me about 10,000 hack silver, but I didn't really give a shit. I just wanted to end it. So I used the explosive there. That does a lot of damage. But yeah, none of the combat here is too difficult overall in this video. But in the next video, there's going to be the boat sequence, which can be a pain in the ass. But it's really not as hard as I thought it was going to be, because they give you a lot of checkpoints, and the enemies disappear when you end up reloading the checkpoint, either from dying, or you could probably just manually reload the checkpoints when you see the anchors appear on the side of the ship. But I'll get more into that in that video. And the semi-final combat room I beat in 15 minutes with only maybe 2 or 3 deaths, so that was much, much easier than I expected. It wasn't really a big deal with all the powers you have. I'm still working on the final boss, so that's the last video I still have to play through. And I'm adding commentary now to all the videos I made up until the final boss, so I should have them up with commentary soon. I already have some of them up without the commentary. Since I post 2 versions of each video, I post the commentary version and just the raw version. I mean, it's still edited. The deaths are edited out, but, there's no commentary. So, yeah, in some of these next few videos, there's not going to be a hell of a lot to really say about some of these encounters, because if you got this far, you already know how to deal with most of these encounters. They're pretty standard. But there will be some tips on the boat sequence and on the large encounter before the final boss, definitely. And maybe some other parts, but this is all going to be, there's not going to be anything too extreme you haven't dealt with before at this point. But I did want to complete the commentary, because if I just had silent videos in the tutorial, it'd be a little strange. Even though I already have them posted up, I have silent videos, they're just the sounds of the gameplay, but I already have those versions posted up. But I mean, it would just be, kind of weird to have certain sections with no commentary. So I figured I would complete it. Yeah, this is just another normal enemy at this point. These guys can be kind of a pain in the ass, because you have a decent amount of them, and then there's some projectile enemies on the other side. So it can be a little bit of an... And I think I died a few times on this part. Nothing too bad, but a little bit annoying. I try to aggressively take out these first 2 enemies. He was kind of stuck in a weird area. I was able to knock him out and into the pit. And then you just finish these assholes, though, There's really not a lot of enemies here, but it's a little tricky. And now you just fight a solo traveler. I don't even know if anyone even joins him in this fight. But yeah, it's easy. You can keep your distance and play it safe. You don't have to even get that aggressive if you don't want to. Whenever you see him raising up the skull in his hand, it is worth throwing the axe to stop that, because he'll do either an area of effect attack that can pretty much kill you in one hit, or he may summon enemies. I don't know, because I didn't let him use it, but it seems like some of them will do different things with the skull. The main thing is, though, you don't want them to use that skull. So when you see it, make sure you have your axe out, or switch to it, and and take that skull out. Aside from that, you can kind of keep your distance, use arrows and shit like that. It's pretty simple. See, I mean, that was a badly aimed shot, and I somehow I had enough time to get that skull out of there. But now I don't have any life, so, now I have to play it a little safe. Okay, yeah, so I guess I decided to use my rage here, and fuck it, It's easy enough to get back. I think I just threw one boulder at him to use a little bit of the rage, just to do, just to do a little extra damage. I don't want to waste the whole rage bar on him, but it did a little bit of damage. But it's just a matter of time before, you strip out all his health. They do take a lot of damage. Once their armor is off, then they die faster, but, they still take a lot of fucking hits. And here you get a legendary Chaos Flame. So you can upgrade your Chaos Blades when you get back to the blacksmith shop. But you won't be going back until you clear out the boat section, which is... It can be a pain in the ass, but it's really not that bad compared to what you've already beaten by this point in the game. You get liberal checkpoints. But that'll be in the next video. You can just beat the shit out of this single enemy with all the powers and shit that you have at this point. It's not even a fight. You can, of course, throw these nightmares at the enemies as usual, which is a useful way to get rid of them and do a little damage to the enemy. Doesn't do much damage to those heavy guys. But yeah, this fight is actually kind of tough. I think I may have died several times on this fight, probably more than once or twice. I had a few deaths on here for sure. It's kind of fucking annoying. I focused first on one of the heavies. I was able to kill him with the boulders. I think he may have got knocked off the side. I'm not sure because the boulders... Well, maybe they do pretty good damage to him, actually. So it may have killed him. But I try to take out the first one first. You know, the one that appears in the back. And when I see these small enemies, I try to kill them as well so I can isolate the one big enemy. Because the small enemies will just throw shit at you and cause problems while you're trying to focus on this guy. Once you got them out of the way... You can easily just fuck around with this large enemy and throw shit at him, arrows, axe, and just keep your distance and you'll easily kill him. He's easy at this point. He doesn't really have much of a range on his attacks. I think he may have a wave that he does, but you know, I think it's a pretty short wave. So if you keep your distance, it's very easy. They are a pain in the ass to deal with when you have a lot of enemies running around, but and there's another. I think it's a rage horn in this area. So I briefly show how to get that. But you'll see it. It's right across the area where you just were at. It's around that area. You'll see a chest with some glowing symbols on it, so it's hard to miss. And, you know, yes. And once you, you know, just kind of follow what's being done here, it's very easy. I try to show these briefly just so, you know, you don't miss these upgrades because they're going to be useful. You can't hit the symbol from up there. That's why I edited it out. I had to come back down here and I'll do something else, I think. I don't even remember exactly because it was, you know, a pretty brief sequence. I made several of these videos in a row before I started, you know, doing the commentary that I'm doing now. Now I'm just trying to bang out the commentary on the ones that I completed. I put them up without the commentary first. And now I'm just adding the commentary, making the commentary versions. I think this one gives me a rage upgrade to my bar. So I think it was actually really useful. And I think also soon I get the full health upgrade too. I don't know if there's any more health upgrades in the game hidden anywhere, but I do get another health upgrade, so I'm sure that'll help on the final boss. Like I said, I've already completed all of the game up until the final boss, so I'm still working on that. And I'll probably play that soon. But yeah, thanks for watching. I'll have the next video up in a few minutes. Welcome back to the tutorial for the hardest difficulty in God of War. Now this part coming up, you can actually skip a remnant fight. That thanks to Sephirim, because I watched some of his videos and I got that idea from him. So yeah, you can just, if you get on here immediately, you'll skip a remnant enemy or a revenant, whatever they're called. And there's a pretty hard sequence coming up where you have to protect these fires on the boat. And it's not nearly as hard as I thought it would be because you get liberal checkpoints. So every time an anchor appears on the ship, it's a new checkpoint. So just keep that in mind. And also, if you reload that checkpoint either by dying or just manually reloading it, the enemies disappear. So whatever was left over is pretty much just gone. I also got some odd checkpoints where I think I killed the enemy and I died at the same time. I think that happened twice. Because I got progression. I got checkpoints that I didn't expect to get. So it was odd. So the editing may be a little strange on this because of that. But, I'm just showing progression, so I had to show the death because it was part of the progression. It was odd how the checkpoints were, were dealt with in this game. But some parts are strange like that, so I just left it in. But you'll get the general idea. Basically, as I said, you just need to get to when the anchors come up, and that'll be your next checkpoint. So don't stress out too much about the pacing of it and trying to do it all in one go or anything. You can just take your time with it. Just try to do better each time and get through the checkpoints, and you'll get through it eventually. It's really not much harder than a lot of the other shit you had to do to get to this point. I thought this was going to be the hardest part in the game after playing it on normal because it was kind of stressful for me on normal. It wasn't horrible, but it was pretty fucking hard on normal. For the normal difficulty, I felt it was above the rest of the game's difficulty. But on this, I don't know, maybe I learned how to play the game better, and I just had a better idea what to do. But I wasn't very good at the combat on normal because I didn't have to learn it much. But on this, I've definitely gotten better. So I'm sure by the time you get here, you will have gotten a lot better at the game as well. So I would suggest using the light, heavy combo with the blades that I've been talking about. I don't know what it's called, but it's light attack, heavy attack. And the fourth hit of that attack will knock the enemies into the air and allow you to repeat the combo again or just whip the shit out of them, either way. But I like to keep repeating the combo when I can because it does massive damage and it keeps the enemies going in the air again and again. So you can just keep getting them up in the air before they can do anything. Of course, use the arrows in between strikes when you can. I like the stun arrows because I like having the guys stunned, especially on this part because they try to put out the fires, and if they put out the fire, then if they put out both fires, you lose. It's okay if they put out one fire, but then you're kind of at risk, so because they only have to put one more out for you to lose. So you can also use the fire. Sephirim pointed out that you can use the fire to sharpen your blades, so you'll see me whipping the fire. It doesn't actually sharpen your blades, but it keeps the blades on fire. You build up that immolation, that fire damage and burn damage. So whipping, just whipping at that pile with the fire on it is actually useful to keep that immolation going. So basically, I like to stand near the fires, and I like to just keep the guys back with those attacks that I was showing. Here, you just throw one axe at each one of these assholes, and you'll take those assholes out. You want to get rid of them because they will just keep shooting at the whole time, annoying you and causing problems. So you're not, no point having them alive. And of course, there's a variety of ways. It's kind of a dynamic scenario. There's a variety of ways that you could go about this part. But the general concept of using this combo again and again, using your stun arrows, keeping the enemies back with the knockback attack of the combo, because when it knocks them in the air, they can't do anything. So, and I like to sometimes attack the fire while I'm attacking the enemies because I'm also keeping that fire building, and it's keeping the fire from going out because when you're whipping it, they can't put it out because it reignites it every time. So it helps. I also use that gap sometimes, that big gap next to the fire. I use that sometimes to whip at the guys when they can't get at me. I'll use the last hits of the combo to do damage. You'll see me do that a little bit, not much, but, any little thing you can exploit with the AI is always helpful. You'll see some major AI exploits soon that I got from Sephirim as well, where you can get the guys to go into the blades and die. Makes some of those segments much easier. And just exploit them. I probably would have done that anyway, though, because that's usually the kind of shit I do whenever there's moving obstacles or blades. But I went over the videos just to see what was coming up, and Sephirim has great videos. I recommend checking them out. They're more thorough than my videos because he actually does the segment several times, without taking damage a lot of times. I just go through them once, and then I just add commentary about what I did to beat it. And that's all I really do with with this tutorial. Maybe in the future I'll do more thorough ones if I get a lot of views, maybe I'll put more time into them. But I just enjoy beating really hard challenges, and then I like adding commentary to it now. It's cool. But yeah, you got a lot of enemies here, so I like using that combo I mentioned to group them all together and get them in the air. And as I've been saying, every time you see those anchors appear on the side of the ship, that's another checkpoint. So the editing may make it a little confusing because I'm editing the deaths out. And like I said, there's some weird ones where I killed the guys and they killed me and I got a checkpoint. So at least the game is fair in that regard and doesn't fuck you over. That's cool. I don't like when games fuck you over with the checkpoints. This game's pretty lenient about checkpoints. It's pretty fair with that. This game is nothing like God of War 2 on Titan, not even remotely close in difficulty, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It was challenging enough for me to enjoy it and get frustrated at the same time, but it was very satisfying, so I think it was a good difficulty. I didn't need it to be that fucking hard like Titan. I mean, I would have eventually played through it, I'm sure, but it would have just been a lot more frustrating. That was fucking hard for me. But, that's another game. Yeah, so now you got some revenants appearing. I think you get the checkpoint when those revenants appear, because I think I started on them when I died before. But something strange happens. I think I end up dying and killing this revenant at the same time. And I'm guessing that's what happened. That's what it looked like. But the game over screen comes kind of fast, so I wasn't sure. But something like that did happen, and I got another checkpoint from that. So you'll see. See, my life's getting down now, and I think I'm going to fuck up somehow. Something fucks me up, I think. I probably did that move accidentally, and see, that got me killed, but the Revenant also died. So now, when my checkpoint came back, this is where I was. And see, there's more anchors coming up, so this is a new scene. A bit similar to what we fought before. Oh, no, actually, this is the one with the giant. So now this is... something strange happened here, too. I died on this guy. Oh, you see, his health just went down by like 3/4 or something. I don't even know how that happened. That was weird. I noticed that when I was playing. I didn't notice the damage that he took until I just watched this just now. But I remember his health being very low for some reason. I don't know if he burned himself in that fire or what happened. It was interesting. Yeah, but once you get this guy, always attack these guys first and ride them. That's pretty much the strategy whenever these guys appear in any part of the game. And use them to hurt the other guys. Now, I think I fuck up yet again. I did kill the giant, obviously, but I think I don't end up killing these guys, and I end up getting killed. And then I think these enemies disappeared, and it takes me to the next checkpoint, which is really weird. So these guys are pretty much optional, I'm guessing. I mean, I wouldn't commit suicide on purpose or anything, because I don't know if it always works like that. I would try to kill them. But I think if you kill the giant, I think you may get the next checkpoint. So if you do happen to fuck up, you may get lucky like I did and get the next checkpoint. Like I said, it's very lenient with that for some reason. Which I'm fine with. I don't have a problem with that. This part was probably actually easier for me than it was on normal. So I must have got a lot better at the game, or I did more side missions and got stronger. But see, when I died there, this is where I ended up, at the end of the sequence. So, that was a nice surprise. I thought they were going to make me do all that shit over again, from at least from where the giants were at. Because that was my previous checkpoint. I'm not sure what... I know this was the main part of the video. I'm not sure what's left. There might be some small encounters or something. I show a little bit of the cutscene just to show that the area was completed, just to show the transition. But you get the idea. Most of you have already seen this game if you're playing on the hardest setting. And if not, you would watch a different walkthrough because this is combat focused anyway, so... I think it's good to have different walkthroughs out there, with or without commentary, just because it's good to see different tactics that people use. Though I'll admit I have watched videos before and I do steal some of the tactics I see from other videos too, so I'm not saying that everything I do is original, but a lot of times I do a lot of shit my own way that I'm comfortable with in my playstyle, I won't just copy exactly what people do, but I will, if I see exploits, I'll try to use them to my advantage, but I'll mix it in with the way I normally play usually. You know, unless it's just so easy to exploit the enemies, then then there may not be much of my own style that shows through. But yeah, I don't think there's too much left of this video. I'm trying to remember, but I guess we'll see. I banged them out in succession today, and I didn't really pay attention to where they ended. Oh yeah, I wanted to show this. See, if you go in the opposite direction of where you're supposed to go, you'll get a very useful chest. So I wanted to make sure that, it's easy to miss that. So I just wanted to keep that in there just to show it, that it would be useful to get. See, that's where you're supposed to go, but if you use this little door here, I mean, I know most people are probably not going to miss this, but if you're not paying attention, you can miss it. So, or actually, no, yeah, no, this is the main. I think this is the main way you're supposed to go. And there's that regular door back there. That's the one with the chest. It's kind of easy to miss. I mean, if you're not paying attention, you're just trying to run through the game. It gives you like a stone that you put in your weapons or your armor. I forgot what they're called, but it gives you a stone that raises all your stats by +7. So that's really useful because you can boost everything up by 7, which is, I think that's a pretty significant jump. So it's worth putting in one of your slots most likely to give yourself a boost. Yeah, an enchantment. It's a really good enchantment. It gives you a 7 bonus to all your stats. And that's it for this video. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the tutorial for God of War 2018, the hardest mode. This is just a little cleanup mission. These are just some, a few bonus fights. I wanted to do the last of these, easy to find optional missions before I started finishing off the game, just to get a little more powerful and see what I would get. So this is just a little cleanup. Short video. None of these fights are hard at all, but I try to show all the combat pretty much. Actually, like a few videos ago, I lost a lot of my recording of the combat, so that's why there's a big gap. I forgot to mention that, but yeah, I did lose a good deal of my recording because I was having an issue with my PlayStation signal to my C7 OLED TV, 65-inch LG model. It's an LG TV from last year. And it was having signal issues, and I found out I had to turn off the HDCP, which allows you to watch YouTube and do things like that. I had to turn that off on the PlayStation 4 because it was doing something to the signal. Very fucking annoying problem, but that's another issue. I was doing a lot of troubleshooting, and of course the TV kept losing the signal while I was playing the encounter, so I was losing my recordings. I had to restart the system. So yeah, it was too much of a pain in the ass to keep the recordings and to get a fluid recording. So I finally did fix that, but I did lose some data. They were not anything that hard anyway. They were pretty standard fights at this point, nothing crazy. So it's not really a big deal. It's not going to really help anybody too much. But I do like I do like showing everything just for consistency. But yeah, I just go all out aggressive on a lot of these fights and try to take everyone out as quickly as possible using my arrows between strikes. I heavily use the light, heavy combo once I got the blades. I mean, it fucking destroys everything. It gets the guys in the air on the last hit, and then you can whip the shit out of them, as I've mentioned in like every video since I've gotten them. But, I don't know which videos people have seen. That's why I repeat a lot of things. It just makes it easier because I don't expect people to watch all my videos. They may just want to check the video that they got stuck on. That's what I do when I'm playing games. I usually check videos on the parts that I'm working on. I don't watch like a whole fucking walkthrough. But if you find it entertaining enough to watch it just for fun, then that's cool too. As I get more feedback on these types of things, like right now I don't get really any feedback on them, but if I do get more feedback in the future, I can be more thorough with them. I can play through parts multiple times to get better runs and all that stuff. But, as of now, I'm just building the channel, so just trying to get content of what I'm actually doing in my real life, normally. And this is something I really enjoy playing through these hardest modes just for my own entertainment and satisfaction. I've always been doing that for a long time. It really makes you appreciate the mechanics of these games a lot more. And this game has a great combat system. It's very well done. Still plenty I don't know about it. But, you know, I won't need to learn everything, you know, to beat it. Maybe I'll do the additional Valkyrie challenges and some other stuff. I mean, I'm thinking about playing it some more, but my main thing was just beating the hardest mode. That's all I was really initially interested in. Because I like to work on a lot of games. But yeah, this was just kind of standard bullshit, you know. There is another chest, as you can see here, to get I think it's a health upgrade. And it upgrades my health bar to the next level, I think. But yeah, it's easy. You just got to hit all 3 of them within a certain amount of time, because they start to go out. After a while, you know, you'll end up hitting them all if you just keep at it for a while. It might take a little while, but it's easy. I was doing it pretty sloppily, but I mean, it works. I'm sure there's a much better way to do this, but, you know, whatever works. I'm not sure you keep fucking around. Eventually, you just end up getting it. You know, you don't really have to be that accurate. And that upgraded my health bar to the next level. I don't know if you can get it any bigger. There may be more apples. I'm not sure. I don't think there is, though, because I got some kind of trophy or something when I got that, I think. So I'm guessing maybe that it was for maxing it out. I don't check the trophies because I don't give a shit about it. But it did pop up. Here I just go really aggressive. I just wasted a stone. I didn't really even give a shit because I just buy another one. I mean, you get enough hack silver. You know? I don't want to spend too much time on optional combat. So I kind of just jetted through. And that's the first crew of the Hellwalker for the Dead Freight side mission. There's 2 more of them. One of them is especially easy, but they're all, you know, none of them are going to be hard. If you made it this far, you know, it won't take long to do this. I do specify in each video how long it took me to beat all the sections shown in each video. So if I don't mention it on some of these, you know, just, you know, check the description. It'll be in there. I think it's rare that I forget to include that, but I don't always mention it in every video. Off the top of my head, I don't remember how long exactly this one took, but I'm sure I have it listed in the description. I think this was a short amount of time to beat these missions. It didn't take long. I was spending more time getting lost and not knowing exactly where these guys were located than actually fighting, I think. But I didn't get lost for too long, but, I mean, it didn't take long to beat these. Shield guys can be a little bit annoying, but eventually, you know, you'll get through them. I guess that heavy attack breaks the shield or something. It breaks the guard. I don't always know how I get them open, but, I mean, it works. You can also use the shield bash, I think, to open them up, but I don't always do that. And this ends it. Yeah, I think this was the last one. I may have accidentally edited out one of the fights. It was on top of a tower. I didn't see that, but yeah, it was not a big deal anyway. So stay tuned. Welcome back to the tutorial for God of War 2018 on the hardest difficulty setting. And this section actually has some hard fights, but a lot of them can be exploited by using the grinders and various traps. We can just have all the enemies die in the traps. But there's still some hard fights. But, you know, nothing too hard. There is one that's pretty damn hard, though, with 2 travelers. That's tough. I definitely died several times on that. But I don't think this segment took me like too long. Maybe I spent an hour in this area total, but not too long. I think I spent about an hour. But yeah, basically, you obviously want to avoid the fire. Maybe try to knock the guys into the fire so they do some, they get some extra damage. And then after you kill those guys, you got one of these guys that comes out. Of course, it's worth targeting him first because you can then ride him and kill everybody else as usual. I was also using the blue arrows a lot more often because I believe they do more damage, and I didn't always need the stun. Sometimes I just wanted more range damage. But yeah, the annoying thing in these fights can be the fire burning you. That's the main nuisance. Because you've dealt with these arrangements of enemies before, so it's nothing special. So yeah, I said, fuck it, I use a little rage. I used it actually pretty early. Or actually, I was thinking about my resurrection stone. I don't know when now I use that. See, so I wasted that early in this. And then I have to fight against 2 travelers without the resurrection stone, so that fight was harder. It would have been useful to have it for that. But, I kind of just wanted to progress. I wasn't too concerned about it. I figured I would beat it either way, so. I guess I didn't end up riding him. I just ended up using that, because I had the Berserker Resurrection Stone that gave me a full rage bar, so I just wasted that up. And that cleared out most of the enemies, then I just finish them off. The fire by itself is very easy to watch and dodge. It just becomes annoying when you're trying to move around quickly and get away from enemies. And, if you don't have your camera focused on the flames, you may not realize where they're going to come out next. So you can get blindsided by it. It can be annoying. You can always do some ranged bullshit with your axe. I notice I haven't really been using it much at all since I got the blades. I used to use, in the early videos you'll see me throwing the axe like crazy to exploit the enemies, but, eventually that's not very effective anymore, and I learned how to play a lot better since then. But yeah, here you can use the grinders, and the enemies will just come in and commit suicide, basically. You may have to lure them in sometimes, but they will pretty much just die. If an enemy's not coming to you after a while, just find where he's at and then just run back in. But I think that was just one little scraggler. There wasn't many. Now some more enemies come. So see, now I go back. I run back between this blade. And, yeah, see, they'll start dying in here now. And normally those guys would take a lot of hits, so, it makes it very easy. Save yourself a lot of time. Unfortunately, you can't do that to the 2 traveler enemies. That's the hardest part of this area. I show this because this is a chest that you might miss if you're not paying attention. You just grab a few of these glowing things and bring them to that door. But if you're not really looking at the door, you may walk past it. So I don't remember what was in here. I think it's some kind of attack that I'll never use, but somebody may find it useful. Actually, yeah, I did end up using that on regular enemies, so I guess it's pretty useful. But by this point in the game, shortly after this is going to be the final boss. I think there's one more huge fight left, but I didn't end up needing that attack too much. I mean, it's not bad. Okay, yeah, that was a bunch of deaths edited out because this part's tough. So I died a lot on this. This is probably where I died the most. And I said shit got crazy at this part. I think I end up going crazy with the rage, and I'm able to take this guy out early. Even though I'm almost dead, I think I get this guy. I target this guy and take him out. Maybe not right away. And I'm using the blue arrows here because, you know, I believe they do more damage, so I'm trying to get damage off of that at this point. And now I just try to survive for a while. It gets very intense. But once I kill one of them, it's pretty easy when you only have one of them left. You just have to, like, whenever you see that skull being raised up, you have to hit that because they'll do an area attack that'll pretty much one-hit kill you. So just be aware of that. But once I kill this asshole, you know, remember, using the rage attacks, you know, use the rage punches because the boulders don't seem to hurt them very much. So go into rage mode, punch the shit out of one of them. And if you do it right, you can get about half of their health down just from the rage punches. And you can try to finish them off with Blessings of Frost and your axe attacks. And then once you only have one of them left, you know, it's easy. It can take some time if you're playing carefully. I just take my time on this shit because I didn't want to repeat this sequence again, so I'm not really that good at fighting them up close. Especially with the fire and shit moving around. I mean, it's a pain in the ass, so just try to keep out of range of the fire, you know, keep your distance and try to make sure you don't get backed into a corner where you have to run into the fire to get away or something like that. You don't want to have to do that. So just pay attention to what's going on. But yeah, I think the blue arrows do a lot of damage over time. Eventually I could also charge up my rage again and use that if it takes long enough. So, I mean, playing it patient, there's a lot of options. I'm not sure why it only shows their life bars sometimes. It's a weird thing in the game. But see, when he raises that, you know, always hit it with your axe. Just pay attention to make sure, you know, because he will do it frequently sometimes. Like you'll see here, he starts doing it again and again. He becomes obsessed with doing that for some reason. And that can pretty much kill you if you wait too long to take it down. So that was getting kind of close. I believe that skull attack, if he charges it up, goes through everything, so it'll probably go through that middle pillar and it'll just go through everything and just kill you. It's extremely overpowered. I could use my my Blessings of Frost, but I think I played safe for a while. Okay, now I use it, yeah, and see, that's a really, really good runic attack. I have it fully upgraded as well, so it does pretty good damage. But see, now he becomes like immune to all attacks when he raises that skull, so... And I pretty much finish him off mostly barehanded for a little while. Because I didn't retrieve my axe, so I just decided to punch him to death. But yeah, that's probably the hardest fight in this area. And for some reason, there was still an enemy moving around. I think it was like a some basic enemy or something, like maybe a nightmare or something. I don't know what it was. Or no, maybe it was actually these assholes, I think, on the other side. It was showing them. But yeah, all you got to do is go back behind these grinders again and do the same kind of shit. And you can lure enemies in there and they'll all get crushed. Sometimes they get through, though, if you're not careful, so... That guy went for a ride somehow. He got taken up when it went up. It was kind of weird. Yeah, if you can knock them back, you know. If I was using my blades, I probably could have just kept them back. The blades are good for this part to keep the enemies back. You know, a lot of enemies will come in, but you can just do the same shit. And if you want, you can stun them so that they get stuck and crushed. Or eventually, you know, if you shoot them enough times, you'll just kill them from the arrows. So either way. Throwing a few axe throws, you know, mix it up. And I think that pretty much clears this area, so it's really not that hard. Aside from the travelers and the giant room's a little tough. Actually, yeah, there's one more asshole here. I think I had to lure him into the crusher, and that would probably complete the mission. But the game is starting to come to the end now, so there's not much left. And stay tuned for the next video. Welcome back to the tutorial for God of War 2018 on the hardest difficulty setting. Yeah, and this part took me about a little bit under 15 minutes to beat, which I was surprised. I thought it was going to be a lot harder. But, I made it past the 2 boss-type characters on my first attempt. I had seen a video by Sephirim, so it actually helped a lot for the first wave of enemies. There's a very easy technique that I steal from his videos, so I'll explain that. It's very easy. I don't even think... I may have gotten hit at the very end when I decided to stop doing it, but if you just keep doing it, you pretty much won't get hit. You just stay in this corner here, and, you know... Hold down the aim button as you would when you're aiming the axe. And then just keep mashing R2. And you'll do this attack here. And all you got to do is just do this for a long time. There's a lot of enemies. But, you know, they'll all die from this. And, you know, you can shoot arrows in between just to do more damage and end it faster. But I don't think you even need to do that. But you can just mix it in. I think I only had maybe 2 or 3 deaths in this whole area. Like I said, it only took like 15 minutes. And this video was over 12 minutes with the deaths edited out, so I think there was very little death. I'm still working on the final boss fight, which comes after this, so I'll have that up whenever I complete that. It doesn't seem too bad, but it's a little challenging so far. I didn't play it too much because I spent most of my time beating these parts the last 2 days. But yeah, this is all you have to do. You just be doing this for a while, for a few minutes straight, but you will win. Otherwise, this part actually might be kind of a pain in the ass. If I would have known that, I probably would have done that earlier when dealing with these enemies. But you don't see them too much in the game. But yeah, and then I start coming out and, you know, to finish them off. I think one of them hits me once, but, you know, I just wanted to speed it up a little bit. I think you get checkpoints between each wave, but I don't know because, like I said, I didn't die until I defeated the two flying guys. So I survived for a while. But in Sephiroth's video, I think he said that you get a checkpoint between all the waves. Yeah, so I beat these guys. I think I end up using my rage mode and I do a lot of damage to one of these guys. Of course, it's best to try to focus on one enemy and take him out first so you can just deal with the other one alone. But I don't even know if he came out yet. He will, though. See, so that guy's dead. Now you only have to deal with this one asshole, so it's really not too bad. You've already fought these guys a few times before by this point. Including, there was a boss that did the same shit as these guys, but had more life. So I think it's pretty much the same thing. A few nightmares join in, so if you can, you want to try to grapple them and throw them at the enemy. It doesn't do much damage, but it may stun them for a little while. The main thing is just to get rid of those assholes quickly because they'll cause problems. But yeah, you can use your runic attacks to do some nice damage. Try to keep your distance when you can, but, you know, if you're familiar with these guys, then you'll remember when you can get in some attacks. Because they have the same patterns as the previous ones. They give you a lot of opportunities to get in some hits. There's a rage refill just laying on the field, I think, because I never picked it up. And then I use some here. And now that does a lot of damage. And of course the arrows, you know, that damage adds up a lot. I probably should have been using the blue arrows. I probably would have done some more damage, but, you know, it was good enough. I get a little bit more aggressive since he's almost dead. And then I think on the next wave is where I died. Somewhere in this wave I died, but that was edited out, so now it's just starting over with a full life bar. But you definitely get a checkpoint after those guys. Like I said, I think it's probably after each wave. I think this wave is pretty easy. It's not like anything that hard. Once the two giants comes out, it's pretty easy because you just take out the small giant and ride him and then just beat the shit out of the large giant. I mean, pretty basic. The small fast giants are easy because you can pretty much parry their attacks pretty easily and then counter them, so, you know, they're pretty easy to fight up close. The heavier guys can be annoying because they take a lot of hits, so that can be kind of challenging. Because you have a good number of them, and the shield guys. But you have so many resources by this point, so many tools you can use. Like a lot of these games on the hardest settings, they're much harder in the early parts of the game, and the later parts tend to get easier because you become so much more powerful, and you get more proficient with the combat mechanics as well just from playing it. The Rage Burst Talisman also, I've been using pretty much the whole game since I've gotten it. Allows me to charge up my rage too, so I'm able, it doesn't take me nearly as long to get my rage filled. Or at least full enough to where I can use it and do some major damage. I don't always wait for it to fill up all the way, but depends what's going on. I think here's where I decided to use my stone, but there wasn't much left to this area. And then I got full rage from that because I had the Berserker stone. It doesn't give me any health when I come back, but it gives me full rage, so it's actually pretty useful. Because with those rage boulders, you can do a lot of damage. I probably could have switched to my axe sooner and at least use some of the runic attacks or axe throws. I think the cooldowns may charge separately on the different weapons, so even if the blades runic attacks are recharging, you may be able to switch to the axe and they may have full meters on them if you didn't already use it. But I'm not sure how that works. I haven't messed around with that too much. I don't really switch weapons too heavily mid-combat. And I believe this is the final phase of this area. And it's really not too hard because you can just take out this little giant here. Just focus on him. He's very easy to parry and block and do a lot of damage. And of course, the larger combo you get with the blades, the more the fire damage builds up. They get hotter. So it's good to stand and just beat the shit out of him. Once he gets down to a certain point, you can just ride him. And then I would recommend, immediately fighting the giant and ignoring the small enemies. Try to do as much damage as you can to him. I see that got out most of his health. And now, of course, you can use those rage boulders to do massive damage. So, let me do a little finishing move on him. I don't think you even have to kill the scragglers if you kill the giant. Or at least if you kill both giants. Maybe that's what makes them disappear. I'm not sure if you... Let me see. Well, maybe you gotta fight them. But, these guys are easy at this point. So yeah, definitely stay tuned. I'm going to work on trying to defeat the last boss, so whenever I complete that, I'll have the final video. So it may be split into a few videos. It depends how many hours it takes me to beat them, because I can only record an hour at a time on the PS4 Pro, so sometimes they get split up. I still don't know how to combine videos, but one of these days I'll learn. Right now, my channel doesn't get a lot of views, so my production values aren't real high right now. But thanks for watching. Welcome to the tutorial for the hardest mode in God of War 2018. And this is the first main form of Baldur, the final boss. I think there's a very brief form before this, but it's very easy. But I didn't get the video for that. But this is very similar to the first time you fought him. Except now there's a bunch of bullshit going on, so it's a very, it's a more annoying version of what you've already dealt with in the first fight. You are more powerful now, but he has a lot of defense, so it takes very long to get his health down. But you'll get your first checkpoint after taking down 5 of his health blocks. Then the next one you'll get after taking down 3 of his health blocks. And that's the final checkpoint. Then you have 5 more health blocks left to take out to kill him. So, you do get a few checkpoints. As usual. But, basically, if he's blue, you'll have to use the Chaos Blades on him. If he's red, you'll have to use the axe on him. So you may have to switch weapons. And also, if he doesn't have any color on him, like in the beginning, I guess you could use, either weapon. But I like using the axe. It seems to do more damage overall. But it may depend on how you have your weapons upgraded. But I like using Blessings of Frost with the axe because it has those waves that stun him. And they do good damage, so I have that equipped on there and fully upgraded. But basically, you're going to be getting grabbed a lot by the tentacles, most likely. So just hold circle. Or you may have to tap it, depending on how you have it set in the menu. I'd prefer to set it to hold, so you can just hold it and get out. You don't have to keep tapping the button. Rage does almost nothing to this guy. So you can rage punch the shit out of him, and it won't really do anything. So the Resurrection Stone I should have got was the one that gives you back full health. I probably would have done a lot better with that, but unfortunately I had the Berserker one, which doesn't give me back any health. It just gives me rage, which is practically useless on this guy. But aside from that, you're going to be, blocking and countering his moves. If you hit him too much, he's going to use a move that blasts you away from him, but it won't hurt you. But it will get you away from him. It's that move. So he'll use that when you do too much damage to him, it seems. But yeah, there's not really much to say about him. If you've gotten here, then you've fought him the first time already, and he does pretty much the same shit. It's a pretty lame fucking boss fight. So yeah, here I end up using one of my stones. Maybe I should have saved it for later, but I didn't really care too much because I think his later forms are a little bit easier in some ways. The second form is going to be annoying, but you only have to take out 3 of his blocks of health. It is more aggressive, but there's more projectile shit you have to dodge. But it doesn't seem too bad. I almost beat it a few times, but I haven't beaten it yet, so I'll have to get back to it and finish off the last 2 phases. But he's pretty much going to do the same shit as I said. You're going to want to watch out for, if you see the giant shadow above you and he's about to pound down, you may want to avoid that. But his waves don't seem to do much damage. They just stun you and kind of fuck you up. So there's a lot of shit like that just gets in the way while you're trying to fight him. But I use runes to get my attack up so I could do more damage. You can also use the Amulet of Cassava or whatever the fuck it is, and that'll, when you dodge at the last moment, that'll slow him down. You can get some hits in. But I didn't find that was helping me too much. I just went, I went for attack. I just wanted higher attack. But you can play around with different things like that. You really shouldn't have things equipped that aren't going to help you. Like, increasing burn damage is not going to really help on this guy, I don't think. So you can take those off. But aside from that, it's just a tedious fight. It just takes long. And I show the whole life here, even though this is where I got the checkpoint at around 5 pieces of health. You'll get the checkpoint for the next, portion of his health. But I just left this in here because I survived longer, so I didn't want to cut it off abruptly. So it'll show a little bit of the next phase, but I'll be covering that in the next video whenever I finish that. I don't remember exactly how long this took me because I wasn't really keeping track. I think I played a little bit yesterday and then a little bit today. But yeah, this was taking me some time. The first phase was tough. This doesn't seem nearly as hard as the fight between Magni and Modi, though. That was the hardest fight in the game, I think. Probably the hardest part in the game for me. But yeah, now he has a lot of projectile shit that he uses, so you're gonna have to dodge a lot of that. As far as the zombies that come out, just hold circle when they get on you, and they'll never hurt you. They'll just distract you and fuck you up a lot when you're trying to hit them, which is very fucking annoying. But I think for the next phase after this, I think you get to fight him just alone, but you have to take out 5 pieces of his health, but at least it's just him. So it may be the easiest one, I'm not sure yet. But yeah, that's the blessings of Frost. It's nice because it stuns him and it does good damage. But I'll probably go into all this detail again when I do the next video on this phase, but thanks for watching. Welcome back to the tutorial for God of War 2018 on the hardest difficulty. And yeah, this form can be a little bit difficult, but luckily you only have to take down 3 bars of health before you get to the final phase of the fight, so it's not as long as some of the other phases, but you know, it can be intense. But I mean, the one thing is you don't really have to worry about the enemies around the boss. So just ignore them, because the only thing that will happen with them is they'll grab you sometimes. So just either mash circle or hold circle down depending on how you have it set in the menu. But that's all you have to do, and you won't take any damage from that. It'll even save your ass from some of his attacks sometimes, so it's not really a problem. It's kind of annoying when you're trying to land a hit and they grab you, but aside from that, they're not much of a problem. So just focus on the boss. And you're going to have to use the axe since he's in his red fiery form. You can only hurt him with the axe. In the next phase, you'll have to switch weapons based on what color he is, and he'll switch frequently. But for this, you know, stick with the axe, and just, you know, you just have to get used to dodging all of his attacks, obviously. So, you know, you want to roll out of the way of those attacks when you see that, you know, that he's about to launch that fire. You can parry his fireballs, you know, if you want to try to do that. As far as countering him, you know, it's pretty much the same as it's been with, you know, blocking at the last moment when he attacks you, and then after you counter him, you know, get in some hits. So it's pretty much, it's similar to what you've already dealt with, you know, aside from maybe a few new moves. I like to use the, I think it's called the Frost Frenzy or something. I haven't played in a month, but when you use it, you get these waves that come out of your axe and you do extra damage, and it stuns him a lot. So I use that on him, and aside from that, just regular, you know, regular combos. I don't use the heavy attacks with the axe on this fight. You don't really have a lot of time to land, you know, heavy attacks, so I just stick with the regular strikes, and I use some of the runic attacks. I also have the runic attack that stuns all the enemies. It'll give you a brief moment sometimes to get some hits in, or just to get away and get some health. But yeah, you can just parry it like usual, get those hits in. You see I'm almost dead here, so it becomes intense at this point. I still have to work on the third phase. I haven't played, as I said, in about probably over a month, so this took me about 9 minutes today, which I thought it would take me a lot longer because, you know, I had to get familiar with the controls again. And I remember dying a lot on this the last time I played, but I may have been burnt out the time I tried it. I think I made a lot of progress that day, but by the time I got to this form, I was probably kind of tired. Yeah, see, they'll grab you and interrupt you, but it won't really, it won't be a big problem, but at least they won't damage you, as long as you either mash circle or hold it. But I set it to hold because I don't like mashing buttons, so I just went in the menu and set the button prompts to hold instead of tapping. You can do that in the menu. Yeah, and then after you get 3 bars of his health down, that ends this phase. You'll get a checkpoint for the final phase, and that part I have to work on. So I've only played it a little bit, so I'll have to work on that some more. I'll try to get that up soon, though. My TV was broken for a while, so I could actually play old games, you know, on emulators, emulation games like Genesis and Super Nintendo and stuff like that. But new games, they were just too dark. You couldn't even see them barely. So the colors were all fucked up on my TV. Something with the circuit board. So I finally got the circuit boards replaced, and then they replaced the screen. So now it's good. So I'll probably try to finish this off soon. You see, on this part, I kind of forgot about this QuickTime event because I haven't played in so long, so I didn't remember about... you're supposed to just block and dodge. You're not supposed to try to hit him. I was trying to mash the button to try to get in some hits between his flurries of attacks, but you're just supposed to sit here and dodge. I don't think you can die on this part, though. It seems like... Cause I got hit a lot, so I don't... I mean... I think it just goes on until you do what they want you to do. But yeah, you'll get the checkpoint after this, so then you have time to try to work on the final phase and learn it. The final phase can be tough from what I played so far because you constantly have to switch between your axe and your blades, and I really hate the fucking weapon switching in this game because it just feels sluggish and slow, and you know, I'll hit the input to switch weapons, but he takes so long to do it sometimes that I don't think that the command went through, so I do it again and then I switch to something else. Like I switch to like barehanded. It's a pain in the ass. I don't like it too much. And then I hit the one of the directions that makes you do a quick turn, and then I'm facing the wrong fucking way because if you hit down, you do a quick turn. So yeah, I just don't like the whole weapon switching layout, and the animations takes long. But, I mean, you can get used to it. It's just like, I have to adjust to it because I never really switch weapons rapidly like that in this game. But yeah, for this final phase, he's going to have 5 health blocks, and that's going to be it. But it's going to be longer than the previous phase. So thanks for watching. Welcome to the final part of the tutorial for God of War on the hardest difficulty setting. And his third form can be tough because I really hate the fucking weapon switching in this game. I find it to be really sluggish and unreliable. There's a lot of delay to it. Sometimes it registers, sometimes it doesn't. But you're basically going to need to switch to the Blades of Chaos if he's blue, and you're going to have to use the axe if he's red with fire on him. I get pretty aggressive on this run, but you can kind of take your time once you learn how to dodge his moves. You can run around, dodge shit, and you don't have to follow him with the weapon switching. If it's hard for you to keep up with, then you may want to just keep one weapon on like the axe and just use it when you can get the hits in. You know, but it will take longer if you do that. But you don't have to keep pace with him if it makes you you know, if it's hard for you to keep up with. You can stick to one weapon. It's just going to take longer. Here I try to keep up with it because after playing for a while, you do kind of get it down to, you know, decent muscle memory. I was able to dodge pretty well. But if you get frost on you and other shit like that, it'll slow you down. It can pretty much totally fuck you up. You'll be so slow that you'll end up just getting killed. So the frost is very dangerous if it accumulates on you. I saw on Separim's video that he runs around to dodge the triple attack where the Balder comes down 3 times onto the ground, slams into the ground. That's actually a good way to dodge it. You just keep running in a circle. I also have the Amulet of Cassava equipped, and what I'm doing is if I roll out at the last moment of that charge attack he does, I can slow time with that amulet and get in some hits. So I've been doing that. I saw that in Separim's video as well. It's the only time I actually use that amulet, I think. I never really used it in the game. But you have to dodge at the very precise moment. You know, it is very strict. You know, it's not like Bayonetta 2 or Bayonetta where, you know, you don't have to time it perfectly. In this, you have to time it pretty tight. But I think it slowed him down there as well. But when you do it right, when you time it, you know, at the split second, it really slows him down. And you'll be able to get a lot of hits in. It's very useful. But yeah, it's going to take a long time. I beat it kind of fast here because I was pretty pissed off, and I ended up getting aggressive, plus the muscle memory, learning it. You can parry these fireballs back. It doesn't do much damage, but, I end up doing it sometimes. You see, you got to switch weapons pretty quickly. And once you get his 5th little cubit of health down to about halfway, then the fight automatically ends, goes into this cutscene. And at this point, you beat it. So I guess it took me around 2 minutes and 45 seconds, on the successful attempt. It was pretty quick. But I probably spent over 2 hours on this phase alone. I don't know exactly how long I spent because I wasn't really keeping track. I played a little yesterday and today. I think I played it over several days on and off. So I didn't really keep track. But I'll show a little bit of the cinematic shit here, just for the hell of it. But, mostly this series was just focused on a combat tutorial and showing all the combat. So I'm not going to show too much of the ending segments. But yeah, this fight, it can definitely be tough because the weapon switching feels so sluggish, and you have to switch weapons pretty rapidly to keep up with his color changes. But like I said, you could just stick to the axe if you want and wait till he's red and get the hits in that way. I find when he does his triple stomp move, where he does ice, fire, he usually ends it on ice most of the time. So I usually have my Blades of Chaos just ready for that. I don't try to switch every time he stomps the ground. I just have my Fire Blades out, and I anticipate that he's going to end it on the ice move. And then that's when he's stuck on the ground for a little while, you can get some Blades of Chaos hits in. Occasionally he will stop it on the ice, but most of the time it seems to be that he stops in that fire mode, or that ice mode, so you can use the Blade of Chaos on him for that. I use the light, heavy combo a lot with the Blades of Chaos. Also, I use the arrows. If you hold square down, you can use the crows, and those will stun him for a little while, and you can get a lot of hits in with that. So I use the crows, the crow animal, and I like to use the blue arrows because I think they do a little bit more damage, but it's going to be very little damage over the course of the fight. But yeah, thanks for watching.